Sure.
Cheers. Ooh, yeah.
Hello, and welcome to Jason Cabinet's Experience. I'm your host, Jason Cabinet. Guest today is Amit Nath. Amit, thanks for being here today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Jason.
So, starting off, um, talk about some things you do for fun.
For fun. Okay. So I like to play lacrosse. I've played D1 lacrosse at Hofstra University. I also play club lacrosse. I like to grow plants. I have a master's degree in sustainability, and my dad was big in agriculture. He was an agriculture mechanic back in Guyana. So I've always had a green thumb. I always like to grow things. I indulge in other things like whiskey. Um, Socially, I like to go to social events. I mean, I'm a very spontaneous individual, so I don't like to really have a plan and kind of stick to it. I like to just kind of go with the flow and let the universe kind of take its reign.
So, I think most people know how to get like a football scholarship, basketball scholarship, but how does one get a lacrosse scholarship?
Yeah, it's more so getting scouted in school, right? You want to make sure that you're athletic, you want to make sure that you're doing the workouts and all the above. I didn't get a lacrosse scholarship. I got a academic scholarship through the NOAA program at Hofstra University, which it covered 4 years. And when I was at Hofstra, I was trying out for the D1 team, and then I was on track for a civil engineering degree, so I just decided to go with club.
So, what is lacrosse like more popular in the Northeast of the United States, Western part? Like, where's lacrosse popular at?
What's crazy is that I moved to Oklahoma recently, and it has a huge Native American presence, and not that many people play lacrosse as much as Long Island. So Long Island, New York, is the center hub of lacrosse for the entire country, and that's where I grew up.
Lacrosse is it basically like hockey but on grass, and instead of having the hockey puck, hockey stick on the ground, you put in the air,
Yeah, it's similar to that. It's a combination between hockey, rugby, football.
and it's
Uh,
pretty physical.
It is, yeah. So I was an attackman. So there's three phases. So there's attack, defense, and midi, and then there's goalie, right? I was attacked, so I couldn't go past, the 50-yard line, because of the fact that I was in a midfielder, right? So my main objective was to go out there and just score goals.
So how many times do you accidentally hit someone with a stick?
Oh, multiple times. But at the end of the day, when you're an attackman, you're being guarded by 6 foot defensive deep holes, right? Which are defensive,
Yeah.
sticks. And those guys are significantly bigger. So um I realized that maybe let me not kill myself and go to the cage every single time. And why don't I just become the number one assist guy? So I just took pride in like just feeding the ball and having that vision, that foresight, but also in high school, I went to a public high school, Uniondale High School, and essentially it was predominantly Black and Spanish. So I started lacrosse when I was in seventh grade, and I didn't make the team. And then in eighth grade, I was able to, make it, and the rest is history. I made it to, varsity. And then, when I was playing in Hofstra, it was just an amazing experience.
Is there like a professional lacrosse league somewhere?
Yeah, so there was an MLL league, and then Paul Rabel created the PLL. So right now, PLL is the professional lacrosse league, and I think it's blowing up right now. Shout out to Josh Byrne. He went to Nass Community College, and he's like one of the best that's coming out right now.
Is this like is do people play lacrosse across the world? Like, is this an Olympic sport coming up in the 2024 Paris
I don't know.
Olympics?
I hope so. I think
You
so.
think it would be?
I need to do more research into that, but I would love to see that. I'm big into lacrosse because
You still play now?
I do, yeah. So when I was actually moving to Oklahoma after we raised our pre-seed round, I just put a LinkedIn post up, and then somebody reached out to me and said, "Hey, I'm located in XYZ, part of Tulsa. Would you like to come and play on our travel team?" And I was like, "Well, why not?" Right? They had equipment for me. I just went up, showed up, and I was the only person that was brown on the team. But I like that because I'm bringing the diversity
Yeah,
to lacrosse.
nice. So we're going back to toss in a minute, but you said you're from a country called Guyana.
Guyana, my parents immigrated from Guyana,
That's in South America.
South America. Yes,
Okay.
it's one of the only English speaking
Oh wow.
countries in South America, actually.
And I don't know this. So I'm asking for myself. Where's this? Is it like north of Brazil, like southern
Hmm.
South America?
Yeah, it's by Brazil, by Suriname, it's right by Venezuela.
Okay.
It's in the Caribbean. So they're actually on the same time zone as us. And Guyana right now is going through an oil boom.
Oh, you know what, man? I heard about that. So I don't know if you know the story, right? But supposedly, I saw this. I saw the summary, right, where there's a Guyana president and someone from the Great Britain, right?
Yeah.
And the dude from Great Britain trying to do for the Guyana, like, don't produce oil, blah blah. It makes the president of Ghana said, "Fuck off, dude. Like, this is my resources." Like, when he basically said, in political terms, you could produce oil in Britain and do all the evil shit you do, I'll consider, right? They're
Right.
like, are you crazy? This multi billions of dollars for my people, right? You want us to say, like, don't produce it? Like, fuck you.
Exactly. No, I really like the new prime minister of Guyana. Before Guyana was kind of corrupted in their politics, but right now with this new like leadership team, I think that they're really transforming. They're about to go crazy with the startup ecosystem, and I can't wait till I have, a couple exits underneath my belt so I can create my own foundation, my dad's
Yeah,
name, and just go back, provide internet access. I mean,
yeah,
Elon Musk was on a call like 2 days ago with the prime minister
yeah,
because they're about to distribute Starlink to
yeah,
Guyana
yeah.
because Guyana is on the same coast as us, right? So if you have English speaking people on the same coast as other
Makes sense.
people in America, then it's going to be a great like hub for tech.
And this oil bond is like one of the biggest in history, right? It's like,
It started in 2019,
okay.
not to cut you off. It started back in 2019. And at this rate, Guyana still is able to maintain the lowest level of deforestation, despite them now being able to be projected to have the biggest source of oil, bigger than Saudi America.
I think that's for too. Like, the people of Great Britain, like, you're gonna destroy your forest, and Ghana president, no, we're not, motherfucker. Like, we have a
Yeah,
plan, yeah.
exactly. No, I think they took their time when it came to the oil discovery and really tapping into it. And shout out ExxonMobil because they really executed at the highest level. And I'm really excited to see what comes out of Guyana moving forward, especially since like it's my roots. It's in my blood. I went to Guyana probably 7 times in my life. I own some, land out there as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to
So you
continuing.
you might not know this, but why is it they speak English there versus Spanish or Portuguese?
So Guyana was actually ruled by the British back in the day, and they forced like English upon it, right? But the language in Guyana and in the Caribbean is actually called Patois, and Patois is broken up English. It's not fully English, but it's broken up, but you can still kind of understand it. So it's like a wagwan or comperna.
So what are some things about the country that people in America should know about? Like a quick, like 30,000 foot.
So
Like,
Guyana is home of one of the largest single drop waterfall called Kaichor Falls. And Guyana is actually attached to the Amazonian rainforest. So they're big on biodiversity, huge on ecotourism. Um, they're really good when it comes to like pepper sauce and just a lot of finer things. Like the thing about Guyanese people are they're one of the hardest working people in the world, and they're very underrepresented. So to be in a position of power where I'm in C-suite executive, co-founder of a tech startup in America, and it's the writing's on the wall.
so in the United States, we have enemies and allies, right? Does Guyana have enemies and allies too, or does everyone's their friend?
Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest. So I'm not comfortable in like saying a yes or no
Okay.
or like who's their allies and who's not. I don't even really look into that form of politics. I'm really just more so concerned on the sustainability and the leadership.
Okay. And when was the last time you've been there?
Shoot, I'm trying to go actually for Thanksgiving this
Okay.
year. However, last time I was there was with my parents, I think like 4 years ago.
Okay.
And when I was there, we were driving around and there were houses. And I was asking, one of my cousins, like, how much is that house? And he said, 1 million. I said, oh, $1 million in Guyana. I can afford that. He said, no, 1 million USD.
Damn.
And I was like, golly, who's buying that? He said, you know, who's buying that? The workers at ExxonMobil.
Yeah.
Cheers.
And so you have a plan like do like get involved in the startup economic system down there?
Yeah, I think they're gonna possibly launch like 12,000 startups coming out of Guyana in
Okay.
the next like 20 years.
Nice. Let's switch to sustainability. Talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So sustainability is broken up into three pillars. So there's economical sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. And sustainability, for those of you that don't know, is basically like doing actions of today to not jeopardize the future of tomorrow.
And so what you got involved with sustainability?
Yeah, so when I was in college, I was on the civil engineering track and I failed physics and I failed Calc 2. I ended up retaking it and passing it, but at the time I realized to myself, am I going to college for myself or am I going to college for somebody else? And at the time on my club lacrosse team, my friend John Van Fossen, he was actually going through the same thing and he pivoted into something called sustainability studies at the time. And it was something that was new and it was growing. So I looked into it and I realized that this is actually awesome. And I think it goes well with how the world is projected to go. So when I was learning about sustainability, there's something called the Sustainable Development Goals, where like all these big world powers came together in the past and said, hey, in order to fight and combat climate change and global warming, we have to abide by these rules by XYZ amount of time. So then I realized that, hey, Tesla is a great opportunity. At the time, I don't think they even released like their first car. I think it was just the energy business, and that was one of the first companies I ever invested in.
So how can a business like maximize profit by the main time being a sustainment responsible company?
Yeah, I think companies from a pre-seed and seed level and even down to like a series A, sustainability is not really the main focus. The main focus is finding product market fit, going to market and actually getting your clients. And then after you build your team and you're committing a significant carbon footprint, that's when you're really caring about the planet. But I think that people should be having sustainability in mind from the jump. That's why having a master's degree in sustainability currently right now gives me the power of, okay, I can kind of foresee how things are going before they're getting there because I'm a systems thinker.
So when should a company start thinking about like sustainability? Would they have 100 employees, some amount of revenue, or should be like ingrained from the very beginning?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think when companies start caring about sustainability should be from like, um, as they're continuing to hire and continuing to have more efforts, bringing more shares into the market is when they should start considering sustainability. Whether you want to talk about on the social side about HR, making sure that your candidates feel served, that your customers feel listened to, and that your employees love working and waking up every day and clocking in for you. On the economic side of sustainability, making sure that you have sexy margins so you're able to return back profits to your investors if you are not bootstrapping, right? And then from an environmental side, making sure that you're not harming the planet by, pollution or waste, or, if you're a tech company that you don't have a bunch of, you know, data centers burning a bunch of electricity and things like that.
So this is a blast from the past. I don't remember where I found this at, but it said in 2016 you were the lead farm coordinator at Hofstra University, where you were raising crops from seed to harvest for some kind of non-GMO student garden.
Yeah, so that's it's funny that you brought that up. And I actually never been on a podcast to talk about like my growing journey, right? When I was in college, I went through a phase called Amit Grown. I actually created an LLC. I still have it. And basically, it came from the idea of when I pivoted into sustainability, I needed to get my ground. I need to find something where I was good at, and I was always good at planting because of my dad. So I went to Hofstra and I said, "Hey, I see that you guys have an opening for a assistant for the under the director of sustainability." At the time, I think it was Bob Brinkman or Sandra Guerin. And basically, I went there and they gave me the job and they said, "Hey, we want someone to manage the student garden." So then I went to the garden to look at it, and it was just like a plot of land, and I built a fence around it. I was able to build rows across it. I was growing a numerous plants. I started in the greenhouse because the university had a greenhouse and it really was underutilized. So I said, you know what? Let me actually start planting. Let me start growing. I grew a myriad of things, and super excited of how it turned out.
So this might be the same question, but before I ask you what you do for fun, what are your hobbies? Might be the same thing.
Hobbies and what I do for fun, I feel like are synonymous,
Okay.
but what I really like to do is also invest. If I'm not building my startups, if I'm not talking to my family or friends, I'm possibly in the charts. I'm looking at projections. I'm looking at,
So you say invest, you mean like stock market investing, startup investing, day trading,
um,
or everything?
I would say more so stock market investing. I started investing in stocks my sophomore year of college at Hofstra in my dorm room. I was part of a Discord that had a bunch of traders from Wall Street that went under different aliases, and they kind of took me in as their own. And this was before, all of the financial literacy gurus were coming out. I started with, penny stocks, worked my way into paper trading, then I got into options after one of my first, companies, retickered and gave me a huge exit. It was Riot.
So we're gonna talk about the tech awesome y'all did over the weekend, but one of the panels it was like investing whatever. There's a guy on I can't remember his name, the Black of Chicago, and basically said Ryan Cohen, Hello Kitty,
Mm.
all those people but I heard he said there's like straight up
I
scams.
think you
Like
think about David.
David, yeah, all the people straight up scams. However, a couple weeks ago, I had a person on the podcast named Kelly Kirk who like all in on that, right?
Yeah.
It's like, where's the truth at, right? I mean, obviously, I should say I'm not a financial advisor. This is my own research, YouTube stuff. This is what I think, right? Obviously, he's an expert, right? But is he totally right? Is he totally right? Is the truth somewhere in the middle? You think?
From the fundamentals of it, if you just go into a GameStop, right? GameStop has always been the same, and there has not been any innovation towards it. It's been straight brick and mortar. If you look at GameStop, it was just a company that you went to buy video games in the physical form. And then when Xbox and Sony decided to transition into digital games, I felt like that was the warning sign that really started to crush the business. Right now, like the Ryan Cohens and the Hello Kitties of the world, I think that they're just bullish on the company because of the simple fact that one, there's new leadership, and two, that we're in the age of AI, so anything is possible. But from the David standpoint, the company's a dying company, has been a dying company for God knows how long. It's just been shorted so much that they had to come back to Wall Street and say, you know what, let's try and burn out all these people that's been shorting this poor stock for God knows how long.
I think he also predicted AMC is going down too, right? I think
That's what they're saying. I mean, honestly, when was the last time you've been to a movie theater, Jason?
it's been a while.
Been a while,
I think
right?
last time I went to see Minions 3. Last time I think I've been.
Do you have any kids?
They're all grown.
They're all
Yeah.
grown. Okay, got you. So essentially, with AMC, I just feel like because of all these different streaming platforms, I think how Netflix came and took out Blockbuster, I think something's gonna happen and take
Yeah.
out AMC. I do think AMC is a great acquisition target just because of the fact that they have so much real estate, and market share. But for the prices and things that are going on, I think it needs something incredibly innovative to save the company.
Yeah, it's like if you do go to the AMC or movie there's like the worst humanity's there, right? People are fucking coughing, they talk aloud, like yeah, it's like it's not a good experience.
If you're a germaphobe, I don't think movie theaters are for you.
No.
I'm gonna be honest. But at the same token, I think movie theaters are necessary for the simple fact that you don't want to stay cooped up in your house, right? For instance, you work at home. Let's say you work at a remote job. You work at home. You cook at home. You're actually with your wife. You're always at home. Like you're getting your mortgage rate, right? Like you're getting your fair share
Yeah.
of what you pay for your mortgage or your rent. But the same token, you want to be able to go and explore the world. And going into movie theaters, I like the way that some movie theaters outside of AMC have been innovating, like having a bar there,
Yeah.
or like
Serve
there's
beer.
some movie theaters where you can smoke cannabis
Mhm.
now, like
Yeah.
hotbox it. You know what I mean? Like It's crazy. And the ones that are not able to adapt die.
Yeah, and a plus fact, you got to drive there, got to go through a line. Even you use a mobile phone, but then you got there, you got to pay $50 for a candy bar.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they make really good margins, I'm not gonna lie, but like at the same token, I feel like they have really shitty security.
Yeah,
So like you can
just
just stuff a purse,
pop up in the
put it
back door.
underneath your shirt,
Yeah,
like you know what I mean?
and my complaint is always when you go to movie theaters, like they'll say the movie starts at 3 p.m. The movie actually doesn't start at 3:45. You have to go through 45 minutes of previews and different things, ads and stuff.
I can't count the amount of times I go to movie theaters late. And I used to go to them early to see the trailers, but now there's YouTube.
Yeah.
So like what's the real purpose? I think the way the technology is going and how fast it is, like a lot of these other things are just going to start to die out. It's only a matter of time. It's either acquisition targets or they're just gonna die.
Well, it's like you said, the negative is like if there's no movie theaters and everyone just stays in the house all day and then no one knows how to socialize with people and talk to people, just like you're watching Netflix 24/7, you like become like, you know,
Yeah, you're just
hermits.
you're binging it all the time, right? And it's taking up a lot of time from you. And then also, but what I do like about like streaming services and things like that is that you watch at your own pace. So what I like to do, especially with like, YouTube videos and things like that, like when Mark was on your podcast, I watched it in like a 1.5, right? Or a
Yeah.
1.25. You can't go to the movie theaters
No,
and like
no,
speed it up like that. Not even if you were wearing like VR, like Apple
yeah.
Vision Pro or like a Meta Quest, right? You can't speed it up. It'd be cool if you could do that. That's not where life is right
So
now.
for me, it's a negative, like doing that because I'll binge watch, right? Like if you go to movie theater, just watch one movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll binge watch all of Game of Thrones, all 8 seasons, like 6 days, right? So that's a problem for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have enough discipline to stop.
I know, and I actually tried to start Game of Thrones because of House of Dragons, and I just never could get into it. It's so time consuming. It was a huge fad back in the day, and like I never caught it back in the day, and like trying to catch it now is hard.
Yeah,
But I did watch some episodes. I do like how they went about the production and things like that.
yeah.
So I think it's a huge hit.
If only they'd have kept up for the last season.
Yeah, yeah. I heard they just kind of rushed it and then just
Yeah,
like wanted
yeah,
to get it over
yeah.
with.
So that season was so horrible. Yeah.
Oh
So
man.
have you watched in the season 2 of a House of Dragon?
No, I haven't seen
I,
any House of
I haven't.
Dragons.
Okay, I watched the
Yeah.
first season. I haven't watched the second season
What do you
yet.
think about it?
I liked it. I liked
You
it.
liked
Yeah,
it a lot?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you think I can watch House of Dragons before I watch?
Actually, you're supposed to, right? Because House of Dragons happened before Game of Thrones.
Oh, it did.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
excuse me.
Yeah, you're supposed to watch it before. As far as history and stuff, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, then maybe I'll take that approach.
Nice. So what is environmental science?
Environmental science is like, watershed monitoring, vibration monitoring, just understanding the sciences of the environment. It's self-explanatory, I feel like, but it goes deeper into like resources, how things are done, brownfields, just trying to do better for the greater good of the globe.
And so your parents came here. They went to New York City,
What do you mean?
like when they immigrated from Guyana. They went to New
Yeah,
York
so when
City.
my parents immigrated from Guyana, they came to New York.
You have to know why they picked that city.
I don't actually. I think it was because we had family here already potentially, and it was just like a lighter lift at the time. New
Okay.
York wasn't so expensive. It was still like kind of growing.
And what part of New York City?
I'm from Long Island, New York,
Okay.
Uniondale to be specific.
Okay. And that's where Hofstra University is, right?
Hofstra University is yeah in Uniondale, borderline like Garden City, kind of.
And so I know like Manhattan have all these neighborhoods in Manhattan, right? Is the same thing with Long Island? There's a lot of neighborhoods in Long Island.
So New York City itself has boroughs, 5 boroughs, and then Long Island has two towns, so Nassau County and Suffolk County.
Okay.
I'm from Nassau County, but Suffolk County is where the Hamptons is and all that stuff too.
And Long Island, isn't that where like Coney Island is at, where like people go to the beach at?
No, Coney Island's more towards the city.
Okay.
Long Island is where Long Beach is, Jones
Okay.
Beach is, Lido Beach is, things like that.
Okay. And then you were born and raised there?
I was born and raised, yeah,
Okay.
in Long Island, New York, to be specific.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because people will see me, and sometimes people have like negative connotations to brown people. But then when I open my mouth and I talk and I don't have an accent, but I look fully brown, they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh my God, like, who are you?"
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Oh, of course, New York City has all these like stereotypes, right? There's thousands of them. What are some things about New York City that people might not know that you want to talk about?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup is all one word. Right? If you look at somebody for too long in New York, they would want to fight you and square up. Um, if you want to get the attention of a New Yorker, all you got to say is "yer," right? And they'll respond to you with "yer," right? New York is home of really good bagels. I really love the bagels out there. The beaches are nice. Some Marriott things.
Is it true that even y'all's dollar slices of pizza are the best pizza in the world?
Oh my gosh. My when I went to New York, shout out my buddy Angel. He took me out to like the best pizza I've had ever. And it was a mom and pop shop that was back in the 1900s that was still standing. And when we were there, they only served whole pies. You couldn't even come in and buy a dollar slice. I think you could just buy a pie of plain regular cheese for like $20 and it changes your life. Like they really hit the core code on the sauce to cheese to crust ratio. It was amazing. I'm gonna find out the name of the spot again. I'll send it to you.
So I guess it's safe to say that with all the great pizza, if someone opened a pizza restaurant and they sucked, they would quickly get out of business.
I mean, pizza, it's hit or miss, right? But if you have a good like oven, I feel like you could make some magic happen. And there's a huge pizza spot that's called Cuts and Slices, and they do a huge variation of different level of pizza slices. Like there's an oxtail slice, there's a shrimp scampi slice. It's absolutely amazing.
So this is my pizza story. So I was in the military. We were stationed in Vicenza, Italy, right? And of course, all the Italian food, all the pizza, right? And our neighbors came to say, well, hey, said, hey, man, y'all go to this, you have to go to this pizza place. It's called Gazzo's. It's an hour and a half ride, right? You have to go, right? Okay, we'll go. And so, and they say, be prepared. It's be a long line, but trust me, it's worth their wait, right? So you're driving a half hour there. We get there, the line's out the door, right? It's like
That's how you know it's good.
it is like middle of July. It's like 92 degrees. Finally get in there. There's flies everywhere. It's hot as
Oh,
fuck. Like, man, I don't know about this, right? We're out here, right? We got there. I tell you, right? I will fly back right now to get that salty pizza. By far the best pizza I ever had.
that's what I'm saying. They're doing some magic in the kitchen
Yeah.
in the most dingiest spots. That's how you know in New York that you have a good Chinese food spot too, is that if it looks like a hole in the wall, then it probably has really good, kung pao chicken,
Yeah.
orange chicken, something.
So what got you interested in like talk about your startup journey? How do you get interested in doing startups?
Yeah, my startup journey is super unique. Back in 2019, I decided to start my first company. It's called Brand Resumes. And basically, it was just a resume writing company where we were helping job seekers with helping them do the resumes for them, the LinkedIn's for them, as well as cover letters. And then we had a service called resume distribution where we would snap of a finger send out your resume to the top 60 job boards, and then we had a service which was a little bit more high ticket where we would apply to jobs on your behalf, right? And that business was successful in my honest opinion. I helped scale it to $1.5 million in 3 years, but then we realized in a bootstrap company, money comes in, money goes out. Really, there's no scalability, there's no like true exit strategy, right? Um, and it's crazy because back in 2019 was when I completed my master's degree from Hofstra University in sustainability. And I was on Wall Street pitching green infrastructure mega development projects in gentrified areas. And I did that for about 3 months. And I ended up leaving to start my startup journey. I only did it because of the simple fact that before I was an environmental scientist for Delta LaGuardia Terminal C project. And basically, it was an $8 billion project. I was a vibration monitor. That's how I started. And then I became an environmental scientist level one, level two. And then the day I had to go defend my thesis, they basically let me go. I think because of the simple fact that my thesis had to do with jet fuel contamination. And I guess they didn't like that I was going to go to my university and defend a thesis on some data that was proven, and they clipped me. And then I ended up pretty depressed, and I ended up getting the internship on Wall Street. And Then 3 months later, my best friend from high school, he basically told me that he was launching a resume writing company. And this was before COVID. And I said, hey, that's a great idea. Lo and behold, COVID happened and the business just blew up because everybody was out of jobs and they needed resume services.
So talk about your experience walking on Wall Street real fast.
Wall Street was cool. Super busy.
Is
Uh,
the stereotype true? They work 20 hours a day, sniff cocaine all day long to keep their energy, you know?
I cannot deny. I
Deny,
cannot.
deny,
I
deny.
can't, I cannot. I can't say anything to that or the drugs, but I will say that if you can work in New York, you can survive in New York, you can go anywhere in the world and be good.
Nice. Um, so this might be something we disagree on, right? Like I hate cover letters, right? Like whenever I see a company say we don't want cover letters, I think the first thing I think is like this company stuck back in the 1980s. It's like, for me, it's like there's like you go on people somebody's LinkedIn, social media, those are the way to find information, right? From your point of view, is cover letters are still a needed thing in the job search market?
I think cover letters are showing to HR professionals how bad does the candidate really want the job.
I mean, he applied for it, right? I mean,
He applied for it, but so did 1,800 other people. But how many people submitted cover letters to show that they wanted it more than the next man?
so do you want, so what if a person applies for a job, finds your address, comes knocks on your door? Hey, HR person, I really want this job. That's at your house right now, knocking on your door.
Well, that's why you don't want to put your public information like addresses out there. And anytime I look at resumes and I see someone with their direct address, I'm like, are you crazy? Like,
Yeah,
why are you putting that on there? Because typically in this day and age, like resumes are now digital. So
yeah,
if they're digital, anyone can hack your data, right? Like there's a lot of cybersecurity companies out here for a reason.
yeah, yeah. I just hate cover letters. I just think it's,
I know, right? You're a stickler for cover letters.
yeah. You want to try something different?
I mean, I'll take one more glass of this.
Okay,
I like the Basil Hayden
okay,
Kentucky Straight Bourbon.
okay.
Yeah, it's nice.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. One thing I have too, that I have a theory too, like, I think if you give your resume to 25 people, you can get 25 different opinions, right? And only opinion that matters is the person hiring for the job, right?
Absolutely. The person hiring for the job, um, they're a very methodological person, right? Like they're looking into, okay, who is this person? They're looking at your LinkedIn, they're looking at who you are, they're looking at who do you know that they know. So they're looking at your track record, they're seeing your success, they're reading into your KPIs. It's a bunch of stuff. So like I think HR people in America have one of the hardest jobs right now, especially because of the fact that the unemployment rate has been continuously going up because there's just a huge disparity of there are more job seekers in the market than there are jobs available.
This is my thing. Like, I got out of the army in 2015, and this, my opinion, I think there's always been this disconnect, right? Like, come to say there's no talent out there. People say, no, we're here, don't give us a chance, right? Always say. And like, one person did a post on LinkedIn, he said, hey, I keep on getting these emails saying, give me a chance, right? But who, right? My last job I posted, I had 150 applicants, right? Like, who do I give a chance to, right? And like me right now for my company, Kevin's HR, I'm helping a candy store hire a store manager out of Fairfield, North Carolina, right? About 100 people have applied. 90 resumes have been fucking straight trash, right? Like, it's a store manager, has all the stuff in there. One guy applied, he's a forklift operator.
Yeah.
Like, can you like maybe say, hey, you manage something or like help me make the leap, right? Like one person applied and she was a fast food restaurant at Wendy's, but she did a resume. Like, okay, I can see the leap from fast food restaurant worker to manager the candy store, like the way you order, right? But some of these people, like, man, it's like people have failed you in your life, right? Like, it's like,
Transferable skills, right? I feel like, but also people that work on those technical, like those trade level jobs, a lot of them, if you go date it back, they never went to a college, right? Like right out of high school, if they finished high school, right, they got into a union and then they became an apprentice and then they became a journeyman. And, now they're just working a trade. I feel like at the end of the day, we're always going to need trade level jobs until the robots come.
yeah, yeah. But it's crazy. It's always this mix, right? Like people like I deserve a job, I can get one. It's like always been that disconnect. I don't know how we fix it, right?
How you fix it is technical assessments, right? Because one of the highest things on your bottom line is the employees that you have to pay. You know, as a startup founder, my biggest expense is my payroll because of the simple fact that we have mouths to feed. And if you don't have people that are working for you, then are you building a business?
Yeah.
Because you can go far, you can go fast by yourself, but you go farther with a team every day. But you have to be very strategic on who you hire. And if you hire a shitty person, for lack of better words, then now you wasted your time, and time is the only commodity that we all share, but it's not permanent, right?
Talk about this. I think a lot of small business owners or startup founders don't realize this, right? Like when you hire someone, you're just not hiring that person, right? You're actually hiring their family, right? Because you got to make sure you get enough business so that person pay a mortgage, feed their kids, right? And I think a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, when you make hires, like you're hiring the family. I like that you said that. I never really thought about it that way, but it's so true, right? Because if you fire somebody, you're firing their family, right? And severance is a huge thing. Um, People, they need to understand that from an employer side, employers need to care more about the people that work for them. And from a job seeker side, job seekers need to take their jobs more seriously.
Yeah.
Because right now, coming back to what I said before, the market is filled with high level professional people. It's just up to HR professionals to find them. And they need people like you, Jason, to help them do that at Cavness HR.
Yeah, thanks. So I have this theory, right? Tell me if you agree or disagree, right? Well, actually, let me go back to another question, right? So there's some people that be on LinkedIn, recruiters, whatever, they'll give us advice. Only apply the job you're qualified for, right? Qualified, right? If it says, master's degree, 20 years experience, blah, blah, only apply to those jobs. Other people would say, well, if you only have a bachelor's and 5 years experience, still apply, right? What's your take on that? Should people like apply to so-called stress jobs, or should they only apply like what they know they're qualified for?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a huge consolidation in this job board space. I think a month ago it was announced that Career Builder bought Monster, which is a huge move. At the end of the day, I feel like these HR professionals, they need to be able to understand like who's out there, who's available. I don't like quick applies. I think quick applies are a waste of time. And to come back to your question, I feel like it doesn't hurt to throw your hat in the ring because you never know. You never really know. There's a lot of people like, for instance, when we were at at the Come Up Series event just now, the guy from NVIDIA was a chemical engineer, and now he's one of the smartest people at NVIDIA. So if he never took the risk to apply himself to something else, he never would have gotten, the job at Microsoft and then poached by NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's a damn good point. Yeah.
And then people are so afraid of putting their hats in the ring that what else are you doing? Are you watching Netflix? Are you doing this? Like, if you're an active job seeker listening to this and you're not applying to 100 jobs minimum every 3 days, then you don't want your job as bad as you say you do.
So with that, some people call that spray and play, right? And some people said not to do that.
You need to be very strategic on how you apply to jobs. Like I said, I don't like the quick apply jobs because it's just parsing your data, running it through the applicant tracking software system, trying to see, does it fit, does it not? And then most of the time, if you don't have the qualities that the ATS system is programmed for, you're getting that automatic, oh, hey, we took a look at your application, but you don't fit the criteria. We decided to move on with somebody else. And then you lost your opportunity and you wasted your time.
Yeah.
Like I said, coming back to all of this in the job seeking process is like time. Like the more time that you're out of a job, you're not getting paid, right? But the more time that you put in to go and get the job, you're increasing the likelihood of you actually being employed. The overall goal is so you're employed for your family. You're employed for yourself. You can afford a roof over your head, right? The government isn't going to come out and bail you. I think universal basic income will come when the robots come, though.
Yeah, we're definitely talking about that. I've heard this. Is this true? Like for I've always said every $10,000 salary you want is the month of the job search. Like, you won't get paid $1,000 is a 10-month job search. Have you heard that? Is that true?
No, I didn't never heard of that.
Okay, I've heard that several times.
Well, who told you that?
I don't remember. Yeah,
Okay, I like that.
yeah. I remember hearing it somewhere. Um, so you think UBI is on the way?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think it's a good thing or bad thing?
Universal basic income. If you look at other countries like Germany, Germany doesn't have a crazy homeless population because they have some form of UBI. They give you housing if you're homeless, right? There's no homeless people really on the street. If you are on the street, you're choosing to do that, but the government incentivizes you by giving you things. I think universal basic income will happen because the bots will be able to do everything for you. So like the government is going to need to pay people to continue to grow the population. Right now, the biggest problem in the world is not climate change, but it's population decline. But
Yeah,
nobody wants to talk about
yeah. I
that.
know. I know that's the big problem. I think Japan. I think that's a big problem in Japan.
That's why they changed the rules of, oh, you can't have like 2.5 kids.
Yeah,
Now there's no cap on it, I believe.
yeah. I know some people would say like it's a bad thing because people won't have any like motivation to do better or that'll die. Other people say no, it's a good thing because then you can actually do what you want to do. Like you can go be a poet, be an artist, travel the world, right?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, when potentially the AI catches up to like human AI, right? Um, I feel like the jobs that are going to be needed are going to be more for prompt engineering and just higher level jobs where the people that went to basic universities or didn't even go to college and things like that, they're going to be severely displaced, but you're going to need to keep, the population at a certain kind of threshold or else like there's not going to be a need for all these businesses and services, right?
Yeah.
Like Apple is only as good as the amount of people in this world that buy the products. So is Tesla, so is Nvidia, right?
Yeah, I had a guy on the podcast maybe a month ago, named Ken. He's a big AI person. He said what people don't realize is that AI is actually going to like disrupt the junior software developer job market, right?
I think the way that they're building AI is that they want AI to work with AI, right? At the Come Up Series event, they were talking about world large language models. And that was the first time I heard about it, but like just from that concept, it's understandable. Like eventually, after all of these different LLMs are being built off of learning continuous information, it's going to run out. So then where does it go from there? Right?
So do you trust AI? Are you like bullish in the future? Are you positive about it?
The way I look at it is that we live in the same planet. We're all in the same planet. The way that AI is going and the revenue and the margins, it's just too sexy to ignore. And it's definitely cost cutting. I'm just more concerned about the data privacy, especially when it comes to the energy consumption and the overall planet. Like, in order to get AI, you need chips. In order to get chips, you need materials. In order to get materials, you need to mine. If you're mining, the people that are mining, what kind of work life balance do they have? What kind of environment are you putting them in? Are their lives in danger? Is there a huge genocide from, all these big tech companies that they're ignoring until a Netflix documentary drops and then now we know, but these companies already walked away with the bag?
Yeah, you're talking about like child labor and stuff, the
Child labor.
cobalt stuff, and
Exactly.
stuff, and like
Yep.
mines of Africa and stuff. You
Mm-hmm.
always see
Mm-hmm.
like this is a price to be paid, right? This cell phone, you know probably made by child labor. If we're being honest.
Absolutely. And the same cell phone has been recycled.
Yeah,
So once you do the child labor once, the phone is in a life cycle of continuously being used. So like, yes, the way I see it is that okay, unfortunately that was in the past of child labor and all that stuff, right? But now that we do have the product, can we continuously recycle it so we never need to go back and cause the child labor?
yeah,
But who's really thinking
no one
outside the
is,
box at this
no
level?
one is, and like and why like I get a iPhone upgrade every year. Is that the best thing for our environment? Probably not, right?
No, but Apple is one of the only companies that's reaching the sustainable development goals of becoming
Are they like,
carbon neutral
yeah. That's true. Yeah.
because they're so flooded with cash. They're one of the most richest companies in the
Are
world.
they like I'll make this up, of course, but I think if you like rank all the GDPs, all countries, they'd be like number 21 or 20 as far as country GDP.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely astronomical about how much money is being piled into all of these different companies, especially tech companies. But then if you look at it under a microscope, a lot of these tech companies, they have CEOs and C-suite individuals that are Indian. So a lot of people are going to go back to India. India just had the largest population crossover. So now a lot of people are going to India because India is going to be the next emerging market.
Yeah.
But nobody is talking about that
No.
until it happens. But luckily, you watch Jason Kavanagh's podcast,
And you know.
and you know.
Yeah, definitely. So this is my theory, right? Tell me you agree or disagree, right? This is through my own experience in the military, post-army job, doing startups. I'm a firm believer that there's 20% of us who are like, try to add value, try to do things better, try to innovate, try to help the people around us get better, like try to constantly improve stuff, right? The other 80%, not so much, right? But they're like,
Yeah,
I'm happy with my 9 to 5 job. If the job says do ABC, I'm only do AB. I might do C,
right. It's the way I look at it is because, I have to hire employees and things like that. It's like the whole carrot approach, right? Like you put something in front of somebody's face and like tell them, hey, if you do XYZ, you can get this carrot, right? But the carrot's on a string and it's in front of them and you're on a treadmill. So you're always walking trying to get the carrot. But do you ever get the carrot? Sometimes you don't,
Mhm.
right? Sometimes, the treadmill breaks and you get the carrot. But in order to cause the treadmill to break, somebody has to buy the building and
Yeah,
shut the electricity off.
that's very true. That's a good way to think about that. Yeah. Um, what do you think the future of hiring is going to be?
Ooh, the future of hiring, I feel like it's going to have to be a different level of landscape based off of the next generation. Right now, the next generation are looking at screens, right? Like, at the end of the day, short form content is going to create the next hiring boom. Videos, swiping, like understanding who this person is by looking at their actual skills in real time. So you don't have to take the gamble on, hey, can this person actually do this? Do I need to teach them while they're on the job? I mean, every job, once you have the basic skills, you basically have to demonstrate that you're a sponge and you can learn. Once you're being able to be coachable, then you can go into any job and crush it. But you have to have the track record. You also have to have the type of certifications. You also have to have the type of licenses. You also have to have the type of, degree to go and get it. So the future of the hiring, I feel like is going to have to be relied on job boards. I think job boards are going to need to get consolidated because there's just so many of them out there. But also what job boards are making a significant impact and really caring about the candidates. Because job boards are really only in the business of their employers, because the employers are paying the job boards to host their job postings. And then the job boards are just aggregating the candidates for the job, the employer to basically make the hire. Um, where we come in at my company, Rightsy, is that we offer a free resume review to every job seeker that's coming into the funnel to basically let them know, hey, based off of the structure of your resume, it's whack.
Does a person do that or AI is doing that?
It's a AI.
Okay.
Yeah, it's our own proprietary technology AI that's basically through APIs. You go to the job board. You basically say, hey, or any type of market. Like if you're aggregating job seekers, then definitely hit me up if you're watching this because we can do business. And the reason why we're so successful is because we take pride in adding value before revenue. If we're able to help the job seeker get the job faster, the employers are happier and they're willing to pay the job board more. The job board is happy, then they'll continue to do business with us. Our mission is to help a billion job seekers by 2030.
And how do you measure that?
Right now, we've already helped out 1.8 million.
But how do you know you help them? Like they give you feedback? Or how do you like actually
We
measure,
take
like,
CSAT scores
Okay.
for every single free resume review that we do.
Okay.
And we're average about a 4.5 star out of 5.
Okay. So this is one of my pet peeves, right? You have these companies out there now, and they were like, no one's loyal now. No one wants to work over 2 years. And I think, didn't you just cancel your fucking 401k plan? Like, didn't you just like lay off 10% of your workforce and the CEO got a $20 million raise? Like, are you fucking kidding me right now, right? And then stats show, like, once again, I can make this up, but I think stats show, like, if you stay at a job more than 2 years, you actually lose salary, right?
You're losing value.
So you're fucking stupid to say 2 years.
I mean, honestly, like these employers are doing a good job of hiring loyal people. Like on an employer standpoint, you want to hire loyal people that will stay with you for 10, 15, 20 years, right?
Yeah, but I think where they fuck up is like suppose you hire me at your company, right? To do, we'll say marketing, right? And I'll make this up. You hire me at 80,000 a year. Because that's the market right now, 80,000.
Well, you're worth more than that.
Yeah. I'll give you a discount.
Thanks.
And then like a year later, you hire another marketing person. The market then is like 120. But you don't give me a fucking raise. You keep me at 80,000. But the new person is 120. I'm gonna find out somehow that you get this something from 120. I'm gonna leave, right?
Right.
But how come companies aren't smart enough like give pay raises based on labor market? You think?
I wish that was the case. I really do.
I don't know. I don't understand why they do.
I really do wish that was the case. I think that after they bring you in for so cheap, that person that came in for 120 probably negotiated for higher, right? Honestly, 90% of people, statistics shows that they don't negotiate their salary, right? And that's why within my AI Career Mobility suite, we have a salary negotiation and benefits feature where you upload your offer letter in and we instantly create you the salary negotiation email to send back to that hiring manager to even start the conversation.
Let's talk about this gender pay gap real fast, right? And so I know stats out there that'll show like if Mary and Bob both get hired for the same job, they both get offered 70,000. 9% of the time, Mary's going to say, thank you very much, and stays there. 9% of the time, Bob's going to say, hey, guy, I'm worth more than this. And they give Bob 95. And the next year, they both do a great job. They both get a 5% raise. Obviously, 5% is more for Bob than,
Right.
And then I think, too, another thing I think is true, like, suppose Mary and Bob working through the year, Bob will say, hey, boss, I've been here 6 months. I've been on time every day. I need a raise. They might give it to him, right?
Right.
Or Mary, in the 6 months, she closed a $150 million deal, increased all these metrics, right? And they'll say, hey, ask for a raise. I'm just doing my job, right? Like, how do you, like...
I think it's about education, right? It's the lack of education. So Bob probably, worked another job where he learned a lesson because he was undervalued. And now he'll never be undervalued again because he won't take shit from anybody.
Yeah.
Mary, on the other hand, has always been, driven all over her whole life. So she doesn't care. She just wants a job so she can feed her 2 kids.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day that men will always be hunters and gatherers. And I think women will always just want, like, that's what society puts us in, right?
Yeah.
But now in this modern era, women can also go and hunt and gather too, right? And I think in the tech space, women will come out on top more than men. Just because women understand empathy. They don't let their egos get ahead of themselves. I think some of the top CEOs, that are women are crushing it. But at the same token, they always will get overlooked because in corporate America, it's dominated by men.
Yeah.
What will shift that paradigm? Maybe if Kamala Harris gets elected as president, right? We may be seeing a crazy shift in the paradigm, right? I really don't know.
Yeah. I know there's one startup that their solution was to not negotiate any salaries at all. So I don't know if I agree with that, so no one can negotiate.
I always say that you should negotiate. What's the worst that I think that can happen is they rescind the offer. But then if they rescind the offer,
that's not gonna happen.
Then they already spent so much time looking at you saying that you're the great pick.
Yeah.
That if you go and negotiate, and you ask for too much, then the worst that they'll say is no.
Yeah.
And then you'll be like, all right, I take it back. I'll meet you in the middle or something. Right.
Yeah.
But do you want to work for an employer that doesn't want you to negotiate your salary? Do you want to work for someone that just wants you to slave every day
Yeah.
and not like award you for your hard work?
Yeah.
No. I manage a sales team of 5 people and they love me because like I actually listen to them and I care about them. I'm not an asshole boss, even though assholes do survive in America, but like not everybody needs to be an asshole. And I feel like, you know, from the upbringings that I came through and just seeing how assholes operate in corporate America, it's like, I don't even want to do that
Yeah.
morally. I want to be the bigger person. I care about the environment. I care about people, but I also care about the company.
Yeah.
But a lot of these CEOs, they've grown the company so much that they have to report to their investors that are breathing down their neck for a 10x, 70x return. And it's stressful. It really is. It's depressing. It's depressing, to be honest.
Let me ask you this, right? And I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, especially HR people, right? So a lot of HR people, they'll tell you, like, if you're like a minority, like they don't say whitewash your resume, but like don't let them know you're a minority, right? Like don't you picture on there, like, because their thing is like if the person's hiring, if they're racist and they find out that you're like, you're Hispanic, they're gonna hire you, right? But my thing is, my counter argument is like, let everyone know who you are, right? Whether you're black, brown, whatever you are, because like this thing, like, suppose I'm white, I'm hiring, right?
Right.
And you whitewash all your stuff, right? And you come to an in-person interview, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I hate Hispanics, but he made it this far, I'm gonna hire him, right?
Right.
I'm still a fucking racist. I'm still gonna say I'm not gonna hire you. I'm not gonna tell it aloud, right? So why waste all your time during the process, right? Just like say you are like you're Hispanic or black, whatever the case be. So if somebody is a racist, they don't bring you on. You don't waste your time.
I mean, like, would you want to even work in general for a racist person? Right? No. The
No.
answer is no. Sometimes the money is so good that you're like, fuck it, I'll work for a racist person because the money is good.
Yeah.
And that sometimes is what corporate America is. Like, we just had this whole tech conference and it was filled with people of color. You were one of the only white people there, Jason. But I love the fact that you were there because you understood the mission and you saw how big this
I know you're saying.
you know what I'm saying, right? Like it's bigger than us. It's the next generation that we're trying to uplift, right? And especially in the tech space, startups included, I think that it's going to be a huge shift in rotation of generational wealth moving forward because the simple fact that this country is ruled by immigrants.
Yeah.
Whether you want to accept it or not,
yeah.
this country has been ruled by immigrants. It's been the backbone and building of immigrants. So it's about time that the immigrants and people of color came back and get the reparations. And I'm not mad about that because I'm a product of it.
Yeah. There's a crazy question for you. I asked on the podcast for different people, right? So back to AI, right? Let's suppose in the future you have to have either like brain surgery or heart surgery, right? Do you want a human doctor or AI doing it?
So I rather AI do it because I'm a factual numbers level driven person, right? And if I'm looking at the data, the person, maybe they have a bad day. Maybe they wake up late. Or maybe their wife,
or maybe they finish last in a class and they have 2 malpractice suits against them.
Exactly, right? You never know. But with the robot, I'm looking at the programming, I'm looking at the language, I'm running cases, I'm running A/B testing, I'm running projections, I'm putting it through a simulation, I'm forecasting it, I'm doing all these tests, and it's provenly backed by science.
Yeah.
The person is going to be way more risky versus the AI bot. And that's how I feel. And that's why biotech, healthcare, renewable energies is going to be the future in the next 3 years, to be honest.
Do you think there's any job that's safe from AI?
No job is safe from AI.
Even like artists and creatives and
no job is safe from AI.
Okay.
But artists and creatives will always have the upper advantage because at the end of the day, we're humans. And there will always be humans that create these AIs and things like that. Until 100, 200 years from now, there's something that happens to the planet where there's only robots, right? There's a human flesh-eating disease that's out there, and then now this world is populated by bots.
Yeah, that's Joe Rogan's theory that we're the last generation of actually humans. The next generation will be like Neuralink and robotic arms and AI, all that kind of stuff.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, right? I would honestly not even be surprised if they came out with some technology that could take our consciousness from an astro plane and send us in different timelines.
What, is there any tech out there that excites you right now?
Is there any what?
Tech out there that excites you? Any future tech or current tech that excites you?
Future tech or current tech that excites me? I would just say the robo taxi from Tesla. I do like Waymo as well. Waymo is the only thing that I can see actually like in person that is actually like tangible. So when I was out in Arizona, like I think 2 months ago, I got a Waymo and I jumped in and there was a bunch of construction on the road, but it saw it and it knew exactly what to do. And I was like, it made me more bullish on my Tesla thesis that when the robo taxi stuff comes out, it's gonna be game over.
Do you think the future is gonna be where like kids that won't even get driver's license?
I mean, honestly, your kids will need to get driver's license as a safety precaution in case these, there happens to be a malfunction in the taxi or robo taxi or Waymo that you're in, that you're going to need to step up. Because if you're not able to drive in like severe, harsh conditions, then your life is on the line.
So does the name Right C mean anything, or is it just a random name?
So when we came up with the name Rightsy, it was like a sea of writers because originally when we were going to market, we were going to sell the software to the resume writing industry and writing in general. But then we realized that the customer cost of acquisition was one way too time consuming. And then for only, $100 a month to $300 a month, was it really worth it? And then we pivoted into the enterprise job board space and never looked back.
So when someone applies to a job, there's all these job boards like there's ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Career Builder, on and on and on, right? LinkedIn.
So you just listed tier one job boards,
Okay.
right? But in the job board space, there's tier one job boards like those, but then there are tier twos, and then there's tier threes, and then there's tier fours, right? As you continue to go down the tiers, that goes more niche based. For instance, a company like what's a startup job board? For instance, Wellfound, right? Wellfound is specifically for technology and startups. People that go to Wellfound specifically want technology and startups, but the professionals that are in Wellfound are people that are in software, right? So now you have a job board that's high quality people that want specific high quality jobs that is where all the money is flowing to in America. Then of course Wellfound's going to continue to thrive as a job board because it has high demand, it's having great returns, the employers are happy because they're getting their jobs filled, so on and so forth.
So how does a person look for a job decide what job board to put out their resume on?
I would say if you're looking for a job in 2024, whenever you're watching this video, I would definitely hit OpenAI, ChatGPT, Llama 3, Cloud, Perplexity, whatever you want to look at. Type in all of your, information and then ask it what kind of jobs do I suit for? Or you can hit me up and I can give you access to my AI career mobility suite where we have our own AI agent that you can upload your resume to and ask it, hey, based off of this, what are my skill gaps? Or based off of this, where should I go?
And how long has Right C been around?
Yeah, Right CU has been around since 2021.
Okay.
And we made the pivot after like 8 months in the business to the job board space. And the goal is fail fast and learn slow.
And all the well, first of all, like you have four co-founders, which everyone says never do, right? So you talk about why y'all decided four co-founders. How's that working out for y'all?
I would say like technical expertise for sure. And then also like the leadership team. For Rightsy, we took the team that was from Brand Resumes because we were able to scale that company to $1.5 million in 3 years with less than $1,000 investment, right? Um, Loyalty goes a long way in business. And if you're with the right people, then you'll go far, right? So Noelle, who's my VP of Ops and HR, she was absolutely crushing it at Brand Resumes, and she started as a resume writer for us, and she worked her way up. Now she has a family, she has kids, and she's set, right? Hansla, he was in Pakistan, and we found him off of a third party working site and he was building it for us and then he was able to come to the university of Connecticut, New Haven, and then get his CS masters. Brandon has been my best friend since high school, so I always knew that he had an entrepreneurial mindset because he had other companies before that like failed unfortunately, but I knew that he was always a good business guy. Leander came from Adobe, and he's always been rocking with us from Brand Resumes because he had a competing business called Spark Your Resume, which was a resume writing company. But he realized that he can leverage his marketing skills and help us grow instead of just doing it on his own. And then myself, I come from a sustainability background, but also because I was working at Brand Resumes and helped it scale to $1.5 million in sales, I then became an expert in sales. And then I was a part of Google for Startup Sales Academy, and then that just sent me through the roof in enterprise sales.
I always heard that's like a great program, the Google Sales Academy. Is that really that good?
Google for Startup Sales Academy.
Yeah.
I can give you an intro.
Okay, I always heard that's really good. Um, so when you started White Sea, I'm sure someone told y'all, hey, there's a million people doing this. What the fuck are you doing, right? You're wasting
Yeah.
your time. Do start something else. Like, what made you like, oh no, we can do it better?
Let's pour up again.
Okay.
Um, let's see. I want to do this one.
Okay.
Hmm. So, could you repeat your question for me, please? I'm sorry.
Okay. Like when you started the company, there's, slight exaggeration. There's a million people doing the same thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm sure people had to tell y'all, what the fuck y'all doing, right?
Right.
You're wasting your time. It's too competitive. What made y'all like stubborn enough or visionary enough to like, no, we can do it better?
Because we understood that there was a gap in the market. And one thing I didn't mention on this is that all my technology is white labeled, meaning that you can launch my software for any type of business and nobody knows that it's my software running the company. For instance, if we did a partnership with Cavness HR, it would just say Cavness HR, but it would be my technology on the
Okay.
back end.
Okay.
So that was the competitive advantage because all these other companies, they didn't have any white label capabilities because Brandon came from PwC and he learned about white labeling from the jump. So he just came in and dropped all his knowledge on PwC with us. And then I came from a sustainability background. So like I understood like what it would be like to scale this company, but also care about the people and the mission of as long as we continue to help people, we'll always be in business.
All right. So I'm gonna do something a little different right here now. So I have to take a piss, right? I'm gonna ask you a question. Hopefully it'll take you long enough for me to take a piss and answer the question, right? So my question is, can you talk about the business model, right? See, like how you came to the business model, how you came to the pricing model, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Sounds good. Do we answer it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the business model and the pricing model of RightC. So originally, when we were doing RightC, basically it was to go to market for the resume writing industry and the writing industry in general. And then, like I said, the customer cost of acquisition was too much, and there just wasn't enough ICPs. ICP means ideal customer profiles that could afford our services. What we ended up doing was pivoting with our AI resume review to the job board space because with AI, it was pennies on the dollar to create those resume reviews. And then what we did was a rev share between us and the job board. The reason why we did the rev share between us and the job board is to incentivize the job board to send us traffic our way. What that did was it created a zero cost customer acquisition. And then whenever somebody converted, we would just send the job board a check at the end of the month, whether it was net 30, net 60, net 90, whatever. Now, at the same token, we have had dynamic pricing, meaning that we're partnered right now with 26 other job boards, but with a snap of a finger, I can change the prices of resume writing services per job board. And that's what makes our business super sexy is that the simple fact that we're able to have dynamic pricing, we're able to change the descriptions, we're able to change the product offering. And the products that we offer when we partner with job boards is having the ability to work with a resume writer to do your resume, having the ability to get your LinkedIn professionally optimized, have the ability to have your cover letter written, having the ability to have us apply to 100 jobs on your behalf. So we do that across all these job board partners that we have, and we're very flexible with the prices that we have because of the simple fact that we're international. So we're partnered with companies in the UAE, we're partnered with companies, in England and things like that, in London and things like that. We're partnered with companies that are in Africa. Africa currency is super, different than US currency, but we have dynamic pricing. So we were very strategic, and shout out to my CTO Hansla because he was very strategic on how he created and built the tech stack to be so versatile.
Cheers once again.
Cheers.
So, what does it mean to have your LinkedIn profile optimized?
Oh, I like that.
This is my favorite.
Oh, you should have led with that. That's nice. Um, wow. What does it mean to get your LinkedIn professionally optimized? Okay, so when it comes to LinkedIn, LinkedIn takes privacy very seriously. So if you're in another country and you're logging into somebody else's LinkedIn and you don't have a VPN, they'll know that you're doing that, and LinkedIn will suspend your account, or they'll say, "Hey, we have a verification process. Submit your, state ID, submit your passport, what's your confirmation email, things like that." So when it comes to a LinkedIn optimization, what we do is we give you a PDF document of your LinkedIn, and all you got to do is simply copy and paste the information verbatim into your account. So when you're looking at a LinkedIn, you're looking at a few different things, right? The first thing that comes to people's minds is their headshots, right?
Or lack of.
Or lack of headshots. Um, you never want to do a selfie as a headshot. You always want to have like a professional background drop, of course. You always want to wear something professional as well. And then you also want to change up your LinkedIn banner to be, if you're an entrepreneur, more entrepreneurial based on your company. If you're a job seeker, maybe you want it to be like a word web of transferable skills or things that you're good at. If you're already in a job, maybe you want to leverage the company logo that you're already at. So the list goes on and on, but also it goes down to your job title, right? Now, when it comes to the job titles on LinkedIn, it's SEO optimization. And people that are on LinkedIn Recruiter can just pull up job titles and just search up job titles and you pop up. So you want to make sure that you have the highest hitting SEO job titles in your LinkedIn profile. But then it also goes into your bio, because there's two ways someone can reach out to you, either whether it's on LinkedIn DM or it's rather on email. But if somebody is really serious in you, they'll reach out to you via email. So it's important that when you're creating your LinkedIn bio, that you say who you are as a professional, what it is that you're looking for, how many years that you've been in the business, and an easy way for someone to reach out to you via email.
And how often should people update their LinkedIn profile? Once a year, whenever they change jobs?
I would always say 6 to 12 months,
Okay.
because the simple fact that, like what you said earlier about 2 years, right? If you're 2 years in a job and you're not making more, then leave, to be honest. If you're 2 years in a job and you're not making more money, leave. If there is no vested stock options, if there is no RSUs signed on a professional document, leave. If you're at a company right now and you're crossing your 2 year mark, I encourage you, if you're looking at this video, to go to your manager and say, "Hey, I would like a employee vested stock option pool." If you don't have that as an employer to your employees, do you really care about the people that you're working with? If they're coming in, day out, giving their blood, sweat, energy, and tears and time to the company, and you're not awarding them with a slice of the pie, do you really care about your people?
That's another thing that kills me too. Like you see all the time on different social media sites. Bob Jones owns a construction company. He'll be complaining, "My employees are not vested. They don't care about the company as much as I can." Bob, do they have a percent of your company? Bob, like, do they own the company? Then shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Like Bob has been so egotistical. Bob has been so greedy, and gluttony is a thing in America where people that grow up from shitty upbringings, they forget what morals and ethics are and caring about the people that are right next to them until they leave you.
Yeah.
But my dad always said, and my mom always said, you never miss the well until the water runs dry.
Yeah. Yeah. Like how many people have had like person they work for them and they quit for the reason, and after the person quits, they're like, "How come this isn't being done? Bob did it," or "How come Bob did it?" Like you don't realize what Bob does until Bob leaves, right?
Exactly. You don't realize until something is like the way it is until the person that was running it leaves, right?
Yeah.
Because then now all that work is on your plate and you're like, holy shit, I didn't know that this person was looking at data. I didn't know that they were being proactive. I didn't know that they were managing this team. I didn't know that they were running weekly reports. I don't know if they were running statistical analysis.
Exactly.
I don't know if they were understanding competitive analysis. I didn't know XYZ, because that person never spoke up, because they were never fully fairly compensated.
Yeah.
So that took that person to the edge, and then they left. So the chances of you getting that person back that has been bottled up is 0 to none, because they were fed up.
So here's a funny story. I was a captain Army. I was stationed in Korea, right? And so I had a new job in 2IDG. Well, basically our job was like, whenever someone came to 2ID, 2ID is like division, like maybe 20,000 soldiers. Everyone that came, it was our job to put them in their new job, right? We assigned people to different places, right? And so there's a PFC Danny Kang, right? And I would walk by, he would be on the computer. I see the scene screen all the time. I was maybe once like, I'm talking about, what the fuck does this guy do, right? The same computer screen. He's like, I don't see him doing anything, right? So one time we had a meeting with like me, my people like below me, where I said, hey, I don't know, I have no idea what fucking Danny Kang does. He's wasting space. We got rid of him. All of them, like, there's like my one officer, my lieutenant, the E7, like three people, they said at the same time, sir, do you want, but if you get rid of Danny Kang, we're all getting fired. Say less.
Say less.
This guy fucking promoted. And then I learned what he did, right? Which I said in the first place, like, oh shit, he did all the background stuff, all the research, all the data metric. Oh shit. And then after that, the joke was, if Danny can't do it, no one can.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're an employer in a startup, like if you're a startup founder and you're not documenting your process to pass it on to somebody that can replicate you, if I go and kill you the next day, your company is dead.
Yeah. That's a great point. So, Right C was it started in New York City?
Yep.
And y'all moved to Tulsa?
Yep.
And that's because the Tulsa has this like startup incubator incentive program, right?
Yeah.
Talk about that.
So yeah, absolutely. So shout out to Tulsa, Oklahoma, because they were just named an official U.S. tech hub of the United States. So they're one of many, but they're not that many tech hubs officially. Like a Seattle, right? Like we're on the same level kind of as Seattle, but it's just a lower cost of living. Less people are there, but it's growing. And me, from a sustainability mindset, understanding green infrastructure and mega development projects, I looked at the schematics and the blueprints of what's truly going on in Tulsa. And in the next 10 years, you're not going to be able to go buy a house for $350,000. So the reason why we moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma is because we closed in a $2.5 million pre-seed round. Originally, we were raising $2 million, and then when the SoftBank crisis happened, we were able to lock in another $500K. When that happened, it was all right, like we're really serious about this shit. Like all eggs are in all these baskets. Let's put them all into one basket, which is Rightsy, and let's go balls to the wall and go absolutely nuts. And that's what we've been doing. We moved out our whole team and headquartered in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. We plan to stay in Tulsa for a very long time.
So, folk co-founders, are any of y'all married with family?
Yeah, shout out to my co-founder Hansla. He just got married in Pakistan. I actually went out there in November, and it was a beautiful wedding.
I was about to ask, was it hard, like convincing family members to go from New York City to Tulsa?
Honestly, we're all young guys. I'm only 28 years old. We're all actually on the same level of age, except like Noelle, she's a little bit, more mature, and then Leander's a little bit young. But
y'all came from New York City?
No, Noelle came from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Leander,
it's a pretty big city, though.
Yes, absolutely. And then Leander came from Atlanta. And then me and Brandon came from New York, and then Hansla came from Pakistan.
Have you ever watched the show called Tulsa King?
Yes, I actually heard about it.
Was it a culture shock like that?
It was like a culture shock like that. Like I always joke around and say I went from the city that doesn't sleep to the city that's sleeping, which is hilarious. Because when I'm in Tulsa, I walk on my New York speed. And it's like people are like, "Why are you jogging?" I'm like, "Yo, I'm walking, bro."
What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
it'll be there.
It'll be there. Yeah, exactly.
Slow down.
Yeah, we're based out of the city hall right now.
They give you like co-working space?
Yeah, we're in the 36 Degrees incubator program. Okay. So there's a bunch of other startups that are part of 36 Degrees, and we're about to
What all do y'all get from moving to Tulsa?
So when we moved out there because one of our VCs, Atento Capital, was able to co-lead our round. The leader of our round was Collab Capital. And all of our investors are people of color, which I truly absolutely love. When we moved out to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Atento Capital was, telling us, like, co-leading the round. In order to close our round, we had to really lock in Atento. Mm-hmm. Like we were going to have like 1.5 million or 1 million, but in order to truly have run rate and like really healthy, like, a good healthy burn rate, like we needed to really lock in all this capital or else we wouldn't be here where we're at today, especially with inflation and all these
Yeah.
other macroeconomic things that are happening. I'm happy that we raised this 2.5 because if we raised the 1, we probably wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And a lot of companies, they die, especially when it comes to minority founders. And people will be very quick to say, hey, this is why we don't give people of color money because they fail. You give them money, you
You
fail.
don't give them enough.
You don't give them enough. About 0.5%, 0.5% of funding goes to people of color. The rest, come on.
To me, what's crazy is like stats everywhere show that the more diverse a founder team is, the more likely they'll succeed, but they never get funding. It's like an oxymoron, right?
So you're telling me I got to bootstrap for the rest of my life?
Seems fucking insane.
I can't afford a living.
One thing that kills me too, like people always say, like family or friends rounds, right?
Family and friends rounds is considered pre-seed.
Yeah, but for me, like I am the fucking family or friends for my family, right? I have no one to ask.
Absolutely.
You don't have anyone to ask, right?
Absolutely.
No one has like someone. Hey, Uncle Rich Bob Jones. Oh no,
Excuse me.
you need $300,000.
Nobody has the capital to just give out like that. A lot of people, they have loans, they have mortgages to pay. There's a lot of things where people are not financially secure where they're able to do that. So like me raising my round for family and friends, I went to my parents and they just didn't invest.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I went to my sisters, they didn't invest in my company. Um and now that we closed the round and now we're about to close on a seed round, it's already too late. And I feel very shitty because I wish I could have
Because you didn't
done
get
that.
yeah, because they had the opportunity to like make a lot of money in the future.
It's crazy because one of my investors, I told them that my parents wasn't in the round, and he said, "Bro, you're the founder, you're the co-founder of the company. Fuck all that. Like, go get your family in the round.
Yeah.
Forget about your CEO. Forget about anyone that's telling you they can't do it. Just go and do it." And I wish I took that advice.
So how would you have done that though?
I don't know, but if there's a will, there's a way.
Okay.
There's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. That's really good. Yeah.
This is amazing.
So here's a question for you. So on the one hand, people will give you advice like, don't ask for too much money, right? Like, ask for like a low amount of money, keep your valuation low, only raise the money that you need. It makes me your milestones right for next year. But all the stats say the more money you raise, the more likely you get the next round. So example, if one company raises 2 million, one raises $500,000, that show the company that raises $2 million is going to raise the next round. So how do you balance that, you think?
Yeah, it all depends on like the product, the leadership, and where you're raising it around at. Like I didn't realize it until my mentor Mark Monroe pointed it out that like, hey, you can go raise a $2 million round in New York, coming out of New York, but that same $2 million valuation like that you're raising, you could easily go and raise $5 million in Seattle.
Yeah.
Because it's close to Cali and because Seattle is just more, it has just more shit going on. Like I just took a walk last night and I passed by Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla. Like all these companies are here in Tulsa. I'm not getting that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I always said that there needs to be a Series C company, a Series B company in Tulsa to show that companies can survive out here. But if you're only a pre-seed and seed company and then dying out, no one's gonna go there.
Yeah.
You have to show a proven track record of success. And I feel like a lot of these VCs, they need more people in power that have a proven track record of exits. A lot of VCs there are under the pressure of their general partners, their GPs to produce a return, their LPs to produce a return. But at the end of the day, if you don't have people in power that have a track record of producing returns, are you really going to get a return?
Yeah.
No, it's a gamble at that point. Yeah. It's like me going into the stock market saying, hey, Tesla is going to be $1,000 stock in 2026. I'm putting all my money into these option leaps. And then boom.
Yeah.
But there's no thesis, there's no defense, there's no research that's behind it. It's just a win.
Yeah, we talked earlier about some of my criticism of the Seattle startup, like VCs here. So here's another story, right? I wanted the VCs, I wanted the big VCs here, right? And so a friend of mine, Army Air Force veteran, right? He had built some kind of cybersecurity company, right? I'm like really like detailed, like nerding out on cybersecurity, right? So he went to this VC firm trying to get funding, and they said, "Well, you have a great company, but you already invested in something like this earlier, right? So we're not going to invest in this again, right?" maybe 4 months later, they invest in the same type of company, right? Basically, same type of company. And he said, like, what's going on? Oh, well, we've invested this founder before. We don't know you, right? And then this guy, Michael Fraser, 6 months later, he got acquired by the big company in Germany, and now he's a VP of this company. So he made all this money.
Damn.
I'm like, damn, you have to go to fucking Germany to get a fucking get.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you're in a position, like if you're in a like, all right, here's my rule of thumb, right? If you're in a place for 6 months and you're raising capital and you're not getting any hits, leave.
Yeah.
Leave. You're leaving the country, you're leaving the state, leave. Find somebody.
That's what I tell people too. Like, me and my friend Dan Cannabis, he's a financial advisor, right? He does angel investing. We're talking about one time, like, how many people in Seattle get told no, they don't go anywhere else, right? Like everyone I know who got told no in Seattle and they went somewhere else. I want to say 80% of them got funding in the Bay Area, Austin, New York City, Boston, they got funding somewhere else. But how many people in Seattle get told no and they give up? You know, a lot of them.
Yeah, it's my first time in Seattle, and thanks for having me come here, man.
That's a lot of fun.
I think at the end of the day, the people from the East Coast will come to the West Coast because the West Coast is flooded with money. Because the biggest tech companies are on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Why is that? I don't know. Why isn't companies on the East Coast producing more? I don't know. But
that is funny, isn't it?
What about the middle?
Yeah.
What about Texas?
The flyover states that they call them.
Exactly. Tesla moving to Texas was actually one of the most strategic moves of Tesla's career.
Tesla, SpaceX, and you heard he's moving X there now too.
He's moving X there?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because recently the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, passed a law where, like, if you're a
taxes,
kid, if you're not taxes, if you're a kid of any age, you can become like you could like transfer to another sex. You don't have to tell your parents. The school cannot tell the parents. And so Elon Musk like, no, I can't do this.
Right.
So he's moving. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I think Texas is definitely going to go through like a whole entire industrial boom. Yeah. It's already going to happen. It's already happening right
Texas
now.
is the oil king, about to be the tech king. I mean, cattle king. I mean, Texas is not a bad place to be at.
It's not, and Oklahoma's right above it.
Yeah.
It's only a hop and skip away from
me. With Texas, it's fucking hot as fuck, right?
It is. And like, the thing about Oklahoma is it's a tornado country.
Yeah.
State.
Like, we have a joke, because I'm from Texas. We have a joke in Texas in August. Hell's hot, but Texas is hotter.
Yeah. Texas is nice though. I've been to San Antonio. I've been to Houston. You know what I mean? I've been to Austin.
I love San Antonio.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's you can smell that it's going to become like something, right? Like it's not for nothing. It's not like people are going there to die, right? Yeah. Like companies are going there to thrive. Like Tesla wouldn't be going there if they didn't want to set the precedent for other tech companies to now transition and go there.
And people might not realize this, but there's only a few states that can survive as a country. Like California can survive as a country, Washington probably survive, New York, Texas can survive as a country. Like Mississippi probably not survive as a country.
Oh, no.
Nebraska is probably not survive as a country, right?
Oregon.
North Dakota probably not right. You know, maybe Florida, maybe Georgia, but
Florida will always survive because everyone that wants to retire goes to Florida.
They have all those water ports too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I have some land out in Florida too.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh, nice. I'm trying to do some industrial development out there. Because like, I'm big on sustainability. So like solar farms, wind farms. I want to open up like a fully self-service, like sustainable mobile home theme park. Like I have a lot of ideas brewing up in my head, but like I just don't have the time to go out and execute it.
What's your craziest idea?
My craziest idea is launching a nonprofit in America, getting government contracts, and going back to Guyana and providing equal opportunities and internet access to the whole entire country with Starlink.
What's the flight length to Guyana?
Like $800.
How long is it? Like 3 hours, 4 hours?
I think it's like 6.
Is that from Miami or somewhere else?
No, you could go fly from New York.
Okay,
like
6 hours?
Yeah.
That's it? Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's like going to like Colombia or like DR or some shit. Like it's in South America, so.
That's what I haven't been to South America. I've been like all over Europe, all over Asia. I haven't been to South America. Yeah, I need to go to South America.
South America is nice.
I went to Mexico in January to visit some friends.
Because it's by the equator, so you're getting that hot temperature without the humidity. Okay. So it's really nice. And then they're big on like ecotourism. Yeah. Like 95% of the companies out in South America survive based off of ecotourism.
Okay.
But here's the thing: if there were no tourists coming in, then would the country survive? for instance, when COVID happened, ecotourism took a big hit
Mhm.
because there were no people
Yeah.
traveling. But now that COVID is done, these companies kind of it's like a hockey stick growth, right? Like you're up, you come down, and then you're just going through the whole roof. And that's what I see with all these countries coming out of South America.
So how did Rice see? It's like y'all grew pretty fast. How do y'all grow so fast?
Because we've been laser focused. Like, although we had to do our pivot, we've just been like really specialist in our domains because we've been helping job seekers since 2019. So pivoting in 2021 and being where we're at in 2024, it's like, all right, we're about to go and close our next round. So like now the whole market is your oyster, right? So like if you can go from 0 to 1, then going from 1 to 10 will be harder. But if you have the personnel and you have the team, then anything is possible. A lot of people, they're really good at going from inception to 0 and then 0 to 1, but not everyone that you went with from 0 to 1 can go with you from 1 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you need to come to the realization that, hey, maybe I'm not the best person to take this from even 10 to 100. And that's why companies, they always need to hire and they always need to continue to develop. Like if I wasn't in a continuous education track to become like, where I'm at today and become a great C-suite executive, then I think my job is replaceable. That's the honest truth. If you're not continuously learning, then you're honestly failing.
So why should people use AI for their job search?
People should use AI for the job search because it will, looking for a job is a job in itself. Let's be honest. But if you're using AI to help you with your job search, then you're cutting down half the time. Time is the number one commodity in my life. And if I'm able to use AI to help me cut back on my time, then I'm a happy person. I think everyone should feel the same way. What I really like about our AI is that you can use our AI to help you craft bullet points within your resume. And then we have an advanced rewrite feature where you're able to now put in KPIs and things like that. So we're able to craft bullet points specifically on your resume with the help of our AI. That's a competitive advantage that we have across the board from our other people that are coming to market with us as well, or that have already been in the market. In addition to that, we're also able to, take that resume that you just created and create cover letters instantaneously, just by going to a job board, pulling the job title, pulling the job description, putting it into our system, and having it draw on the resume to create the cover letter instantaneously for you. And then there's also a feature where there's interview prep where you just put in the job title and the company description, and it ties in your resume and it creates you tailored questions for your interview. And then we give you advice and then we give you answers. And then on top of that, we'll put you through a mock interview simulation where you're going to be able to ask the AI, or the AI will ask you questions and then you'll respond and then you'll get a benchmark of how you did. And then you'll use that information to now go and succeed in the interview, or you can do it as many times as you want. One of the competitive advantages that we have is that we don't care how many times you use it. We don't care how many times that you used our system at all. To be honest, as long as you're getting the value there, then that's fine. My mentor, Mark Monroe, he's always been saying, if there's one thing that I'll give you, it's value. And that's something that I live by, whether if it was with this company or without this company. I give value to people who I connect with. In addition to that, on top of this, the interview prep mock interview simulation, we also have the salary negotiation and benefits feature that I mentioned about earlier on this call, but also there's a contact tracker, there's a job tracker. We're building out other features like AI LinkedIn headshots that we were talking about headshots earlier, auto apply feature as well. So I mean, the list goes on, and like the goal is pre-hire, post-hire, and then continuous education and continuously, in your job search process, creating a forever tool.
So salary thing, is that kind of like a pay scale tool?
What do you mean?
So pay scale is coming out of Seattle where you put in there you might put in like I got a job offer, you marketing director in Seattle for a nonprofit. You put all these things in there, and it'll tell you your salary ranges.
Oh, that's shit. Okay, so PayScale, I believe they have APIs that they're tied to other job boards with salary negotiation. Um.
Let me see the tool right here.
Oh yeah, my bad. So basically,
So I think there's that, and also I think they have an API. Somehow they're so the government has a thing of bureau labor statistics, all the labor stuff. I think they're tied in there some way too.
yeah, that's interesting. I'll look more into PayScale, but from the way that we built our system is that, hey, Let's negotiate time off. Let's negotiate salary. Let's negotiate XYZ. I don't want to give off everything here,
So pay
right?
scale does kind of same
It
thing.
does the same thing. So
But pay scale is like fucking crazy fucking expensive though. It's like ridiculous.
that's what I'm saying. Why pay for pay scale that's making a shit ton of crazy margins off of my business rather than go and hire my developers that I have out, and just build it myself, right? And that's exactly the approach that we did because the margins are just way too sexy when you build shit in house, and that's why you need to have a great product team and you have to have a great development team that's shipping things out as fast as possible.
So crazy story, right? Back to LinkedIn, right? And I don't know if Mark's gonna listen to this later or not, bro, right? So back in the day, like 2014, 2015, LinkedIn was kind of new, right? And back then, Mark, his LinkedIn profile was him and his fiance, Erica, back then, Erica Martinez, right? There's a picture of them together, right? And this company they did something, they did something basically saying like, don't do your LinkedIn picture like this, right? And
They use them
they use them
to
and they put it everywhere, right? And Mark fucking destroyed him, right? Like, who gave you permission to do this?
do this, right?
Yeah,
Right, right.
it was like a I don't care. I don't know if it was a webinar or something they did. Like they used Mark and Erica's LinkedIn profile picture. It's like a couple of pictures,
Yeah,
and
they thought they were just messing with somebody that wasn't gonna bite back,
yeah,
right?
and he
But that's the thing,
he bit the
that's
fuck
one
back.
thing I like about Mark is
Yeah,
that he loves his wife so much
yeah,
that like I wish that when I do get married,
yeah,
I love my wife
yeah.
equally as much.
And it was so I just remember that like it's crazy how you remember shit that you don't think about for a long time, right? I remember that. And like, I mean, he just fucking destroyed them, right? And it's I can't remember they did a webinar, they did something like it was basically like it was like a LinkedIn class, right? It was like examples of what how not to do your LinkedIn profile picture, right? And it's only him and Erica, no one
Right,
else.
right, right, right.
And of course, I guess somehow he found out, right? And man, he fucking destroyed them. And I remember them taking it down or something, right?
I mean, I spoke to VCs, I spoke to a lot of high network level individuals. I asked them, let's connect on LinkedIn, and some of them they don't have LinkedIn, right? Some people, when you're at a certain type of financial status, is
Yeah, you
that
don't
you
need
don't
it.
even want to be in the social world.
No,
You want to be in the physical world.
yeah,
And that's where I want to send to and get to is where like I don't care about my digital footprint. I don't care about who's watching this. Not to say that I don't care about you guys or like this podcast, but I'm just saying like where I want to go in life is that like I'm just happy and content with who I am and what I did and
mhm,
who I impacted.
yeah,
And right now, if I drop dead, God forbid, right? Like I'm happy with the people in the lives that I've touched because I'm always a pay it forward person. I'm always a one hand wash the other. Like, and it's crazy. I'm not selfish at all. I would put somebody else's, livelihood before mine. But at the end of the day, like I've learned lessons where I need to take my mental health more seriously. I need to care more about myself instead of putting other people before me. Um, but like as people, I feel like we should always continuously build on other people. The minute that you try and look at somebody as competition, try to shut somebody down, I feel like that's where we're failing at in society. And I feel like there's a lot of competition out there that's just going around, and people are not showing open love. One reason why I love this conference that we did at the Come series for From the Culture is for the simple fact that with the tech, wealth summit, people wanted to go there to one show their appreciation for free financial literacy. And then two, people wanted to get in the room so they can go and help other people.
mhm.
And if you can create that environment where it's cross functional in both ways, then no matter what you do, you're going to succeed.
Yeah. Like I told you before, pre-talk, I was impressed when the tech was something on for people in Seattle, right? I had no people flying there, right? So to me, that's pretty impressive because the ticket like $150, and they had to pay the ticket to fly from wherever. I know one lady came from Atlanta. That's not cheap, Probably take a day off, So that's
I
pretty
flew
fucking
in from New
impressive.
York.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
was in New York 3 days ago.
yeah,
I wasn't even going to come if I'm going to be honest. I wasn't going to come, but I was like, you know what? I'm a partner. I should just go. I should go see what is going on. I should go meet these founders of these startups that, I'm putting my money into. I want to see if these are BS or if I can actually get a return on my
I mean,
investment.
that's pretty impressive. Like you always able to convince all these people to fly out here, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And it's because of the brand that you build.
yeah,
At the end of the day, if you're a creator, then if you have a company at all, it should be a media brand.
One thing I like to like everyone wanted to take pictures of Mark, that lady. Everyone wanted to take pictures of
Jolene,
Jolene. Yeah, it's like everyone like okay, yeah, that's pretty impressive. Yeah,
because we've been rocking with them since 2020, and if you stuck with the thesis of chips in tech, you'd be severely wealthy right now.
mm-hmm. And what's crazy, like maybe it's not crazy, but like, if you all type of walks, there's a lawyer there. I
Excuse
talked
me.
to one guy, his full time job is a plumber, right? All these people like getting knowledge and like coming up, so to speak, right? For as a pun,
The reason why I like the come up series is because it's a wealth transfer media
Mhm.
platform. It's a wealth transfer media platform. So you have people that have done it all. You have people that are analysts. You have people that are hard to talk to via email that are coming onto this platform to just give, because when they were in the predicament, nobody was giving to
Yeah.
them. Back in the day, we didn't have YouTube.
No.
Back in the day, we didn't have, all these different texts that we have. So now that we do have it, it's time to take full advantage of it.
Yeah. And like y'all never asked me for like it's not like they have to pay $20 a month for the content, it's just all
Why? I think the way I look at the financial space is because I did have my own investment group at the time. Like back in the day, it was Top Flight Trading. I still have the Discord, but I dissolved the business. And the reason why I dissolved the business is because I realized that if people want financial wealth, why charge them for it? Like all these other gurus out there are charging people for financial wealth. I totally understand for the simple fact that you need to have a covered cost in providing the time
yeah.
to give these people financial wealth. But at the end of the day, if you're able to foster a community, a network of high level people that start with you from the ground up, and you're able to give them financial freedom, they will always be forever indebted to you.
Yeah.
And that
They always say good things about you, always recommend people to you.
it's limitless, right? The benefits is limitless. Like my network is more than my net worth.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for it. And I wish that will be always the case. Because I know I can come to Seattle and hit you up. I'll always have a place to
Yeah.
stay.
Yep.
I know an ex Seattle NFL player. I'm about to go see him after this, Gary Gilliam. We're gonna go chop it up. He's the CEO of the Bridge, the VP of sustainability for the project. When I come out to Seattle, it's all love. When I come out to Seattle, I see Mark. When I go out to Cali, I see the people at 40 Tons, which is my cannabis company out there, with Anthony Allegretti, Corvain Cooper, L'Oreal. She's the female CEO. I love them. So I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, no matter where you go in life, as long as you have a good network, you always have a place to stay and you always have a place to build.
Let's talk about this. You're like 28, 29,
I'm
30.
28.
Um, are you happy where you're at right now as far as like your success level, lack success? Like, do you think you're where you're supposed to be at? Like when you compare yourself to other 20 years old, like you're like, okay, I'm crushing it, or like, man, I'm so fucking far behind. Like, what's your thought process on that?
That's a great question. That had to be the best question you asked me tonight, and I hope it gets better. Um, Honestly, my dad, RIP to my dad. He was a great guy. I lost him a year and a half ago, and grief isn't. There's no time to grieve, but he always taught me that I should always be working to be better than who I was before. And I feel like right now I'm happy of where I am, and hopefully I've made him proud. But also I feel like I need a lot of work. And I know personally my holes and my gaps, but other people I may seem like a superstar. When I went to the come up event, people were asking me, like they were coming up to me and be like, "Hey, I know you. Thank you so much for helping me my whole life, blah 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 blah, for the past like 4 years, whatever, right?" And then there's other people that come up to me and they're like, "Hey man, you're a micro celebrity. You're a celebrity in this space. Congratulations." And I'm like, I don't care about the fame. I care about actually people taking the information that I'm putting out there, because if I'm putting it out there and you're not taking it in, I'm wasting my time. So if I look and compare myself to other 20-year-olds, I would say I'm in the top 5-10%, right? What is it going to take me to get to that 1%, right? Who do I need to look into? Who do I need to connect with? Who is willing to connect with me to take me to greater heights? Or am I just going to fall complacent and stay in this 10% range? I hope I don't. I hope I continue to transcend and continue to grow, and I continue to build on. Like when I was at the Como Series event, like there was a 14-year-old kid that pitched me a micro caps like AI stock screener. And at 14 years old, being 28 right now, I told him, yo, I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you that you have no idea that you're investing at 14 years old through a custodial account, through a youth account, through Fidelity. I am so proud of you. I wish I had the knowledge that I had today at 14 years old, that I just wanted to pour into him as much as possible in that given time frame because I was judging his startup. And he's killing it.
He's in Seattle.
He's in Seattle,
Okay.
and his mom's a financial advisor,
Okay.
but she wasn't in the room when he
Yeah.
was pitching me.
Okay.
And when he was pitching me, he pitched me better than all these other grown ass people
Yeah.
that pitched me.
Yeah.
And I really respected that. And the fact that he wasn't a come up cousin, but just by pure like word of mouth that he heard about the event
Yeah.
and that he had the tenacity to come here.
Like, Mom, you gotta take me here.
Mom, you gotta come. You gotta take me here. Don't be in the room, but let me just pitch my company.
Yeah.
Crazy. And I know that, you know, he doesn't have the business acumen to make this his first successful startup, but maybe his third startup,
Yeah.
it'll have $1 billion exit.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get a little personal here, right? So, of course, that comparison is all that kind of stuff. So, Mark gave his keynote, right? All the stuff he's doing, right? Like doing great things. In my mind, like I've done some good things too, right? My mind, I was like, man, what the fuck am I doing, right? Like my mind was like,
Yeah,
so he's doing this, he's doing some startups. I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking failure. If imposter syndrome kicked the fucking, imposter syndrome fucking kicked in, like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, watching all this fucking crazy shit. Like, I was like, fucking man, like I was like, I need to fucking quit. Fuck this shit, right?
How old are you, Jason?
57.
You're 57,
Yeah.
bro. I could have sworn you were 46.
Yeah, yeah,
But the way you carry yourself is just such at a young level.
yeah.
Like,
I try to, yeah.
Like we're talking, you know what I mean? Like you're bringing young people on. I'm probably the youngest person you ever brought on this podcast.
Probably so, yeah.
But like, I'm not afraid to give the game because I know the value and the viral capabilities that this will give you. I mean, when Mark was doing that, he told me I should be at this event because he's going to treat it like an Apple event where it's going to be.
And he did, yeah.
One more.
Yeah.
One more.
Yeah.
But there's one more.
Yeah.
And we unveiled what? 4 or 5 startups that we've
yeah.
been incubating, that we've been in our venture studio for 2+ years
And all
now.
like great startups. I mean, all of them I think can have potential to do big things. Right? I was like, man, I saw fold.
Oh yeah.
I was like, man, I'm fucking
Powered, Be Booked, Culture Forward, Odd, like
yeah.
the list goes on and on.
I'm
but like
man, I can't even fucking get my own fucking bullshit startup off the wall. It's like releasing 5, doing this like this come-up series. It's fucking I'm like, man, I felt so fucking like, yeah.
But you know what I really like is the fact that all of these startups are minority founders. And at the core of how we started this conversation is this country has been built off of immigrants and people of color. And the fact that we're able to bring that full circle and now start to leverage, you know, the top VCs out there in the world to show that, hey, we have brilliant minds, that, hey, we have the shit that it takes to create unicorns. It's only a matter of time. And I'm so happy that he trusted and he believed in me, and everyone trusted and believed in me. But you had to work your way to get to the seat at the table.
Yeah.
Nothing in life is guaranteed and nothing in life is given. You have to work your way for it. And the people that are unwilling to work your way are where they're at today.
So you got a good point. So Mark, he released, like pushed out these 5 startup companies, right? I think
there's 6 more that are gonna come.
All like different backgrounds, right? This is my criticism, right? There's some people out there like there's like I'm investing in diverse founders, but only Black founders, only Hispanic founders, only like, you know, put on the Black founders, right? So are you really diverse? Or are you like pro-Black, pro-Hispanic, pro-whatever, right? Pro-female, right?
But what's wrong with that when 0.05% are getting funded?
But it's not diverse though. Say you're pro-Hispanic, say you're pro-Black, say you invest in pro-Black. Don't say you do. I don't think you say you invest in diverse founders if they're not diverse, right?
If you're gonna say you invest in diverse founders, then the portfolio companies that you have should have diverse leadership.
Yeah, but a lot of them don't.
I would say within the FTC portfolio.
FTC, yes.
Yes.
But I'm talking about other people.
Other people, I mean, it depends on your background, right? Like if you're going to like NYU, Columbia, MIT, things like that, and you're graduating top of the class, you know, 80% of the time you're not a person of color. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. And it's because if you dated back, you went to private school. Your parents were able to afford you the top level education in the world. I came from a public school background, but I'm able to still produce
Yeah.
this. And the reason why I'm so like this is because I have immigrant level parents that came here with nothing and gave me everything.
Yeah.
And I will forever be passionate about how I say it. And I'll forever be grateful. And I'll forever climb up the ladder, turn around, and put that shit back down. So the next person can come back.
Yeah. I just think too many people are like I said, if you're like pro fill in the blank, like be that, right? I don't think you should say I'm investing in, like, if I said I'm investing in diverse founders, only invest in Spanish, right? There's so many levels of diversity, right?
Got you. Okay, I got you. So you're saying that someone's saying or claiming that they're investing in diverse founders, but they're only specifically targeting Asians.
Yeah.
Or I'm only specifically targeting XYZ.
Yeah.
I think then it's up to them to go back and redact their statement and say, hey, I'm invested in Latino founders.
Yeah.
I'm invested into
And
Guyanese
there's nothing wrong
founders.
with that.
Like when I have my next exit or exits underneath my belt, I want to go and invest into Guyanese founders, people in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Because I know that they have great, brilliant ideas, but they're just so underheard and underrepresented that I'm sick and tired of it. And I can't wait till I have the financial status to go out there and to bring the top tier level talent to the team.
So next, talk about, you recently had a business trip to Barcelona, right?
Oh, yes.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I went to RecBuzz. RecBuzz is a world forum for the talent community. So they're some of the top leading minds, CEOs in the job board space. You know, whoever's listening to this, I'll give you some life-changing business advice. If you have an ICP and you're reaching out to C-suite executives and they're not answering your emails, go to the events that they're going to. RecBuzz, TA Tech, these are some of the top platforms, like the conferences that they host, where some of the C-suite level individuals come. So the CEOs of XYZ come there, and it gives you the opportunity to say, hey, nice to meet you. I'm XYZ. Why are you not responding to my emails? Or, hey, XYZ, we've been talking. It's great to put a face to a name and see you in person. The reason why we went to RecBuzz was very strategic, was to continuously grow our sales pipeline. Any type of conference, any type of social gathering that I go to, as the head of sales at RightSeat, I come back with deal flow. If you go to a gathering event and you're not coming back with deal flow, then you are failing.
So I'm going to assume it wasn't cheap to fly to Barcelona.
No, it was only me and Brandon.
Oh, too, okay. But how do you like justify the cost to go all the way to Barcelona?
Yeah, the cost was a sponsorship for the booth, hotel, stay, all that stuff. But from being in the room with multi-million-dollar international, leads that can give us pipeline generation of multi-millions, paying 20K, 50K to go on a trip overseas and then also enjoy it as well. I went to some great clubs like Opium and Pacha. You know what I mean? I'm a young guy, so I like to enjoy my wealth as well. Because tomorrow is not promised at the end of the day. It was a vibe. It was an opportune moment to get into the room of international business leaders. And that is invaluable. And to build the relationships with the head of the people that throw the events, for them to give you the contact sheets for you to go reach out to the people after the event, or even while you're in the moment to come and pull you to say, hey, CEO of XYZ job board, have you met Amit? You should meet him. He's a great person. He delivers a ton of value to all of our other sponsors. You should talk. When you have a champion in the sales process, you are 80% more likely to close a sale rather than going in cold.
So your company's raised a seed round,
Pre-seed
round. You're doing big things, but you're still networking, obviously. Talk about the importance of always networking.
If I'm at a business event, if I'm at a family gathering, if I'm at a social gathering, if I'm just chopping with my friends, if I can add value, I always tell people, use me as an asset. If I'm not an asset, if you're not an asset in life, then you're a liability. Or in your leisure taught me that, right? Assets over liabilities. And to be in the room with other high-level network individuals, I feel like people should not overlook that. For instance, with this Come Up Series event, We were in the room with some Wall Street analysts. I've been trading for 9 plus years. Well, 9 years exactly. And to be in the room with these analysts to ask them, hey, what are some of your DHQs? What are some of the stocks that you think are going to be in a bankruptcy level? And for them to give me their personal time in real time to give me feedback, it's invaluable. There is no email that can justify seeing a person in person to give you that type of information. It's limitless. And I feel like the way sales cycles should go should be in-person deals, especially as you continue to grow your startup. The more that you're getting in person, that's why we went to RecBuzz. That's why we go and fly out and say, let's add more money to our burn because we know that it's going to be replenished by these deals that we cut for the long term. And then shout out Corey because Corey is one of the best lawyers ever. He's out in Bangkok, but like Mark connected me to Corey, and he's been an absolute monster in the deals and the technical language that we have in our contracts.
So let's go back to Right Seat real fast. And you kind of already answered this question already, but can you like in more detail talk about how Right Seat got started, what you focus on now, what the big dream, big term, long term vision for the company is?
The long term vision of the company is to help 1 billion job seekers find meaningful work. The way that we started was from brand resumes MVP. We decentralized the technology and went to market to help the writing industry scale their businesses more efficiently and more sustainably. The thing was that the writing industry and the resume writing companies were all broke or so conservative of their finance that they didn't want to take the risk. So we ended up pivoting to the job board space because we realized that do job boards really care about their candidates? And we realized that job boards will give us a zero cost of customer acquisition to just send us leads because we're going to be providing free value to their candidates. And then by providing a rev share, we're able to now make profitability on this. Where RightC is going is to be determined. I don't want to say things that are not in existence to this date because I do have NDAs, right? But at the end of the day, it's just helping people find meaningful work. And I've been about that since 2019, since I've been an entrepreneur, and I'll forever be about that. So if you're watching this podcast and you can see me on LinkedIn, share this post, please DM me because at the end of the day, I have your best interest of helping you find meaningful work and helping you get to the bag.
So you might not be able to answer this, but is one of the goals like either get acquired or like become the number one company in this space?
Companies are not sold, they're bought. Companies are not sold, they're bought. So if you have a good company and it's a proven track record of success, then people will come buy you. But if you're out here doing a crazy amount of business, you're in a shit ton of debt, who's going to buy you? Who's going to want to take you on and have a debt balance sheet on their hands? Nobody. That's the answer. Nobody. But at the end of the day, I like helping people. I like the testimonials I get. I like to see the joy in when I'm able to help people provide for their family. And I will always forever be like that, no matter how much money you pay me. I will always have the greater good of humanity ingrained in my blood because that's why I pursued sustainability, because it's the actions that I do today that hopefully do not jeopardize the future of tomorrow.
So back to white labeling. Is white labeling basically like, you might already answer this. Is it basically where a company pays you a monthly fee to have access to your tech?
Yeah.
Okay.
So but in this regards with the job board space, they don't pay us a monthly fee. We do a rev share.
Okay.
And they're incentivized to give us as many resources as possible to help them generate as much money as possible. So that's why we do the rev share.
Okay. So back to sustainability. That has to deal with the climate and all that kind of stuff too.
Sustainability, yes, climate. I think climate tech is going to blow up. That's why a lot of VCs are pivoting to climate tech. I think the whole landscape of Oklahoma is going to change from oil and gas to renewable energies. And I think from a stock market perspective, we're going to go through something called greenflation, where because of the time frame of the sustainable SDG, sustainable development goals that are going to come down to the wire, there's going to be more companies that are going to be adding in renewable energy companies to combat sustainable development goals. And when it comes to the timeline of that, I would say in the next 10 years, you should be investing in hydrogen fuel powered cells. You should be investing in solid state powered tech. I think you should be investing in lithium. I think you should also be investing in solar power, wind power, hydrothermal energy, geothermal energy. The list goes on and on.
So next, how long have you been involved with the comic series? Can you talk about that?
Yo, it's so funny how I've been invested in the come up series. Actually, I remember my company Brand Resumes was the first business partnership of Earn Your Leisure before they bought the Mark Cubans on the XYZs, the Wall Street Trappers, all that stuff. We were the first business partner of Earn Your Leisure. We did a partnership to help the earners find meaningful work with Brand Resumes. And when we did that, it unlocked a hockey stick growth level trajectory for us. But at the end of the day, like I said, my mission and my vision is always helping people find meaningful work. I think people gravitate towards energy. The energy that you emit as people are vibrations. The vibrations that you sense are due to actions that you produce on a daily life. The vibrations that you do, does it reflect who you are morally? I feel like companies thrive when they have people that love to wake up and work for them. The minute that you wake up and not work for them, the minute that your company fails.
So back to AI real fast. Like, how do you make sure that ethics are like infused in your company, and how do you make sure like you have like that you don't have a bad bias in your AI, so to speak, right? I don't think AI is evil. I think the people coding AI.
Wait, let's set the record straight right now, Jason. Are you for AI or are you against AI?
I'm for it.
You're for
I'm
it.
for you.
Great.
I'm for it.
So,
And even if I was against it, nothing's gonna fucking stop. I can't fucking stop
you
it.
can't stop it.
It's like way back in the day.
You cannot stop it.
Way back in the day when people were riding horses and they say cars coming, and people are like, "Well, we don't need any cars. What about other jobs for people subbing the shit from our horses? Or how about other people making jobs, making saddles, right? I mean, progress is progress. You can't stop it.
Technology and the industrial revolution will always continue to multiply and happen.
Yeah.
It is a timeline that happens. The world happens in like cyclic patterns.
It does. There's always innovation. Like if you think about it, so I'm asking you this. This is my opinion. What do you think for your mind was the very first tech?
What was my first tech that I've ever been exposed to?
No, what in the whole world, what do you think the very first tech was? And I'll tell you what I think it was.
The wheel.
Fire. I think it was fire.
If you think it was fire, do you think wood was the first tech?
No, I think it's fire. This is my personal opinion. I think it was fire.
So why is it fire?
I can't give a PhD level explanation. This is what I think.
No, give me your what you think level
I just think
explanation.
because somebody had wood trees always been around, right? Someone had to invent fire. Someone had to invent the tick of fire. Someone had to figure out how to do flint or do wood, whatever. That's why I think it's the first tech.
Do you think it was humanoids that invented fire?
Now you're going to a rabbit hole I'd love to go down. I think they could be influenced by outside sources.
I think the opportunity for this podcast is limited, so let me break the barriers here.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, we only know what we know and what we're taught. But there's no actual evidence of carbon footprint or digital footprint of what was back in the day.
No, there's not.
So it's whatever we were built and programmed to understand. It's like racism. No one is born a racist. You're taught that.
Yeah.
No one is like born egotistic. You're taught that. No one's born a narcissistic. You're taught that. But a nepo baby is born with a spoon in their mouth and they're forcefully given a track, right? I think at the end of the day, when it comes to fire, I would agree with you that fire was a disruptive innovation to the future of humanity for tomorrow. And I actually love that. And I would love to pick at your brain offline about a lot of different things or online. Like, I think this is a first of many podcasts. And I'm forever grateful that you were able to extend your hand and allow me to be here and
Yes.
drink your alcohol for
Yeah.
free.
Yeah. Great fun. Yeah. Yeah. One thing too, like we recently had the Northern Lights, right? When all the United States, right? Were you able to see the Northern Lights? Where you was at?
I didn't see it, but I knew it was happening because I was just so buried in what my current thing
So that's
was.
my thing, right? So the Northern Lights, you don't see them, right? But everyone can see them, right? What else is out there that's there we can't see, right?
Across the spectrum,
Yeah,
right?
like what's out there, like like you can't see, but it's there that we don't know about. Another thing too, like this is my theory, talking about really like nerding out. So like there's like ants and bees, right? There's like obviously they have their own society.
I gotta pour out.
Yeah,
I gotta
they
pour
have their
out
own
right
society,
now.
own civilization. Like these ants and bees, they have like all these organizations or whatever. I believe like we're above like bees and
Good
ants
for
and
you.
stuff. Yeah, we're above bees and ants and stuff. I think there's something above us that is above us, like we're above bees and ants. Like we have no ideas out there.
You watch Black Mirror?
No,
Mhm.
I've been trying to yeah, I've been trying to watch. Yeah,
Black Mirror is amazing. There's an episode about bees in London that like came through and like destroyed everything. I think fundamentally as people we need to be connected more to the environment
yeah,
and
I agree.
to the planet. Like whoever's watching this, after you watch this, after you take your diligent notes and after you reach out to me and Jason, go outside, take your shoes off, take your socks off, and just step on the planet,
Yeah,
step on the world. That was one thing that I took pride in when I was gardening at Hofstra University when they gave me the plot of land for absolutely free to grow whatever I wanted was I farmed monarch butterflies. So whenever you go to that university, if you ever go to that university, Jason, you'll see monarch butterflies and you'll know who bought them there.
yeah,
A
yeah.
28-year-old parent that was from immigrants that was a just came here with $1 and a dream and created something. Hopefully, I become whoever,
Mhm.
right? I think at the end of the day, people need to come closer to the environment. It's like two things. It's either AI or the physical environment and nature, animalistic society. Those are the two divides that I see right now. Tech, nature. Those are the only two divides that I see for the rest of the way this world is going to go and end.
And people don't realize like nature everywhere, right? You have no idea. Like a lot of the time called DuPont, we're out on the water. So you can go down to the water with your computer sound and you lift a rock up, all these little small mini crabs just go run everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or like if you dig in the dirt a little bit, all these like worms and stuff pop up
Mm-hmm.
everywhere. It's like everywhere, right? And you don't realize it, you know?
I think it's because coming back, well, I mean, we never talked about this. Comfortability. All right, let's take a step back, right? You are an animal, you have a brain, you live a very basic life, which you're taught, you're bred, you're spawned, XYZ. You are under a rock your whole life. You think this is a comfortable space. Somebody comes up, disrupts you, removes the rock. Now you don't have a place to stay, you're forced to leave. A lot of people in society, especially in this job market, they're complacent. They're still working their 9 to 5. They're still happy with their salary. Back to your point of if you're working 2 years and you're not, if you reach a ceiling of growth, leave, right? But if you're there, like back in this crab instance, you're a crab, you're under a rock your whole life. Somebody comes out and move your rock. Where are you going? To the next best rock.
Yeah.
What is the distance of that rock? How far is that rock? Is that rock big? Can that rock sustain me? Sustain me?
Can you make it before the person who lifts the rock up picks you up and does something to you?
Can I make it before the wind or the water currents take me away? Before a predator comes and halves me? There are a bunch of other things that can happen, but I feel like people that work in society, they're not thinking outside the box. Because society does not program you to think outside the box. Society creates you to get a degree, go work for the man, go retire, die, have kids, then go work for the man. That's it. But who is coming out and creating these startups that are life changing,
Yeah.
that are people that are mission driven? Forget about ethnicity, forget about all that stuff. Who are the people that have the open mindset that are world changers?
Not many, unfortunately.
But why is that? Is it because the GMOs that we eat on a daily basis Is it because of the settings that people have because of comfortability of, hey, I'll let you know right now. I'm gonna be straight up. The people that are in my age group that are where I'm from still live at home because of the housing crisis.
Yeah.
We're in a housing crisis, whether we accept it or not. We're in a bubble. Recession crashes are less than AI bubble crashes. Bubble crashes. I was looking at a chart of the S&P the other day of the relation between recession crashes and bubble crashes. And we're coming out of a recession crash right now. But we're going into a bubble crash.
That's some deep ass shit.
Cheers. Thanks for having me,
Yes,
man.
yes. So here's something crazy, right? So this was on some kind of, I watch a lot of science shows now, right? I can remember what it was, right? And so I think in England, they discovered this like this big ass ant colony, right? Like miles and miles long, right? And like these ants had a fucking like they had stored foods in farm, like stored food in different places, right? Had like different homes and stuff. And the scientists they were like, oh, they're not intelligent. There's like instinct. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? This ain't fucking instinct, right? I like if that's instinct, then most Americans live by instinct. Most Americans like get up in the morning, take a shower, eat breakfast, drive 20 miles to work in a cubicle. That's instinct too, right?
Yeah, I think human beings naturally we are programmed to have instincts. But what happens when the next level of person doesn't have that? Because the person before them didn't need that. Like, what happens when a person has intercourse with a potential bot? Are we going to create cyborgs? Like, not on a Teen Titan, like cyborg level thing, but
I mean, they're
like,
doing it in Japan right now, right?
I don't know.
I think they are. Yeah, they're buying like sex robots in Japan.
Here's the thing, right? We're gonna go really crazy in this podcast. I hope this shit goes viral, bro. The uh the people that are on this world, they're humans that are producing humans. But what happens when the threshold becomes humans being intimate with bots and creating cyborgs? Like, what does that tell society? What does that do to society? Does that automatically start to flesh us out to where it's just bots running America? And then is that what Elon had foresaw when he wanted to do discovery in Mars?
You ever watch Rick and Morty?
I love Rick and Morty.
You watch the episode where Rick and Morty were somewhere and Morty said, I don't know about this, and it was a sex robot.
Yes, I remember with the because it was like it started with the horse.
Yeah.
Like Beth was doing the like she had the horse thing and it was like the
Yeah.
yeah flashlight or something.
Yeah, and then the robot had a baby and
yes.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was a crazy episode. Shout out to the creators of Rick and Morty if you're watching this. I mean, you never know where you're gonna go, Jason.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna shout out everybody and everyone possible
I'm a big fan of Rick
because of SEO. You know what I mean? I'm a huge fan of Rick and Morty. I'm caught up to date of where it's at.
Yeah, I guess let me show you this, right? I even got a Rick and Morty tattoo.
No way.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, you got. Oh man, you gotta show the camera. You gotta show the camera, man.
Yeah.
Later, we'll drop a post. I think I like Rick and Morty for the simple fact that it tests the way that we think.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
And I feel like in society, for us to grow, we have to be tested. And like, I have an idea. Like, they did the pitch competition. And I wanted to pitch so bad, but I knew that with my mindset and my intellect and my experience, that it would be unfair. And I'm so happy that the African American woman that had the Lifeline AI had won. Because I knew if I went there, I would have decimated the competition. It wouldn't have been fair.
I want to pitch too, but I can't pitch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't make any sense for me to do it. Like the come up series is all about paying it forward. So why not put someone else in power to win, right?
So let's talk about the hackathon pitch real fast. Like, first of all, shout out to all of them, right? Because it's not easy to get in front of a group of strangers and pitch your business, right? Right? It was a business, right? I'm just getting in front of a group of people. It was like 200 people there, 250. It was like.
Nah, I think it was like 300 like
yeah.
total. Like they really hit it out the park. I think it would have been more if CrowdStrike didn't fuck up.
Yeah.
And Microsoft.
I heard all
like
people. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, Tesla cut CrowdStrike. So they had, I've been running puts. I'm up like 12,000% right now on CrowdStrike. which is a 12x multiple.
Yeah.
Like if you think about it, what are VCs looking for? 10x returns, right?
Mhm.
So if I have capital, can I return better investments than VCs?
Good point.
Anyway, coming
But
back to it.
all the pitches were good. Like this fact they get the, they had like 2 days to do the pitch. All of them did great pitches. Like I said, hey Mark, let me say something, right? He said, fine. I said, hey, all you didn't win, y'all fucking have something, right? Y'all have something. Like y'all need to fucking get a mentor, get something right.
At the end of the day, I knew that no matter what happened, the way that Mark's mind is set up is that he's willing to share the wealth. Whether or not it is on paper that he has wealth or not, his actions demonstrate that he's willing to pay it forward, and I don't care about anything else. If you have a proven track record of success or not, if you're willing to pour into other people without anything in return, I value you as a person to society.
Yeah, and what's cool is like the person who won, Mark's gonna build a company, right? And I saw her afterwards, and I started telling her this, but I didn't. I wish I did. I want to tell her, hey, are you ready for this? Because Mark's gonna build this fucking company, right? Are you ready? Do you know what's coming, right? Like, do you know like what's involved, right? Like, if not, you can get a mentor, right?
I know, right?
But I just
Listen,
I left it alone.
as a partner of FTC, a lot of the companies that were there that were founders that they didn't know that I was a partner. And that's why I took the precedent to come there to show them one, I'm the youngest partner in a venture studio right now. I don't know if it's worldwide or whatever, but I'm one of the youngest partners in a VC studio that's black owned, that is black led.
You have to know what percentage are black owned?
I don't, but I wish I did.
It has to be pretty low.
It has to be pretty low. And the fact that FTC is coming out of light after like being 2 years in the building,
Yeah.
and now we're here. It's gonna be really monumental to the success and the testament of who we are as people. And coming back to time, people age, people get diseases, things happen. So who's next up? As a founder, as a co-founder, as a person that runs a company, if you're not able to replicate yourself, then your business dies. So I look at this as not only did I have a seat at the table, but who's gonna take the come up series next? Who's gonna take FTC next? Like Mark's a great guy, he's in great health, good for him. But I'm younger than him. And I want to work my way up to maybe getting the baton.
Yeah. So we'll go back to FTC in a minute. Here's a question for you back to all the like the nature stuff and like random stuff, right?
Sustainability, yeah.
So I have a theory, right? I could be totally wrong. So
Have you wait, pause. Have you ever had a sustainable professional come here? Sustainability professional come here on this podcast?
I don't think I have.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on, we're breaking barriers here.
So let me ask this. Suppose there's an animal out there, a deer, let's say it's a deer, right? And they see humans walking by. Okay, I don't know this, that's another animal form, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think when they see cars go by, they think that's another animal?
No.
So?
I think the animals that we have on this planet.
So when a deer sees a car or a vehicle, you'll think that they think it's an animal?
So are you familiar with the concept of groupthink?
Yeah.
I think animals have the concept of groupthink.
Okay.
But we just don't understand them because we don't speak on their vibration. We speak on our own humanistic vibration because we are driven by ego, morals, ethics, all this other shit. Animals don't give a fuck about that. They're just trying to eat, have shelter, and live. So when you're on that specific playing field, then you're on that vibration, then everyone else that's on that vibration can speak to you. But who else is thinking like, am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. No. Another thing too, like people used to tell me, trees will live, or just like trees don't fucking live. Get the fuck out of here. But now we see
trees cry, bro.
Yeah,
I've seen a tree cry. I've cut a tree and seen it cry.
But now I've learned, like in the post, there's like you have like a group of oak trees, right? And you plant a pine tree there, the oak tree would like destroy that other tree
because it ostracizes. Because that's the way society is built.
Yeah.
If you're not shaped, built, looking, created like the way of your environment, then you're ostracized and people will try and tear you down. From an environmental standpoint, I'm glad you brought that up because it's like with animals. Like if you are a albino, you're not going to be treated as a regular.
Yeah.
People ostracize things that are not normal.
Yeah.
But sometimes the things that are not normal are created in this world by the law of attraction to be a disruption and cause change. But who's willing to accept that? Not many.
No. Then I read somewhere like if you I don't know this true. I read somewhere like if you pick a flower and you smell it right, that it's smelling because it's telling other flowers there's danger.
Mm-hmm.
And then I read somewhere like when you cut the grass smell when you cut it, it's them crying
Mm-hmm.
because you destroyed it.
Because you're smelling it. No, I think everything happens for a reason. I'm a huge physics level person, even though I failed physics like in college. But I took it over and I passed. Okay, so don't judge me. But at the end of the day, I think that things happen for a reason. I fully believe in the law of attraction, the 48 laws of power, and that, if you do good by people, people will do good by you. It may not be instantaneously, but it will happen eventually. I think that at the end of the day, we're here for a reason and a purpose, and it takes the effort of reaching out to other people to trigger that. If you never do it, then there's never a catalyst to cause a reaction. How are you going to expect a reaction without a catalyst?
Good question.
You can't. Like it's like no, dude. Like
Have you heard of this Japanese female rap group called XG? Like 7 young Japanese female rappers.
SG,
XG.
XG.
Yeah.
No, never. What's that?
I saw the video later. They have a song called the 48 Laws of Power.
They have a song. Is it on Spotify?
It's everywhere. Yeah.
Oh shit!
I'll show it to you after this. Yeah.
Yeah, bet.
And they redid Jay-Z's "Do It Off Your Shoulder."
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, I searched after this. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
That's too. Like talent's everywhere, right? Like if you would have told me like 2 months ago there's a Japanese female hip hop group killing it, I'd like, get the fuck out of here. They can't do hip hop.
Absolutely,
And
but
question it.
universality is like it's limitless. Coming back to talent, with the talent space that's going on right now and the amount of job seekers, it's like, why am I gonna pay $150,000 for a software engineer when I go to Pakistan and grab for 30K?
Yes, I'll play devil advocate. If you pay $150,000 states, you would think you get solid talent, right? You go to Pakistan or India or Ukraine, there's a risk, right? Like, do they really know what they're doing? The time zone stuff, all this factors play in.
So I like this conversation. I'm about to go crazy. When it comes to the talent pool, you're only as good as the people that you hire, right? The people that you hire, you have to make sure you properly do the due diligence because it costs your time. At the end of the day, the people that I'm paying for $30,000 can equally do even more than the people that I pay for $150,000. It's just the underrepresentation based off of the color and pigmentation of somebody's skin that you jeopardize and think that, hey, this person can't work as great as a person.
I definitely agree. United States developers have outpriced them outside a lot of jobs. I definitely agree with that. A lot of US developers have outpriced them out of jobs, outpriced themselves.
People price themselves out based off of location as well. Like if you took all the top talent that's out here in America and moved them to Pakistan, right? The average cost of Pakistan based off of the US dollar converted to their currency, they'll honestly make more money out there.
Easily, yeah. And Pakistan has this stereotype of being like dangerous.
I'm just saying Pakistan as an example because my company, you know what I mean, is like, yeah.
So Pakistan is an example of stereotype of being a dangerous company. So as an army, so I got promoted to major. When you make major, you're like in the top of your class. Right?
By the way, I was in JROTC.
Oh, nice. So if you're in the army, you make major. You're like the top percent of your people in your class, right? You go to a school called ILE. ILE is in Fort Leavenworth, and there's like maybe 1,000 officers there. You get put in groups of 10. There's always a foreign officer in your group, right? Our foreign officer was from Pakistan, right? And like my impression of Pakistan, a bunch of desert, a bunch of terrorists, and he shows these pictures like,
dude, I thought the same shit until I went out there.
Like, this ain't Pakistan.
They love you. It's like the media corrupts
the fucking
people.
He showed pictures of nature.
Because when I came out there, they're so hospitable, bro. They love you. They just want to give you the shirt off their back.
Yeah.
to just make you smile. And you're not getting that in America. You go to America for the first time in your life, people will shit on you. They will talk shit about you. They'll stab you in the back. I don't like America. If I would be honest with you, I'd rather live in another country
Yeah.
rather than here. But I live here because it's a land of opportunity and you can meet people that are multi-diverse.
Yeah. But man, he saw this picture of the nature of the rain valleys. Like I was like blown away. I had no fucking idea, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Blue.
like you're only as smart as the information that you take in.
Yeah.
So because you had no ideas because of lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
But if you went online and looked up, that's why I like YouTube. And shout out to Google for buying YouTube. Because YouTube is going to be one of the breadwinners of Google
Yep.
at the end of the day.
Yep.
On top of Waymo.
Yeah. And one thing too, like if you're American, I mean, like you say, so one thing I don't like when people criticize Americans when I'm traveling. Okay, because if you're like I was in Europe, we could easily go from Germany to Italy to Amsterdam with 3 or 4 hours, right? Like if you're in Texas, you're not fucking in 3 hours you're in Texas, right? So my thing is let's travel. Maybe not travel overseas, but travel to a different place. Like if you live in Dallas, travel to Oklahoma City. You live in New Orleans, travel to Birmingham. You live in Seattle, travel to LA, right? Like travel somewhere.
So traveling is one of the sustainability like goals, right? Equal opportunity to access of transit. In other countries, they prioritize that rather than charging people like other expenses. Like they're like, hey, let's create railroads, let's create, other type of passages, bike paths, whatever, to connect people. Like that is why everyone else outside the United States is thriving. And I fully believe that there is going to be another country that's going to top America in the next 50 years of the land of opportunity.
What do you think? What country do you think that's going to be?
That's so hard to say. I really can't bet it right now. But as far as I know, the fastest growing economy to date right now is Guyana
China, okay.
because of the oil and gas
Yeah,
discovery. But imagine when they pivot to using oil and gas discovery to renewable energies. It's a game changer.
yeah.
Especially with the mangroves out there and all these other natural things and remedies and medicine. Like, I'll tell you, when I get sick in America, when my dad was alive, my mom's still alive, thank God, but they give me natural remedies and that works more than the American remedies that I
Yeah,
have.
American fucking
And imagine if I went to Eli Lilly with a patent on something that was from the Amazonian rainforest, how much money I'd make, but how much they would undercut me because it's corporate America. And they are considered about their profits rather than helping people.
Yeah. I mean, big pharma, they're more for like, they're not, they really like, I mean, if they heal, like those, they heal, cure cancer, right? They lose billions of dollars.
I mean, if you cure cancer, if you cure HIV, then you're taking a huge hit to the economy because now a bunch of people will survive longer. But that's the goal, right?
Yeah, but
because infidelity and because of the population decrease, we're going to need to cure cancer faster and cure HIV in the next 50 years. It's going to come because of the population decline is going to be so drastic that they're going to say, fuck it. Let's now finally give this to the public. But it's already out here.
Yeah,
we're just not talking about it.
And there's all these conspiracy theorists out there that cancer always been cured, right? Or these have been killed. They're not putting it out because they lose the profit margin.
I mean, it's not it being cured. It's like it's being stopped from inception to now. Like if you were born and eating naturally grown fruit that's not GMO, that's not methane cow based, that's you know what I mean? Like just doing a bunch of stuff from the ground up from a foundational perspective, then you will be golden.
Yeah.
But from the time that you start from half-assing shit, you're just taking shortcuts, your time is gonna be cut.
So that's the good part about food, right? Like I'm to Vietnam for 10 days in September, went to Mexico for 8 days in January, right?
I'm going to Mexico actually at the end of the month. I'm going to Tulum, so I'd love some recommendations offline.
So it's like the difference in tasting the food from here overseas, it's not even close, right? It just tastes fresher, tastes better.
There's no comparison.
I was like, you're in another country, you come back, you can fucking taste the added shit they put in here, right?
Let's do the bumbo next.
Okay.
So coming back to that, right? The countries that have been so underrepresented over the time, now it's time to fight back.
Yeah.
If you look at the stock market, there's a ticker called IWM. Do you want more?
Yeah.
There's a ticker called IWM. There's people that are looking at emerging markets. Emerging markets are the other countries that don't have the equal slice of the pie.
You're talking about third world countries?
Third world countries, yes. Cheers.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So this is actually a rum from Barbados.
I love Barbados. So I think Lil Wayne has equity in this company.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing about me is that as I travel and live through life, I learn, and shout out Wall Street Trapper, because when I first met him back in like 2019, before he had his option course and before I told him about option trading, and he told me it was too risky and that he wasn't going to do it. And now he has his own course, Sidetrack. I think at the end of the day that I always looked into companies that I bought. Like the sneakers that I have are Nike. I'm always going to buy Nike. If you're watching this video right now, Nike's at probably a 4-year low. So go buy Nike. Um, at the end of the day, I look at the things that I'm surrounded by and I buy. Samsung's on the OTC market. You can buy stocks in the Nikkei. Okay. Apple, publicly traded. You know, some of these whiskeys you can buy on the publicly traded market. Celsius is a good company to buy because they're a great energy drink, different than Monster and Red Bull, and they're down right now. Chipotle is a good company. Kava is a great company. Kava never did a stock split. They just IPO'd last year. Chipotle just did their first ever stock split. And now they're down because once you do a stock split, the company's always going to go down for a little bit till it rebounces. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia just broke the fucking world. And now they just did a stock split because they're very smart, similar to Tesla that did a stock split, similar to Amazon that did a stock split, similar to Google that did a stock split. All these companies did stock splits in recession level eras because when tech booms happen, they go back to their $1,000
Hey,
plus.
can I test it real fast? I think you get smarter the more you drink.
Cheers to that, bro. Cheers to that. Let's keep drinking, man. Let's keep drinking. Let's see. We'll run this shit up. We'll run this shit up, bro. I get more loose. I get more loose. And a lot of people that care about me, they look at how I consume alcohol. And shout out to everyone that looks at me how I consume alcohol. But I know my limits.
Yeah.
Like when I was in college, I used to get shit-faced drunk all the time. But now as I'm older, I realize that my word is my bond and whoever's listening to me cares about me.
Yeah.
Family will always love you unconditionally. Shout out my 2 sisters and my mom. I love them. I am their rock. At the end of the day, when a father figure leaves your life, you become the next up.
Yeah.
And because I'm Hindu, I'm from a caste system. Even though the caste system was abolished, if you're born into the caste system,
that's still a big thing in India, though, right?
It is still a big thing.
They
don't ostracize you, though.
Yeah.
But I'm a Brahmin, which is the top level, priest level education class. So that's why I'm like, give out all this information for free. It's in my blood.
I had no idea that they had those Hindus in South America. I thought it was just only India.
India migrated to Guyana. Guyana was ruled by the British.
That makes sense.
It's a bunch of stuff, right?
That makes sense, yeah.
But at the end of the day, the people that are in Guyana that are Hindu still follow the religion to the T. And that's why my parents brought me up on upbringing that like, hey, once a week, you have to fast. My fast day is on Monday. So on Monday, I don't eat beef or pork.
Okay.
My background is in sustainability. Cows produce the most methane in the world that's putting toxic pollution into our planet. So naturally, looking at the Vedas, looking at Hinduism, it's like, okay, sustainability goes along with my bloodline because we care about the planet.
What's the longest you fasted for?
The longest I fasted for was probably about a month. And I didn't eat beef or pork. I'm not talking about not fasting as not eating anything, but just eating. When I say fasting, it's like not eating beef or pork or meat in general.
Okay.
Not meat, like meat in general. Longest I didn't eat meat was about a month, and that was when my dad died about a year and a half ago. I had to become his vessel. I had to shave my whole head bald. I had braids, cornrow braids, a whole thing, right? But because he passed away, I had to honor the tradition. I knew that if he was in my position, he would do the same thing. So let me do that. Because when I die, I know damn well I'm going to see him. He's going to give me shit if I didn't do it.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of water fasting. I water fast once in a while. I did a 7-day water fast last December. My longest water fast, I did a 21-day water fast one time.
21 days. Have
But,
you ever did the hard water fast? Not hard. The 30 days hard or whatever. It was like back in the it was a couple of years ago.
I only drink water.
Excuse me.
So it's not really a water fast. I only drink water, coffee, and bourbon.
gotta get the bourbon in.
Yeah, like I'm not fucking a fanatic about it. Yeah, and I think all the science, all the YouTube videos, you believe it, is there's so much like benefit to doing right, and like because you think about it, back in the day, way back in the day, prehistoric days, you didn't eat like 5 times a day, right? You ate once every 3 days, right? That's just not meant to eat like breakfast.
Because America is born in an obese society.
It is, yeah.
America is born in a capitalistic society. Capitalism is led by what? McDonald's.
Yep.
McDonald's is one of the most profitable businesses in the world. You go, when I went to Berlin, back to the Rec Buzz thing, I went to McDonald's and I got chicken wings at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I got a whole like sloppy Joe at McDonald's.
Yeah, each McDonald's is different.
When I went to McDonald's in Guyana, I got crazy stuff.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's all based on your location. Yeah.
Right now, McDonald's is at a yearly low. Yeah. And if you're watching this, buy McDonald's because it's at a severely good dip.
And the thing about McDonald's in America, everyone knows the poison, but sometimes you just gotta fucking have it. Like that McDonald's craving comes like, at least for me, right? The fries, like people not know this, but like the Coke is better at McDonald's because they put it like stainless case containers, right? No one else does that, right?
I always feel like when I ever drink like alcohol, not alcohol, I'm just saying alcohol because I'm surrounded by alcohol, but when I drink carbonated beverages, it always tastes better when it's in a glass.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
It always tastes better. But scalability, they sell it in cans.
I mean, the Mexican Coke in the bottle is the best fucking thing ever, right?
I know, right? They used to put Coke in the bottle.
I know. Yeah.
Did you ever have that?
No, I wish I.
Oh man!
And so this is on Facebook.
I never had it either, but I wish I did too.
So I'm gonna get this wrong, but someone said it was like it was on TikTok, right? Because I spent too much time on. Someone said, yeah, back in the day, they used to put cocaine in Coke
to make it addictive.
Yeah, and they put something else, and they said, and it was funny as shit, right? This I thought was funny. Yeah. And for ginger ale, they'll put the blood of redheads in ginger ale.
Yeah, I used to talk to this girl named Catherine. She was a ginger back in college. She was amazing. And I'll always like remember her. She blocked me, so she's watching this. That's crazy, but congrats. But I always say that like the brand of a company, like whatever your mission statement is, whatever your tagline is, if you're able to funnel it through media campaigns, like look at Coinbase. When Coinbase did their Super Bowl campaign, what did they do? They just put a QR code on the screen and let motherfuckers take their phone.
I thought it was
and
brilliant.
Scan it.
Only criticism, that shit moved too fucking fast. They should have slowed that shit down though.
They should have slowed it down, but it's A/B testing. That means that they did not test it good enough.
Yeah, you don't do A/B test on fucking Super Bowl commercial.
You do not. You have to A/B test on the Super Bowl commercial.
That's like ding 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 ding.
But crypto, what other commercial has Coinbase been on? None. So this is their form of A/B testing, Jason. Yeah. So now, futuristically speaking, I'm bullish on Coinbase. One, because they followed all the regulatory confinements and they're not locked up like Binance's CEO or FX's CEO, right?
Baby.
Shout out to my brother-in-law. He bought Coinbase stocks when it IPO'd. It went down, but now he's back up because he held. That shows that if you hold in the market, you will have greater significant returns than an emotional trader.
Of course, the criticism of Coinbase is what, like a month after the Super Bowl commercial, they like laid off 20% of the people, you know?
Yes, one of actually my mom's family friends. She works for Coinbase. She gives me a lot of good like insights, not inside data, of course, because it's less.
No insider trading going
on. No inside trading going on by all means. But at the end of the day, it's like I like to learn about like what are the processes and how do people go through certain type of transactions and things like that. And are companies operating off of emotions? Or are they operating off of data? Are they operating off of facts? The companies that are operating off of data and facts, those are the most successful companies like Microsoft, like NVIDIA, like Microsoft, like Apple, right? Like Apple's about to release their biggest, best iPhone come September.
Don't they say that every year though?
It's going to be an OpenAI collaboration on an iPhone.
So you're saying I should upgrade again?
I have my iPhone. What's mine?
Can I upgrade every year?
My iPhone is a 12 Pro,
Oh my
not
God.
12 Pro Max, 12 Pro. And it's
What the
crazy
fuck?
because I'm bringing in $150,000 a month, and I have an iPhone 12 Pro, like iPhone 12 Pro. It's crazy.
Yeah. So here's gonna be a kind of a person deep question, right? So who is somebody you lost contact with through the years you want to reconnect with?
Wow, I haven't taken cheers to this because we're pushing boundaries here, internally, externally, globally. Who knows where this goes, right? Who is someone that I lost in contact with that I wish I could rekindle with? Jason, I live by a saying that you paint your bridges, you don't burn them. 99.8% of the bridges that I've ever made, I've never burnt. At the end of the day, I feel like it's collaboration over competition and it's community over everything. Like, for instance, the reason why the Lifeline AI company honestly won because she incorporated the community aspect. Nobody else incorporated the community aspect in Seattle. If you're going to create a startup in today's society, you have to build in a community aspect. All of the latest startups and greatest startups in America right now are the latest and greatest because of the community aspect. Look at iPhone. Look at how Google is responding to iPhone, and look at how iPhone is responding to Google when it comes to now 6 months down the line. All messages, don't matter blue or green, they're going to go through. Don't matter if you're siloed or not, they're going to go through. But when iPhone and Apple, shout out to Apple and iPhone, like when they came to market, they included exclusivity. And that is what causes demand. Look at Clubhouse. Were you ever on Clubhouse, Jason?
I was on there, yeah.
You're on Clubhouse? I was the one that brought Mark Monroe into Clubhouse, that helped Clubhouse get $1 billion valuation. Clubhouse never credited us. They never did anything to us. So we left. And now Clubhouse is in the shitter.
Yeah, Clubhouse, there was so much potential. One thing I hate about Clubhouse, start off good, but then you go to like they used to call them rooms, right? You go to a room and like, people just dominate conversation, right? There's like the
You're like, hey, let me put you in the conversation. Let's
Yeah.
do this. Let's do that. Let me moderate for you. Hey, I'll put you on stage if you pay me XYZ amount of money. That's what I realized after I made a strategic hire to my
some
company.
people say they messed up big time by only inviting Apple people versus Android people.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
And it goes to show you, like,
everything is learning lessons in life.
and it goes to show you, like, even if you're like a Clubhouse, right? You can still fail, right? You could have everything lined up, everything perfectly timed up. And the other things I think messed up too, I think Clubhouse like succeeded at first because like code, right?
Because everybody was stuck.
Yeah.
Everybody was
But
stuck.
they
Where
didn't,
am I going,
but
bro?
they were not smart enough, like, okay, eventually code was gonna end. Eventually,
I'm not gonna lie, when I invited Mark to Clubhouse, he said, I'll join it, but it's gonna die.
Yeah.
And I wish Clubhouse was publicly traded so I could run puts on it because I would have made fucking hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, so many people predict it's gonna die, yeah.
Because it was a facade, it was a fallacy, it was a hey in the moment level thing. But how many other startups are in a hey in the moment thing?
And how many startups like have the best team, the best metrics, the best everything, and they still fucking fail, right?
It's about the team that you build and who's building the team. Who is the leadership? How many people believe in the vision that's set by the leader? For instance, we're 4 co-founders. We do butt heads, but at the end of the day, our mission is to help billion job seekers.
Yeah. As long as you have the vision in your forefront, that's all you gotta matter, right? Every day you're focused on that, right?
Something every day we come into the table and say, hey, who are we helping? What are we disrupting? What lives are we changing? What companies need to be revamped? What company needs black entity?
So the jobs you focus on, you focus on a certain type of jobs is jobs period.
General period.
So
software is the
Plumber.
number one job title. A software engineer, a product manager, project manager. Product and project managers are two different things that people need to understand. Two different things. If you are going to be a product manager, you better go get your certified Scrum Master certification. If you're going to become a project manager, you better go get your PM fucking P. I'm gonna break the internet right now with this conversation, Jason. Push me to my limits, my guy. Push me to my limits.
So, man, this is a great conversation. What is like what's your personal goal?
Wow.
Like, is it like, of course, one of your goals, like, increase the startup community in Guyana. Like, I'm sure it's like, once you get married, have kids, pass generational wealth on to your kids and stuff. Like, what like drives you, so to speak?
Damn, you always ask me such fucking good questions. Damn, cheers. The thing that drives me in life is passion. If you don't have passion, what are you really building? I think at the end of the day, the people that you surround yourself is a reflection of who you are. Don't surround yourself with bumps. The people that I have are very strategic and they're very grateful to be in conversations with me. And because I'm a Capricorn, I'm very notorious for cutting, like just being silent and just chilling in the corner, like not responding to messages. Like right now, if I go through something, I'm not messaging my person directly who I need to report to. If I need to report to anything or anyone at this point where I'm at. I think right now the power is in the people, and the power will always be in the people, but also the power is in the environment. So the people that care about the environment the most, whether it's physical environment or spatial environment, those are the people that win. So the people that are watching this and the people that are tuned in after XYZ amount of time, like shout out to you for sticking with us and seeing my progression as we continue to drink. But at the end of the day, we're just having fun and we're giving value. And that's why I really truly consider you as family at this point, Jason.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Like if you ever come to New York, if you ever come to Tulsa, bro, my house is your house. The shirt off my back is your shirt.
Thank you.
Like, and that's how I believe that we should live. Like, you didn't give me a cent to be on this podcast. I didn't give you any money to be on this podcast. This is pure off of vibrations, connections, and relationships. And that's how I believe that great companies should continue to be built.
So back to burning bridges, right? This with me or you different, right? I'm not saying what I'm about to say is the way to be, right? Can you say you paint bridges, right?
I barely paint bridges with a small paintbrush for sure. It takes a lot of time.
No, I'm not saying this way to be. I'm not saying the right way, but not only like I'm a firm believer sometimes you gotta burn bridges. Not only you gotta burn bridges, you gotta set the land on the left and the right on fucking fire. So there's no chance to burn the bridge again.
No,
I'm not saying the right way to be. It's just me how I am, right? But because me, if I get to that point, you fucked me over like numerous times, right? You've done stuff all the time, right? So yeah.
So burning bridges, I think, are unethical. Coming back to the concept of time, to create a bridge, you have to give time. Why am I going to say the time that I gave you is worthless and burn the bridge?
Yeah.
If you burn the bridge, nobody could cross it. So then it's worthless. Why do that instead of just painting the bridge another color? So I said I paint my bridges, I don't burn them. So if my bridge is not working for me, I'll just paint it a different color and say, hey, this is the Washington Bridge. Hey, this is the Seattle Bridge. Hey, this is the Palo Alto Bridge. Hey, this is the Bay Area Bridge. No one will know whose bridge it is because it's a different type of format. But who is stepping into that level of mindset? The people that are watching this podcast, shout out to you.
Yeah. So what's a skill you don't have that you want to learn?
Damn, fuck. I just get drinking. The skill that I have that I don't the skill that I don't have that I want to learn. Coding.
I last time I saw all the time, if I go back in time, I'll learn to code, right?
I did MATLAB. Are you familiar with MATLAB?
No.
MATLAB is a certain type of specific coding that engineers do for constructing proximity for understanding like relations and certain type of like atmospheres. Like you're using data, you're using mathematics to create like things. It's like Python, except like a little bit more mundane. I took AutoCAD, I took Bluebeam, I took a lot of different levels of softwares. I say at the end of the day, as long as you can keep consuming softwares, you will always be employable in society.
And how long have you been in Tulsa?
A year and a half.
How often do you go back to New York City?
Every 2, 3 months to visit my mom and my sisters.
Do they ever come visit you?
My mom, I actually flew her out a couple months ago. She loved Tulsa. She
Okay.
thought I was an absolute bum, probably homeless or whatever the fuck it was. But then she saw I was in a nice ass new build house. Shout out my boy Leander. He bought the house. I just lived with him. But I also didn't want to buy a house, even though I have enough capital to buy a house. I just didn't want to do that because it's just such a mental health thing on my mom that, hey, my son just bought a house. He's never coming back.
A mess at that point, yeah. You ever thought about moving your mom out there with you? Oh, she's never lived in New York City.
I helped my mom get a job at my old high school because of my resume writing services. So if you do something, pay it forward, right? Pay it back. Like, just don't be selfish. And like, I'm a living testament of that. I love my mom. My mom's a crazy person though. She infantilizes me, meaning she babies me a lot because I'm an only son. And I totally understand it. And I had a real conversation with my sister the other day about this, and it's like, all right, I gotta bite the bullet. I always gotta be the bigger man because at the end of the day, I'm the man of my house because my dad's not here.
Yeah.
And grief has no timeline.
No, it doesn't.
And everyone suffers from grief, including myself. So
Yeah.
I have to not be selfish and put myself in other people's positions to realize, hey, I don't want to lose another man of the house.
Yeah.
Because then it's just us women.
Yeah. Well, for me, like, so I live with my grandparents at the age of 5, and every summer I used to go to my grandparents' house, like really close to them. And they died. My grandfather died when I was 11. My grandmother died when I was 13. It still fucking hurts to this day, right? Even though it's like fucking almost like 10,000 years ago, right? It's so fucking painful, right? They like grief never goes away. It's always there.
That's what I'm saying. But like, what did that feel like when you lost them? What did you do? How did you cope with that? Did you just shut yourself out? Or did you open yourself up to selective individuals that were with you before they passed?
I mean, I was 11, 12. I was a time, right? So keep in mind, but I was like, yeah, I don't fucking buck wild, right? Like I was in like at the time I was at Page Junior High School in San Antonio, Texas. I was the only white kid in the school, right? Sixth grade, fucking crazy, right? So
I love that you have the storyline of only being the only white guy wherever the fuck you go, bro.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's so crazy. So
because you're not white, you're based off the content of your character, and like you're way different, bro. You're on a different high level spectrum. I'm super grateful that we did this because whatever opportunities I can give you, I would do that.
So I don't remember this happening before after my grandparents died, but in the 6th grade, I remember one time, me and my friend Patrick Norman. So the question I asked you about who you want to reconnect, I wish I could reconnect with Patrick Norman, right? Coolest guy ever, right? 6th grade. Me and him, we skipped school for 12 straight days.
12?
12 days in a row we skipped school. We were sneaking to fucking theaters, sneaking to fucking music parks. It was like, as a 12 day, like, we're like, this is ridiculous, right? We had to go to school. Like, what's fucking, we're done from training.
You gotta get your shit together. Like, come on.
Right? Yeah. And so we go back, and of course we got in trouble. You'll never guess what our punishment was.
What?
3 days at home suspension.
That's it?
So we got 3 more days off.
Oh my God. And then of course, because it was like suspension, but 3 days off, you guys looked at it as a vacation because your parents never disciplined you on that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. When I got suspended from high school because I bought marijuana, they were about to expel me, and it's crazy. It's a funny story. I'll always remember it. I remember I went to my principal's office. They bought my book bag. I don't know why they bought my book bag because my school had security. So when I went through security, they said, "Whose bag is that?" I said, "It's mine." They never told me my retainer case was filled with marijuana.
Oh shit!
Because I went to a lacrosse trial the other day, and I filled my retainer case with marijuana because I like to indulge in the finest things in life.
Yeah.
Right. So what happened was I went to principal's office, and my dad got called in, and my parents live about 4 minutes away from my high school. So they drove here in the nick of time and said, "Hey, what in the world is going on?" And they never took my side. They said, "Hey, this bag, this random Ziploc bag that anybody could get from any distributor is from our house."
Yeah.
My dad told me that in front of the principal, threw
shit.
the bag of me and said, "I am not your dad. You're on your own."
Oh shit.
He's a savage, pure savage. I
Damn.
love him to death. Though. I wish he was still here.
Yeah.
Fast forwarding, they ended up suspending me, not expelling me. They put me in an institution that was different than my high school, and I went through some shit. But like, I ended up persevering. I ended up doing AP classes. I ended up buying college credit. I ended up finessing the college system. I ended up getting a full ride to Hofstra University. I ended up playing lacrosse. I ended up getting a master's. I ended up having a startup. So at the end of the day, whatever you're doing, no matter how old you are, the actions that you are doing do not jeopardize your future.
Yeah.
Your mindset jeopardizes your
Yeah.
future.
If you're in high school not struggling, fucking blow it off, right? Like me, like I'm kind of successful. I've done some good things in my life, right? But in high school, right? I grew up in a high school.
You dropped out of high school? Wait, you dropped out of high
I
school?
dropped high school.
Bro, I would have never guessed it just because of the level of influence, like intellect. But at the end of the day, you know, you are only as good as the information that you consume.
Because back in the day, like, so 6th grade, I'm trying to paraphrase, 6th grade, 7th grade, I might be going to school half the time, right? But I got like B's and C's, right?
Yeah.
So
B's that get degrees.
yeah. And so 10th grade, they passed a law in Odessa, Texas, where if you miss more than 10 days, you got no credit, right?
Oh.
And so I think in February, I had day 10 and 10, right?
Damn.
It was kind of fucked up. It didn't matter what the days were, right? So 5 days I fucking skipped, right? But other 5 days I was actually fucking sick, right? And they'll say, hey, you can't pass, right? So I'm like, I had to do it over again. I would stay in school, had fun, like learn shit, right? Like back then, my tell, what the fuck I'm doing, right? I can like party, go to, I'm going to clubs like 14, 15 years old, right? People get me in, right?
14, 15 years old going to 2021 clubs, bro. Oh my
So
God.
yeah. The Rendezvous Club, Zodiac in Odessa, Texas. Yeah.
You're a dog.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I was having a chain, right? And then like we would do shit like, so, oh man, I'm not gonna say his name, but my brother-in-law, right? He's my brother-in-law. We were good friends back then. So it's a 7-Eleven like 3 blocks from the high school, right? And so the morning prayer rallies, we would go to the fucking 7-Eleven, and like it was fucking crazy shit. He would like steal all his alcohol, right?
Degenerate ass.
And so like he had like a dress code on, right?
Oh.
And he said, and he's like, hey, I gotta buy some gun. Like you like
He's like, hey, you want this? You want this? You want
yeah.
this?
And so he goes buy some gun, right? And like somehow all the bottles like clacked together
No,
and
in
stuff
his bag and it broke.
in front of the fucking person. And so all this alcohol is dripping down, right? And his lady's looking like, is this motherfucker doing this in front of me?
He's like, is he with you? Do you claim this person?
Yeah.
You're like, that goes to show you that, like, I say this all the time. Like, when I tell my boys to pull up to networking events, I'm like, hey, pull up, dress as appropriate because you're not representing yourself. You're representing me.
Yeah.
Like, if you go and put other people on in a position, they're representing you.
Yep.
For instance, if I go to a VC and I say, hey, I got this startup in my accelerator program that I believe in, and they show up 30 minutes late, they show up raggedy, it's a representative of who you are. It's not a good look at you. That's why I'm very particular in who I give networking advice to and who I bridge into my network, because I'm gonna lie to you, bro. I have a $5 billion network right now. And it's probably gonna go to 10 billion, like probably in the next 5 years, hopefully.
So it doesn't have to be like a startup in FTC, but it's a startup that you're involved with. Like you're like, okay, this startup is like gonna make it, like all into the startup, so to speak.
You know, I like to say that the companies that I have in my portfolio are a representation of me, right? Like if you go and invest in companies that are promoting like war, drugs, prison and shit, that's a representation of who you are. That's why I always tell people that you need to look into what your 401k is invested in. A lot of people, they have 401ks that are invested in bullshit and they don't know, but it's okay because they're making money, right? But as an ethical person, I want to know what am I putting my dollar and cents to because I work so hard for my dollar and cents. So every single like dollar and cents that I have is working for me. So if they're working for me, then I'm trying to be as best as possible, and I'm trying to bring as much value to the table so my money can continuously compound and work for me. But how many people have that mindset?
So startups, is there any indicators that a startup founder or co-founder team can give you, like, okay, you have a chance of making it?
If your founder is egotistical, narcissistic, and a nepo baby, drop it. But if your startup is led by a person that has good morals, good ethics, understands sustainability, understands that your employees make your company and that your idea is bullshit unless there's validation, then you're good.
So Steve Jobs is like one of the most famous founders ever, right? But some people will argue that,
Potentially.
yeah, but some people argue that Steve Jobs is a fucking straight up jackass.
Potentially.
Mhm.
So the thing about Steve Jobs, and I did study Steve Jobs, I studied a lot of the top level CEOs of this world because I'm an investor in them. Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Google. I bought these shares 7 years ago. I invested in the leadership team. At the end of the day, if your leadership team is not justifiable of the price action, the price target, or the price in general, then leave. But sometimes it takes time to bake. That's why it's very important to know the people that you're in conversation with, the people that you're throwing money at. Not to say that I know the CEO of Zuckerberg or I know the CEO of Tim Cook or I know the CEO of Andy Jassy, who's now the new CEO of Amazon. Very particularly, the people that are watching this episode buy Amazon on a dip because Amazon is coming up with their own AI chips that will compete with Nvidia.
I heard that, yeah. Yeah.
I know you heard that because we were in the same place when we heard that
Yeah.
together.
Yeah. So let's talk about this Tech Cross Summit real fast. Like, how did that come about, right? Is it something like y'all just like, okay, let's do the summit and do this stuff? Like, was it the planning process?
Honestly, I had no partake in that.
You just showed up to it. So
I just showed up to it. I booked it last minute. I just showed up and I was a person that just wanted to be in the room with other people that supported me from back then. And I helped a lot of people save a lot of wealth because I called a lot of shit that other people that were in power never called. And sometimes you can be blinded by greed. Sometimes you can be blinded by greed. Not to say that the people in the come up are greedy, they're not at all. But I will say, just in general, people that run hedge funds and things like that, they can be greedy.
so from the company, it's a like a startup studio from the culture.
From the Culture is a venture capital studio that when you come in, we will take your idea from incubation and get you to hopefully a venture backed startup.
So what all do y'all do for people?
We give them resources, environment, like we give them engineering tech, we give them development, we give them websites, we give them consulting, we just give them sales. Like we give them everything that they need to scale their business as a minority founder that people that look like us do not get on a normal basis without any capital investment.
In exchange, y'all take like 20% equity, 30% equity. How's that work?
I can't necessarily justify the amount of equity that we take. It depends on the actual negotiations, but I will say that it's along the lines of that. But at the end of the day, if we're able to take that and give you free resources where you're not giving capital expenditure, then it's a no-brainer. Everyone should really explore the concept of venture studios because venture capitals will suck you dry.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so the people that work for you are the software developers of the United States.
No,
they're different.
my whole dev team is out in Pakistan.
Okay.
But because the margins are super sexy.
And so, how early? Two-part question: how early, and what's too early? What's too late for someone to come to y'all?
In what regards?
All right. Suppose like Tom Jerry
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry has an idea to build a better mousetrap. That's all they have, right? And then another company Tweety Bird and Buzz Bunny have just raised $1 million in funding. Is this thing being too early so they could come to y'all?
I think I'm a firm believer of who has the most integrity, who has the most challenging mindset to disrupt the industry that they're in. If you are just here to get a money grab, then startups are not for you.
Okay.
If you want to do a startup, you better have top priority in disruption. Because the best startups are disruptors.
Yeah.
Look at Apple, look at Microsoft, look at Google, look at Tesla, look at AMD, look at Nvidia.
Yeah.
Biggest disruptors in the space, and they will not go anywhere because so much money is piled into them that it's impossible.
Yeah.
So like when it comes to stocks, top stocks like picks and things like that, I will always be Magnificent Seven. I will always be that until the paradigm shifts. But I don't think a paradigm will shift because the way generational wealth is that the money is just gravitating towards the next generation that also is funneled into believing these tech companies because they use the tech. From the beginning, I told you, as an investor, you want to buy the tech that you use. Apple, Nike. Nike's on sale right now if you're watching this. When is Nike going to do an AI acquisition where when you look at Nike websites, it will tell you shit that you're going to buy?
So back to hackathon pitch, right? So those 4 judges we went back for it. We're back there, right?
Hackathon was amazing, by the
Yeah.
way. You were a great judge.
Thanks.
You were an amazing judge. I texted Mike and said, hey, if you need a judge, if you need some mentor, if you need anybody, hit me up. He never texted me back.
Yeah.
But by seeing you step up and be a judge, I was like, we're good.
Yeah.
Because I know you're analytical. I know you are a person of data. I know you're a person of morals and ethics, and you can see things because you've been in this space for so long. You look like you're 36, but really XYZ, you know?
Yeah. So it was this conversation. So originally we did scores, right? I had Bay paid #1, another guy at Bay paid #1, right? So me personally, I had Bay paid #1.
I like Bay went first too.
I had that
Ross.
one.
Shout out Ross
I
if you're watching this.
I had Home 3-2 and the one that won 3, right? And then someone else had Bay paid 1, right? But someone convinced the other person.
By far.
Someone convinced the other person to change their #1 to like the lifeline, right? That's like why they won, right? I ain't changing, like this is my thing, right?
So fundamentally, if you look at it from an investor standpoint, who do you want to invest in? Somebody that understands the market, somebody that understands profitability, somebody that understands profit share, somebody that understands, competitive analysis. Honestly, those companies that came up, they had a lack of knowledge of how to pitch.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Well,
but she didn't.
But the reason I think the number,
she's been mulling on this idea for 20 years because 20 years ago she lost her son.
Yeah. The reason I wouldn't know with the first team won is because they had and of course this is bias, whatever. Like I'm a visual person, right? They had the charts, they had the PowerPoint presentation.
He had the projections, he had the schematics. Yeah.
That's why I picked him first, right?
He had a minority co-founder.
And plus too, so I have grandkids now, right? I have so many so many birthday parties, 1-year-old, 2-year-olds, and they buy toys and clothes that's fucking trash, right? Why not give them a nest egg, right? And then I picked Home 3 #2 because
shout out Corey Dupree.
Yeah, there's so many foster kids hit 18, they'll get kicked out, right?
You felt that because of emotions. Yeah. Because you were also homeless.
Yeah. Yep.
The girl that judged, she felt that because she was also homeless. Yeah. But at the end of the day, data speaks. Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna go pitch a company, and I'll pitch it right here. 2 companies. And whoever's watching this, you can take this idea, hit me, I'll advise you. Sustainable construction is not a thing. People have been piling into the mobs that have been ruling America since day one. The mob industry is ruled in the construction industry. What I wanted to come to market with was a hempcrete level business that leveraged the industrial biohazards of the cannabis industry that is now polluting America into a renewable energy source. Because I did a study in Hofstra University with the industrial applications of hemp in the hempcrete space. And all you got to do is get the waste of marijuana, combine it with a lime-based binder, similar to how you have hemp, similar to how you have concrete, combine it with water. The thing was that before I became an entrepreneur, I was going to go to Haiti and build houses with women. It didn't happen. I wish it did, but it didn't. And I wouldn't be the man that I am today if it did happen. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Maybe I should go back and do that. What I wanted to pitch was a full cycle sustainable company where you had partnerships with the cannabis company, where you grab their biohazard, which is really just excretions of cannabis, combine it with a lime-based binder, add water, you're able to create hempcrete. With hempcrete, you put it into molding bricks, you create hemp bricks. With the hemp bricks, you're able to build houses. More importantly, houses for the homeless population here in Seattle. Because I know, Jason, you know there's a lot of homeless people that maybe think you're homeless too, bro. I love you. Anyway, the properties of hempcrete is your house will never catch on fire. If you build your house with hempcrete and then it catches on fire, hit me up. I'll write you a check. In addition to that, hydrothermal power. The energy it takes to heat and cool a regular house versus a house that was built with hempcrete, way different. Costs less energy to heat and cool the house. Mold resistance. Right now, the houses that were built in the 1900s to now, they have black mold. Why is that? Construction. In addition to that, you're able to create a concrete that's light. Right now, men can only lift concrete that's heavy. You're able to go to Haiti and give women the ability to build houses with concrete that are light. Possibilities are endless.
And what years were you at Hofstra?
I was at Hofstra from 2014 to 2019, 2018 with my undergrad in sustainability studies, geographic information systems, and minoring in engineering. Although I failed those two classes, I still prevail to get a minor in engineering. In addition to that, I got into a 3-2 master's program to get 4 years of my undergrad covered plus 1 year of my master's covered. So I only came out of pocket in my master's degree for 1 year, which is about $25,000.
So it's a long shot. You happen to know a lady named Sharon Goldsmith? She's the acting dean of the business school or architecture school, something like that.
For Hofstra?
Yeah.
Send me her LinkedIn.
Okay.
I may know her.
Okay. Because she was in the podcast before, and she used to do HR for G Unit Records.
G Unit 50 Cent?
Yeah.
Power 50 Cent?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, she's doing this now at Tulane University.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm not on this podcast talking my shit, saying everything I know from A to Z, this is the best podcast I've ever been on, by the way. Like, despite the alcohol and all this, like, as far as information that I'm giving out to the public for free, if you're taking copious notes, then you'll be set. Shout out for you for supporting Jason, because Jason is a very genuine individual that's not here for a money grab, but he's here for the greater good of civilization.
Thanks, man. It was crazy. Like, so Sharon was talking about the time she was with 50 Cent. Like, she was like, no one worked harder than him. Like, he was like, she said so many good things about him, right?
Yeah.
And you think, oh, that's like, man, 50 Cent, like, he's this persona, this rap guy, but she's, you know, like, no, he's all about the business, right? He's like the most business-oriented person I know. He's like, I don't know anyone who worked harder than him, right?
Thing about minority founders is that we already have a chip on our plate.
Yeah.
We already have baggage that's weighing us out. We already have parents that just never got shit together. We have parents that, not to say my parents, but like African American populations, they're more prone for divorce.
Yeah.
They're more prone for other entities and parental control. Like, at the end of the day, you want to build with people that understand and can be breakable, but they won't break.
Yeah. So the one guy who pitched, I can't remember his name, the guy who's 61 years old, had a long bridge, right? He had an excellent point, right? Like his business was like his.
Yes, I was sitting next to him too.
Yeah, his thing was like keeping the money in the black community, right? Like, people don't realize, like, I'll make this up again, but if the Asian community, every dollar stays in like your community like 21 days, Hispanic 20 days, white 100 days, black community, a dollar only stays like maybe 8-9 days, right?
What's your question?
Is like, I'm just saying about how this guy had this startup to try to increase the number of days that the dollar stays
The
in the
wealth
community.
stays in
Yeah.
the community. I think what is going to make the wealth stay in the community is the people that are controlling the wealth. I think the people that are able to pivot fast, make decisions based off of not emotions, but strategic analytics and data. Those are the people that survive. Look at Tim Cook. Look at the people that are part of the biggest companies ever. They made their decisions based off of data because they were able to collect the data. A lot of people, they don't understand how important data collection is. So how are you going to make important decisions if you're not collecting data? What are you moving off of? Emotions? You're moving off of emotions? I'm going to move a $100 million company, $1 billion company off of emotions? No. I need the data to support that because the data gives me more information and lives touched than my emotions will.
So how does this work, right? Like, I don't know your politics, right? But New York City is known as being kind of liberal, right? And you moved to Tulsa, it's like really conservative.
Yeah.
Was that a culture for you, or just like you just kept your stepping, so to speak?
Honestly, I'm with the greater good of society. Like at the end of the day, like conservative, liberal, democratic, republican, whatever you want to flip it, whoever has the best interest in this planet, forget about people. Forget about people. Even though we are people and we should care about each other, I care about the planet. I care about the animals. I care about the agriculture. I care about transportation. I care about equal access to opportunity. Who else is thinking like that? Not that many. The people that are the future leaders of America, the future leaders of the planet.
Do you think it even matters who the president is as far as like economics and startups and business? Does that even matter?
I think presidential candidates should care more about the startups because they're building the future of tomorrow, which is the definition of sustainability. So if you want to sustain the planet, if you want to sustain the environment, if you want to sustain the economy, then your interest should be in sustainability, which coming back to how we started the conversation, economic sustainability, caring about your margins, environmental sustainability, caring about the planet, caring about social sustainability, caring about the people that are involved.
So back to from the culture, were you one of the original people that started it, or you got on there later on?
Mark came to me and said, "Hey, would you like to buy your equity? Would you like to work your way to your equity?" At the time, I was building Rightsy, so there's no way I could give enough opportunity in my personal life to give to from the culture. So I bought my equity.
Okay, all right. Um,
But we do have a certain agreement that if I do work with any of these startups, I will gain more equity. It's not in writing. I'll put it in writing. If you're watching this, if you're doing business, make sure if you're presented any opportunity that you get it in writing. Because nothing, as far as a businessman or businesswoman perspective, nothing is validated unless it's in writing. So if you do something out of the greater good of your heart and you believe in someone, they will never acknowledge it unless it's in writing. And then when you bring it up, they will say, "Hey, I don't remember that." Even if they do remember that, they will never say that they remember that unless it's in writing.
so I know y'all focus like like minority startups, but is it like certain vertical, like you'll focus on HR companies, software development companies, common tech, or just
Future of work.
okay?
Right now, my investment thesis is future of work. But me as being a limited partner and from the culture, me being an investor, I'm also in an angel syndicate called Angel Cam. When it comes to my investment thesis, I want to invest in Caribbean, Guyanese, people of color level founders that want to disrupt the way that civilization has been created and demonstrate it to it.
Let's suppose two Guyanese founders came to you, right, to pitch you. Is there a certain business they could be in, like, okay, you're Guyanese, but I'm not going to invest in this business?
It needs to be a certain type of projections. It needs to be a certain type of, okay, what am I getting out of this? But it also has to be a certain type of, okay, is this realistic? Are people going to actually buy this shit? If people aren't going to buy this shit, then you don't have a company. But at the end of the day, you need to test. You need to be like, hey, if I came to market and I did XYZ, will you invest in me? Like one thing that I took about from the Come Up Series conference, I went from the culture, the Tech Health Wealth Summit, right? was that if you're not out there talking to your customers, and what are you building? Who are you building it for? You're building it for yourself, and that's selfish, and then you're never gonna make it in life.
Yeah. So one thing, my personal opinion, I think a lot of founders struggle with sales either because like let's go to cold call.
If you struggle with sales, hit me up.
Like they struggle with sales because they don't want to cold call people or they have those skills. Like what's the
Cold
advice?
calling is the best way to get leads.
Yeah, what's your advice for that?
My advice is that LinkedIn is your best way to leverage the people that are in your ICP. ICP means ideal customer profile, right? If you're coming to market with a product, you need to have an ICP. If you have an ICP, that means that you're going to be marketing to certain type of individuals. That means you're going to be selling to individuals, right? If your ICP does not justify, if you bring in an XYZ amount of clients, does it make your business sustainable? Then don't do it. But at the end of the day, the way that VCs and investors are, they just care about you getting clients. They just care about you getting business. They'll fund you, whoever, God knows how long. As long as you get business, they'll fund you. But is that truly sustainable? How many companies are really understanding the true full level cycle of sustainability? Not many, because sustainability is such a new thing. At the end of the day, I feel like people need to prioritize themselves. They need to prioritize the environment. They need to prioritize what are they even doing. If you're working at a company and there is a ceiling, then leave.
So on one hand, you have people out there that say you like fail fast, right? I'm kind of exaggerating both ends of this, right? People say, okay, if you don't have like 20 customers, $100,000 MRR, blah blah blah, within 90 days, shut it down. You're gonna fail. Other people will say, never quit.
Yeah,
Obviously, it has to be somewhere between, right?
it has to be a fine line.
What's your advice on that?
Yeah. The advice on that's a good question, Jason. You just keep going, man. I really love it, man. Like your mindset is just on a whole different level. And I think that's what's going to continue to engage people that are watching this, despite how long it is. I would also say that something that you like is micro content. So get to stepping on micro content because your shit will go viral, especially with this podcast right here, because I'm spinning some real shit out of the goodness of my heart without taking a dime from you. When it comes to the level of authenticity, you want to make sure that the company is investable. You also want to make sure that you have people that truly believe in your product and that are meaningful. I think at the end of the day, like, for lack of better words, like, you want people that fuck with you. You want people that truly will say, hey, despite your downturn, I will continue to pour money into you. Case in point, look at the stock market. Go through corrections all the time. Apple's not going out of business. Microsoft's not going out of business. How many people are really fully invested into them? Because they truly believe in them. And this is the day when people,
And if they do out of business,
they're multi-billionaires.
if they do out of business, we're all fucked.
If they're out of business, we're all fucked because it's top Magnificent Seven. Magnificent Seven is for a reason. They're called Magnificent for a reason. Tesla was a sleeper. If you were watching this and you didn't buy Tesla, you're sleeping. You're sleeping. Robotaxis, robotics, energy, you're sleeping. Sustainability, where the planet is going, who's in office, political debates, you're sleeping. At the end of the day, if you just drop yourself out and just like come out, bro, if you look at Guyana and where all the industrial revolution is going and where sustainability is going, like if you're not invested into founders that understand this shit, you're sleeping. That's why I always said to myself, maybe I'm good at taking this company to 0 to 1. Maybe I'm good at taking this company from 0 to 10. But what if I was good at being my own CEO? What if I was good at having enough values that said, hey, I can make a difference? What is the risk to that? What is the risk appetite to that? How much capital do you have? A lot of people that are of color that are change agents, they're afraid because of the capital expenditure. But what if VCs were open to giving capital? What if angels weren't open to capital? I was about to build a company with Mark, and I didn't do it, and I wish I did do it because I would have pitched it and we probably would have got funded. We probably would have raised $10 million pre-seed, $10 million pre-seed with this idea. I'm not going to tell it right now because I'm still building it. But what if there was a platform to distribute capital at a high level to minorities? Name a platform right now to this day, Jason, where you can go to and distribute capital to minorities. You can't. But I'll listen to you.
I'll have to pass on that one because I don't know. But you have a good point about Apple, right? Like I said, a lot of founders have this mentality. I'll start a company and it's like I'll make all this money 6 months, right? I think people forget like Apple. It took 8 years for Apple to become Apple, right? It took a while for Apple. It took Tesla a long time to become Tesla, right? It takes a while, right? Like everything's not unicorn is rainbow, right? You got to put in the work, right?
Yes, that's why there is pre-IPO, there's IPO, and there's publicly traded. There's public stocks, there's private stocks. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if you have full intention and belief in a company, you should go and become an angel investor. Because sometimes angel investors become more wealthy than VCs. No one's talking about that. No one's talking about angel syndicates. Who's talking about angel syndicates on LinkedIn? This will be the first podcast.
No one.
Angel syndicates is a bunch of people that are wealthy that come together with a similar mindset of changing the world together with the same idea. But how many people are in angel syndicates that want to change the world? Not that many. How many people are of color that want to change the world? They're not that many because the access to capital. At the end of the day, this whole conversation is about access to capital, resources, education. The world needs to go through a whole entire change where everyone is on the same playing field because robots are going to rule the world. So everyone needs to be on the same playing field because if robots are going to rule the world, you need to control the robots before the robots control you.
So back to investment, right? And someone told me this. Get your opinion on this, right? So I was talking to this VC in San Francisco one time, right? Talking about San Francisco, the Bay Area, Seattle, right? And his theory was like this: in the Bay Area, all the VCs are former founders. In Seattle, all the VCs are former Microsoft, Amazon, Boeing
Employees, not founders.
Employees, yeah.
That means that they have their wealth off of stock options on RSUs.
And then he said in the Bay Area, let's go back to Tom Jerry again. His company gets acquired for $50 million. He reinvests that in the Bay Area startup scene. In Seattle, when someone gets acquired, no one puts it back in Seattle for some reason.
What is the reason?
Well, one theory is like, in their mind, they got so fucked over by the Seattle investors, they're like done with the startup scene, not realizing they're fucking people over, right?
What is the tax scene
in Seattle? It's kind of high. Actually, they're trying to pass a law they increase capital gains pretty soon.
But there's no state tax.
No.
What about Cali?
It's a hell of a state tax, I think.
Because Cali is the most concentrated place.
Yeah.
Of startups.
Yeah.
Tech companies. But what happens when that disparity shifts? What happens when everyone has a slice of the pie? And what happens to Cali?
Yeah.
What happens to Seattle? What happens to Texas? Like, what happens if everybody said fuck it and went to Oregon?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
But like, at the end of the day, there are leaders and there are followers. How many people are willing to take the risk to lead? How many people are taking a risk to follow? It's risk averse. Mm-hmm. My favorite game when I go to a casino is craps.
Yeah.
Because it's the highest probability of winning. Because I can believe in the roller that's rolling the dice so I can go get my gains. But how many people in civilization is created to say, hey, it's you or nothing. Don't believe in anybody else. Yeah. That's why I say that maybe I can be the best CEO ever in this world. Maybe I can be the best COO in this world. Maybe I can be the best VP of sales. But you will never know until you take the shot of opportunity. But who is willing to give the opportunity to the people? It's what the civilization is ran on. What does everyone look like? Who is coming to where you are at? I think China missed the ball on becoming the world economic power, even though they have the most of what's owed. Everything back in the day was made in China. Yeah. Now we got Temu, now we got Alibaba, now we got Amazon, we got a bunch of these things, right? Who is the world power in your opinion right now, Jason? I'm gonna ask you a question. In your opinion, who is the world power right now?
United States.
But what makes you say that?
Military power, economic power. Most of the world uses the dollar. Most countries still look to us for leadership and different things.
What causes the shift in that paradigm?
Um, Man, that's a good question.
You thought you was interviewing me?
Yeah,
I'm
that's a good
interviewing
though.
you too. It's
Different paradigm. I mean, just like really, if we let countries down, we what's it called for
GDP.
GDP? If we default on our debt, default on our payments, that's a bad thing. If I mean, let's suppose, I mean, hopefully this never happened. Let's suppose Russia drops a bomb in NATO country and we're gonna defend them.
So when we were at the conference, Antoine Flowers, shout out to Antoine. Boston Dynamics. The top two companies in the next 30 years are going to be Apple, Microsoft, Boston Dynamics, which is now owned by Hyundai, and Tesla. Apple too, if what they can do with the open AI like iPhone shit, data collection is going to be key. At the end of the day, all these tech companies are data mining. That's why my company, we're data mining. Because data is king.
Another thing, I think we're like a superpower, so to speak. I think we innovate so much, right? All innovation happens here, right? We're always constantly improving and trying to do things better.
But what says that innovation isn't doing anything? What metrics are people using to say innovation isn't progressing?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that one.
So I think the metrics that said that innovation is not progressing is the lack of people that want to work for innovative companies. But right now we're not seeing that. Everybody wants to work for innovative companies. But I think that at the end of the day, the emerging markets are going to take over the public markets because of the lack of resources for so long that so many people that came out of that went to emerging markets are going to give back.
Another thing, reason I think about superpower, like regardless of what you think about immigration, legal immigration, whatever, people still want to come here, right? I think we're in trouble if people don't want to come here, right? Like people, like Chinese students are coming here, American students are going to China. You know, students are from Africa coming here, right? All these students, like the best and brightest still come here, right? That's where we have the like OPCT program, HB1. People are still coming here as the best and brightest. Don't get me wrong, we get, and I think we still need like plumbers and stuff to come here, right? Like example,
You need trades at the end of the day. Somebody needs to unclog my toilet.
so what's crazy, like my first post army job I worked for Trident Seafoods, right? It's a seafood plant in Alaska, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's 1,000 people work there. Maybe 995 were like either Filipinos or third country Africans. We could never get an American to work there, right?
So you were one of the only very few white Americans that worked there.
Now the management we was all white, but the actual workers, like the person sitting on the line cutting the fish.
You know why? Because of margins. Because these places are only allocated to a certain amount of capital. So how do I stretch the capital?
No, we try our damnedest to bring in Americans because they got paid good. No, it's fucking backbreaking work, right? So in Alaska, like in Washington, you don't get overtime to you work 40 hours. In Alaska, you work 8 hours on Monday, and the 4 hours Monday, that's 4 hours overtime, right?
Yes.
So they would make like $6,000-7,000 a month. They're working 16-hour days, right?
A month? How many hours?
Like 60, 80 hours a week. They want
So in America, the average
they're working a 60-hour
working salary is like 40 hours a week. So you're telling me 60, 70 is like way over the mark.
Yeah.
Down to like slavery. If you look at how much slaves are working 100 plus hours.
Yeah, they work a lot of hours. And with a lot of Filipino families would do, let's say it's supposed to family of 10, right? Because there's fishing seasons. So 5 people from the family would come work for one season, right?
Yeah.
Other 5 would stay there. So they would switch off. And they had like mansions in the Philippines, right?
You know, I'm looking into outsourcing a sales team in Philippines because of the simple fact that they speak really good English.
Yeah.
They don't sound Indian. In sales, if you sound Indian, you lost a deal.
Yeah. So funny story. I'm from Texas. I should buy Dell computers all the time, right? Like of Austin Tech on biotech computers. And then
I'm gonna try this next.
Yeah. And so they switched from American to Indian, right? Worst experience ever. I was on the phone 2 hours. I don't like this one. Actually,
You don't like this one? All right.
I'll try something else. Yeah. Let me see what you think about this one. So this is like one of the top bourbons in the world.
This?
Yeah.
Angel is an envy?
One of the top notch, right? I don't like it though. A lot of people love it though. It's doing top one.
I gotta cherish you though. Come on, man. We gotta drink it. We gotta drink it. We gotta drink it.
Try this one. Yeah, but I mean, they would make a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
But it's backpacking work, right? You're on your feet 10, 12 hours a day, doing the same thing, you know. But yeah.
I think
Sure.
child labor will be a thing of the past because of robotics.
And if we did get white people to work at the seafood plant, they all came from the Appalachian Mountains in Kentucky, West Virginia.
Fucking Virginia.
And it was so bad, we had such a hard time finding like people. So they used to send people to Iceland to recruit people, right?
Yes.
Because Iceland fishery like went out of business. We used to go there to recruit people. We used to get people from Uganda, all these different countries and stuff.
Why?
You can't find it anywhere else.
Cheap.
Yeah. So the crazy experience I had over there, of course, none of them speak English, right? I'm an HR person. So one time I had a person that speaks Arabic translate to fucking French that translated something else into English.
Too much.
It was fucking
too much. You could have easily did a voice on ChatGPT or OpenAI.
This is like 2015.
And then translated. But now, 2015 to now, you can see the progress of technology change the paradigm, the shift of wealth transfer.
Another thing people don't know about the fish industry, all these motherfuckers are fucking hooked on heroin. All them like you see the fucking like crabbing people, all them hooked on fucking heroin, right?
It was crazy when I came to Seattle for the first time, which is now. Everywhere was sold out, so I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna buy a motel." I paid $500 for 3 nights for a motel here in Seattle, which is ridiculous.
It is.
I would never spend this amount of money on a motel
That's
ever
crazy.
again. I couldn't even get a hotel. Everything was sold out because of Chris Brown and all these other things. But when I did that, I realized that the community and ecosystem is so wealthy that it doesn't matter what you charge.
No, it's crazy. Like, I'm sure you walked up here, like Pioneer Square, it's like you saw all the riffraff, all the homeless people, all the drugs. Around the corner, I have a friend lives around the corner. She has a 1-bedroom, 650 square foot apartment.
Damn.
And
that's a box, bro.
And don't be wrong, she has a balcony.
That's like New York, bro.
She has a balcony on. She has a balcony in the living room, back in the living room, back in the bedroom, right? Great view, $27.50 a month.
In Seattle,
2 blocks away, $27.50. And if I'm crazy, 80% of the time she walks downstairs and goes to the front door, there's fucking homeless people there doing fentanyl.
My thing is that I'm a very mathematical, statistical, like actuary level kind of individual that like I'm like, all right, if I'm gonna spend XYZ amount, what is my rate of return? What is the cost of my investment into this return? XYZ. People need to think more about that.
Yeah.
How can I do that to let them think? Is go on podcasts like this and let them know, hey, you're underrepresenting yourself by the lack of information that you're willing to bring to the table. Not to say that you lack the information, it's bringing it into the table in a futuristic standpoint and bring it to decision makers. People are so scared of losing their job that they're afraid to cross the line.
Isn't that fucking crazy? Like people will say, oh man, I can't start a business, so much risk. Like, you don't get fired tomorrow from fucking Boeing. You get fired tomorrow from fucking grocery outlet.
So I'm saying, if you get fired, then what are you going to do? You're shit out of luck, so you might as well start your own fucking business.
Yeah.
But people live in fear. Corporate America creates people to live in fear. Like, if you don't live in fear, then are you really working hard?
Yeah.
You're not.
Doing the bare minimum, so you won't get fired.
You're doing the bare minimum, and the bare minimum causes complacency. So if you're being complacent, then are you really going anywhere? No. If you're complacent, are you really going anywhere? No. So are you really contributing to society? No. So is society doing incentive programs to bring people that are complacent? No. Are the people complacent making homes? Are they making enough income? No. Are they homeless? Yes. Homeless people get incentives. Incentives cause complacency.
So there's a guy on TikTok, right? I can't remember his name. It's a black comedian, right? He's actually on a fucking the Daily Show all the time. These black guys have bridge, right? And he does long form counter right here. Like he kind of like take 10 15 minutes. Like he did a spin on like the difference between appliances in the 1990s and appliances now. Appliances in the 1990s.
What's that called? Shout it out. What's it
I can't remember
called?
what it's called.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn. I want to know.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
That.
It's like appliances in the 1990s are still going strong. You buy appliances now, this shit is out of business like a fucking year. He's like, he just did a comedy about like how fucking the shit was built so better back then versus now.
You always have to build shit that people will use. If you're building shit, then people will not use. Like, shout out to Riff, a part of 8 Gen C with Antoine Flowers. I jumped in their workshop because at the same time they were doing the generational wealth.
That's a damn good workshop.
I was in that workshop with you, and you heard the questions I said.
That's a damn good workshop.
Like Microsoft Clarity, like they didn't even fucking know about it.
I haven't heard that before either.
So now you know. So I want you to incorporate Microsoft Clarity in your website because it's free. One, two, you can now have transparency on who the fuck clicks on your shit and what they're doing. That's one of the biggest things, and the fact that they were preaching product development and product analytics and statistics, and they didn't know the softwares that were providing the analytics and statistics, red flag.
And that's one thing that's funny too. Like, there's so many things that you don't know as a software founder, right? That you just don't know, right?
Well, why is that? It's because you're so caught up in the work that you don't have the time to go and explore innovation.
What's that saying? You can't see the forest for the trees, something like that.
Yes. You can't see the forest without trees. So at the end of the day, you need to plant a tree, but in order to plant a tree, it takes 10 years. So it's a time game, right? At the end of the day, it's a time game. Everything's a time game. Like, if you're gonna do a time game, then you might as well buy time. In order to buy time, you need to have a significant amount of investment. In order to have a significant amount of investment, you need to be doing something that's reputable and meaningful to society and the economy.
So you have 85 people work for you now, right?
Yes.
And they're like across the world, correct?
Correct.
How do you manage like time zones? Like, are you based on New York City time, Tulsa time? Like, how's that work?
Universally, as a company, you need to base yourself on one time zone. If you base yourself on multiple time zones and there causes discrepancy and miscommunication, which you don't want, we based our time zone off of CST because we're based off of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And then, like, I'm guessing your company's like fully remote, correct?
I can work fully remote because I'm a co-founder and own equity in the company. Everyone else, they either have to work in-house or they can work remotely, but we're pretty flexible because we understand nobody wants to remove themselves to where they're at and move to Tulsa, Oklahoma and uproot themselves because there's nothing there at the moment, but it's growing and I can see the potential.
The question is like, you suppose you're gonna hire a new person, right? How do you make sure that person can work remotely, right? Because I'm a firm believer everyone is not a remote worker. Like I'm a horrible remote worker. Like I can't work from home. If I work from home, I'm like I'm getting snacks. I'm watching binge watching TV. I'm doing errands. Like what do y'all do to make sure hey this guy can work remotely?
Monitor software, monitoring software, understanding your key performance indicators, setting quarterly meetings, setting monthly meetings, understanding your growth. Like at the end of the day, I don't want somebody that works for me that just does X, Y, Z. I want someone that does A, B, C. I want somebody that steps out the box. The people that are being employed in this civilization right now in this modern time, especially with AI, are people that think outside the box, think outside of AI.
So besides drinking bourbon, how do you take care of yourself?
I like to work out. I like to go to the gym. I like to do my morning workouts. I like to do about 100 push-ups a day. I like to do sit-ups. I do have a gut though. I blame it on the IPA beers. I do like IPA beers because they have higher percentages of alcohol kinds than the regular beers. But I mean, when it comes to my motivation myself, I like to look at the people I surround myself with. What are they doing? What are they like? What are they not doing? Like I like to do groupthink. Like coming back to the aliens thing, aliens already speak groupthink. They already speak telepathy, whether we accept it or not. Am I an alien? I don't know. Are you an alien? I don't know. What did civilization justify as aliens? I don't know. Are dinosaurs humans? I don't know. At the end of the day, we're living on what society puts us in, and the farther that we gravitate towards it, the faster they want to kill us.
How about mental health? How you take care of your mental health?
The way I take care of my mental health, unfortunately, is I push it away
Okay.
because because it's very unfortunate, but at the end of the day, like I want better for myself as much as people want better for me. People don't want better for me, then I don't want better for myself. And it's very toxic to say that, but it's true. That's why I need to separate the people that don't want better for me.
So you've been Hindu all your life?
I was born and raised in Hindu. I did something called the Janeo when I was about 13 or 11 years old. I forget, but I shaved my whole head bald. It was like coming of age ceremony, similar to a bar mitzvah. You can only do it on odd age year because of superstition, but it's considered a half marriage. So I can go right now and get married to whoever I want and not do a marriage and still be accepted in my culture.
Is there anything that could convince you to, what's the word looking for? Um, Man, to convert to another religion?
So I dated a Catholic girl for 4.5 years, and it just wasn't it because her parents were innately racist and they could never see the greater beyond of what I could bring to the table. And I was with her to when pre startups, pre me hitting licks on the stock market, pre all of that. I still talk to her to this day because, like I said, I paint my bridges, I don't burn them. And like, I really respect her and I love her as a person, and she will always love me. Will we be together to ride into the sunset? I don't know. Is my heart taken right now? Potentially. But at the end of the day, if you're willing to spend a significant amount of time for people to build yourself to a certain standard to where you're at, you don't claim them, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. So what's the
Shout
thing,
out, Kristen.
what's the thing about Hindu religion that people might not know? Or like some stereotypes out there that aren't true?
The stereotypical things about Hindus is that they don't eat anything, they just eat vegetarian. But because I'm Hindu, I can tell you that I don't eat beef or pork, but I eat meat, I eat chicken, but I also like steak. So I don't really care. Like, I really honestly don't care. I like to make steak. I like to make a medium well done steak. I like to make a medium rare steak. I like to do whatever because if God put it in this planet, then we deserve to consume it.
This gets me to like, yeah, whatever religion, some of this like, if you like eat this, you're gonna go to hell, right? Right. Then why is it here
I
for?
don't believe that.
What's it here for?
If it's put in front of my face, if it is on this planet, then it's for a purpose. If you're gonna tell me that this does not belong in my society, then maybe you don't belong in my society. Maybe you are the poison that's trying to corrupt my mindset when things are given to my table at an affordable rate that will make me happy.
So, like, if you're Catholic, there's a Pope. If you're Muslim, there's all these imams. Is there like something like that in the Hindu religion?
There is something called a pandit. Pandit. Pandit is a person that is of a higher caste system that prides himself in educating the future of tomorrow. Similar to sustainability. My caste system, I am in a caste of Brahmin. Brahmin is the Pandit level caste, which is the education caste. So me being an educator in the stock market, me being an educator in startups, me being an educator in religion, I fully believe that I'm a Pandit, I am a Brahmin. Like, no one is going to be able to take that away from me. Even though I went to college with other Hindus and they told me, hey, you're a Findu. Findu is Findo to you because the simple fact that I don't follow what I believe in. But listen, if I don't follow what I believe in, I'm still living in the world. Who is really judging me?
So, like in Christianity, there's like Catholics, Baptists, Methodists, Lutheran, go on, right? And Muslims are Sunni, Shia. So Hindu is like this. Is Hindu pure? Is like this like different.
Hindu is Brahmins, Shivastri, Chatris. There's a bunch of caste systems. But in the difference between other like what other religions are doing in Hinduism is that we abolish the caste system. Although we abolish the caste system, we still honor it. So if I go back to India and I decide to take a wife, like she'll be super happy with who I am because of my caste and the beliefs that I know and the mantras that I know. Like before I became a Brahmin, I had to know the Gayatri mantras. Like I had to know a lot of different things to recite at the top of my mind because it's a different, higher level of caliber of understanding and intimacy within the religion and the people that believe in it.
The caste system, can you marry like something like 10 levels below you, 10 levels above you? You have to marry someone like within like your read level.
So Brahmanism is the highest level. After that, I'm really unfamiliar of that. But it shows like how white America is too. Of hey, XYZ is at the highest. Why do I give a fuck about everybody else? And you're seeing the patterns in religion that are dated back. Hinduism is the oldest religion to the book. It's older than Judaism. It's older than Christianity. It's older than
Is
Catholicism.
Hinduism only in India? Is like across, is like everywhere. I mean, I know it's everywhere, but it's like
Hinduism is a polytheistic culture. So we believe in multiple gods, but it's multiple gods that take forms of the same person, or it's the same person that takes forms of multiple gods. Um, I think that, even talking to people at this conference that we just both went to, they understood Hinduism and where I came from and the standpoint of how I think. And in the black culture, nobody is Hindu.
yeah.
If you're watching this, point me to a Hindu black person. I'll give you $1,000.
All of a sudden, 10 million black people convert to Hinduism.
It's like a chicken sound effect. uh,
Yeah, like people don't realize like a lot of people will say like I believe in whatever, right?
yeah.
But like the indicator of what you're gonna follow religion is based on where you're born at, right? Where you're born at, where your parents, right? Because there's not,
Proximity is everything.
yeah. Because I'm pretty sure there's not very many Jewish people in like Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. There's not very many Jewish people in like Biloxi, Mississippi, right?
Right.
And then I think there's isn't like 1,500 religions out there? Something that's been crazy.
There's an astronomical amount of religion because it's based off of perspectives.
And then and then people say like I think it was the comedian name. I can't think of his name. The comedian out there, he said like he's atheist, right? He said, "Why you give me grief for, right? Like you don't believe in 1,500 God. You don't believe there's 1,500 gods out there. You don't believe 1,499. I just don't believe in one more."
I think grief is a timeline. Maybe it ends, maybe it doesn't. But if people are willing to question how long you're grieving for, those people do not deserve to be in your circle.
Yeah.
Because grieving is an unlimited timeline, and I'm speaking from experience.
Here's one for you. Totally made up, right?
One for me, bro. You gave me 100.
So let's suppose an alien comes, right?
Uh-huh.
And let's suppose alien has some kind of power, right? Like he can read our minds, he can levitate, whatever. Let's suppose like we throw nuclear weapons at him, he just stumbles away, right? And the alien says, "I'm the god I'm the god of the Jews, I'm the god of all this stuff," right? I think that happened. Half the people would like worship him, and half the people would say this is some bullshit.
I'm a full believer in proof is in the pudding. So if someone is able to come here, speak my language, and understand my intellect, then they should be able to prove to me what they're talking about. If they're not able to prove to me what I'm talking about, humans or not, aliens or not, whatever, then I don't believe them. I am a shout out to my other mentor. It's my cousin, my older cousin Sanjay. He's a very scientific level person, and I respect that. We do steak dinners anytime I go out to New York. He actually taught me how to make the perfect steak. So after this, if you want to go buy Wagyu steak, I'll cook it for you, and it'll be as top line of STK and any type of steak that you ever had in your life. But coming back to the point, I think that we are brainwashed with the things that we consume. So I always tell people if you have Instagram, if you have Facebook, if you have whatever, Follow the people that you would like to consume. Don't follow the people that you would like to be.
That's good advice. That's damn good advice. Say it again.
Follow the people that you would like to consume, not the people that you would like to be. Because we're very persuaded on materialistic things. But who is coming to market on the social media plane on spirituality and say, hey, I have this? Outside of the sad gurus of the world and things like that. I don't know if you know Sad Guru.
Yeah, I know him.
Good.
Yeah, I know him.
That's why I like you, Jason, because you think at a different level and you can, like, even though I'm 28 and you're XYZ years old, like,
He was on Joe Rogan's show one time, right? It's a fucking crazy, right? Of course, Joe Rogan has to do a long podcast. In this podcast, the guy, I don't know how to say his name. I'm not smart enough. He was like telling Joe Rogan, yeah, I see aliens. I've seen people come from the dead. Joe were like, are you?
I know he's a black guy.
Yeah. It's fucking insane, right? And another thing too, like people say there's only one God, right? But the thing is, like, what's God, right? Is like is a God of thunder. Like people realize that there's all these Roman gods, like, and then like I'm not gonna say like is God real, God's not real. I don't know, but like there's like so
Are
many.
you spiritual though?
Yeah, to an extent. I'll tell you a crazy story in a minute. And so like before like the Jesus Virgin Mary story, right? There's like documented things like hundreds of years before that happened before too, right?
Right.
So like what's real, what's not real, you know?
So I'm a huge believer in proof is in the pudding. If proof is not in the pudding, then what is in the pudding? Fallacy,
Yeah,
right? I think that the way that you can move Americans or just people in general is that you show relations.
yeah.
That's why I love comedy. I love comedy because they can relate and they can make you laugh based off of relations. Funny story is one time I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was shit faced drunk. I went to a stand up comedy space. I ended up signing up to do stand up.
That's what I was on my bullet list too, my bucket list too. Do like stand up comedy 2 minutes.
I think you'll kill it. So when you do it, make sure to record it and send that shit to me. Like that would be amazing. But when I did it, I didn't care about who was in the room. There was a spotlight into me. Like I just wanted to give my aura to the people
Yeah.
and make them enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like difference than this, I want to give game.
Yeah.
I want to give value. I want people to look at this, subscribe to you, understand like who I am as a person. 10 years down the line when I'm a multi-billionaire, hopefully, right? That like they see that I came from small beginnings, that I trusted people that were in my circle. Hopefully, when I'm a billionaire, you're a millionaire. You're a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
You're a quadrillionaire, right? That like I don't care about who is with me or who is not with me. I care about the impact that I leave when I leave this world. I don't know when that timeline is. I don't know if it even is in a timeline. I don't know if I die and I'm in an astral plane, I could take over another person. What's going on in Professor X-Men theory, right? But the fact that the people are able to even put that into civilization shows that it can be possible. I believe in the law of attraction. If you put it in the universe, it can happen. Who can test the time? Who can test other people's intellect? Who can cross the line? If there was never a Christopher Columbus, who would have discovered America?
Yeah.
If he never invented and endangered and slaved Native Americans, who else would have did the work to build America?
Yeah. That's a great point. That's an pet peeve of mine too. Like people always say
It's so fucked up to say. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not with slavery. I'm not with indentured servants or anything like that. But I'm saying if this never happened at a high level of thinking, what would have happened? And who caused the high level of thinking? Is there a group think to when we pass away? Or is there a transitional consciousness that disperses to continuously build the legacy of humanity?
It's like when the Spaniards went to Peru, you know, and decimated the Inca Empire, right? The disease and stuff, you know.
The Aztec, the Inca, the Mayans, like these people had a concept of time. Time to this day is still time.
Yeah. That's one of
That's why throughout this whole podcast, I reference time.
Yeah. That's one of my pet peeves too, right? Like people said like we like did the Native Americans wrong. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't, right? But the Native Americans, like, it's like I could be wrong, but history shows like all these tribes, right? They weren't fucking peaceful, right? They were at war with each other, raping, pillaging, right? But then the Spaniards came, the Incas, Aztecas, and destroyed them, and they had no criticism, right? But we get fucking destroyed for that.
Yes, they did that because of who is leading them. Sometimes sheep will make you get slaughtered.
Yeah.
Like if you're a sheep, you can get slaughtered.
Mhm.
If you're not a wolf, what are you hunting for? Right? People, I think, in civilization are built into the sheep mindset, and it causes sheep to get slaughtered to get built into the wolf mindset. And then what is the higher level of the wolf mindset?
Mhm.
It's a God complex.
Yeah.
If you're not looking at yourself as a God, giving angel dust to the people that you communicate with, then you have no purpose.
So, do we have a responsibility to make the world a better place?
Everyone, if you're put on this planet, the planet gave you nothing without asking for anything in return. So you do have a responsibility to give back to the planet.
Okay. Um, Elon Musk calls you.
Calls me on my cell phone right now.
Right now. I got a spot for you to go to Mars. You going?
Why would I abandon the Earth when Mars is just starting? It's like me going to Tulsa saying, hey, all these startups are great, but what's in it for people that came from where I'm at?
Yeah. I'm not going on the first flight, but maybe flight number 50, I might go.
You know, the way that technology is built is like, look at the Apple VR headset. $3,500. How many people bought it? They just released the next earnings and nobody is buying it.
Yeah.
It shows that there's no demand. When you create quality, people will come to you. So as you continue to build and create Cavness HR, and you continue to educate these future of HR leaders, and they get the quality from you, they're always going to pour back into you, and you're always going to pour back into them, and it's going to create a cyclic, sustainable pattern.
Let me change the question. Elon Musk comes to you and say, "Have a seat for you on Mars. If you go, your next 6 generations will all be like multimillionaires. They'll all have like great jobs, great millionaires. I'll take care of. If you're gonna go to Mars, you probably chances are 20% chance you're gonna make it back. But next 6 generations, they'll be taken care of. They have Tesla stock, they'll have Tesla employees, they'll like be multimillionaires.
What's the caveat? Everything that's good has
The caveat,
bad
there's a
side.
20% chance you might come back. 20% chance you might not come back.
20% out of 100?
80% chance you might not come back.
That's a huge drastic change.
But next 6 generations, they'll fucking be taken care of, right? They're millionaires, they'll be like living the best life.
I would have to do extensive research on the exploration of other planets. I would also have to do exploration of intelligence on who is leading this exploration.
Yeah.
I would also need to understand what is the technology that is considered transferable in other planets, because no one is talking about transferable technology.
No.
I guarantee you, you can search a million podcasts right now. Who is talking about transferable technology?
Not many people, if any.
If any.
And do you see what they just discovered on Mars?
I think Mars is a great place to be.
So you don't have to be all these rovers there, right? So they discovered software there, like lots of software.
I think software is generated by the accessibility of internet connection to a global scale. The internet connection to a global scale is back to my fundamental of
No, not software, like software. SULFUR. Is what they discovered on Mars.
Keep going.
So they didn't the software. I don't know. I have no idea what software is. SULFUR, but they discovered it all over Mars.
Keep going.
So they didn't want to start mining it and shit.
Keep going.
That's some kind of fucking profitability stuff.
Keep going.
Someone's making a lot of money out of it.
So you're saying that people are going to Mars to mine Mars to grab the materials to come back to America and create technology?
Eventually, yeah.
So,
like, why are these people? Why do you think all these people going to space? Like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, they're going not because they're adventurous. They're going because they fucking mine asteroids and shit. I think.
You know, when I came to Seattle, I saw the Space Needle, and then I went into the Space Needle yesterday, and I felt a shift in my energy. And then I looked into the history and I saw that it was set to be built in 1961 and I got fully built in 1962. During that same time, the current president announced that he'd be going to Mars or going to the moon in 10 years. He did it faster than it was expected, but what was that? What was the cause? I don't think that we are the only people here with intelligence. I think that there is a greater good in civilization if you're willing to accept it. But humans have egotistical behavior. But if you're able to subside that and become a greater person, then maybe you can create attraction to extra energy terrestrial activity.
So what do you think about the glass floors and the Space Needle?
I think it was there for a perception of tricking your mind to
Yeah,
show that, hey, you can be this high and still be good.
yeah, yeah.
But how many people were really thinking that?
I know a lot of people got freaked out by that though.
They got freaked out because of they were being scared. But what I did was I actually did push-ups on it. I did jumping jacks on it. I did sit-ups on it because of the simple fact that I am with the disruption of actual civilization and the modern way
What do you
that
think about this angel
civilization.
interview?
I like the smokiness. I like the wood flavoring, even though it doesn't say that, you can still taste it. Um, I think at the end of the day, I would love to create my own bourbon.
Yeah,
I love to create my own whiskey out of sustainably sourced resources.
yeah. For me, I don't like this. For me, when I drink, I have an aftertaste. That's why I don't like it.
It's very basic. It's not as strong as that
Yeah,
one, but I feel like it may creep up on you.
yeah,
So
yeah.
let me ask you something.
Okay.
What's your goal of Cavness HR?
So my goal is like when someone starts a company, they think of Calvin's HR first.
What's your exit strategy of Cavness HR?
I'm with IPO.
Who is going to acquire Cavness HR after IPO?
No one.
If you're IPOing and you're making money, you're just gonna forever make money and continuously build a company. There's no exit strategy of hey, let me take the burden off and have Apple buy me or Randstad Global or anything like that,
No.
and Indeed or anything like
I'm not
that.
wrong. If someone has an offer, I'm going to list all offers, but the goal is like be like a generous reward company, so to speak. Like keep on doing it.
Is this an HR that Mars can have?
Of course. HR for everyone.
I like HR for everyone. I think HR is a very slept on like department in a lot of companies and like a lot of people are afraid to go to HR and if you are looking at this you should be going to HR if you feel some disparity in your corporate
And it's like
environment.
people don't realize this. Like there's a lot of business folks like sales, marketing, whatever, whatever. HR is the only business function that has a point of contact with everyone from beginning to end, right?
Yes.
HR is gonna,
Like a data log.
yeah, HR is gonna have your employees from recruiting to the time they leave, right? HR has all the time gonna have some kind of interaction with your employees. Like if you're in sales, you might not talk to someone in like another department, right?
Right.
But you know, if you're in sales, you want to talk to HR or right, hey, I need my FMLA, I need to take a leave. Like HR is always involved.
How do you feel about companies at a very early stage that has great early stage other employees, but they have families, they want to start families and they decide to take employment leave?
I mean, one thing that people don't realize. So first of all, a lot of people get HR messed up. Like HR is not for an employer, right? HR is for the company, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Like suppose I did HR for you, right? And I'm trying to make the post like I did HR for you, and you said, "Hey, I'm gonna fire Betty Sue because she wore the scarf." I would say, "Hey, technically you can fire for that, but maybe you don't want to because this is right.
Right.
That's what HR needs to do." And then, I mean,
But not to cut you off, our HR is governed by morals and emotions, or are they governed by facts and information? And if they're governed by facts and information, what is the feedback loop to getting that information?
That's a damn good question, right? I think it's like has to be a combination, right? It's like I think it has to be like art and science, right? Science like facts, art is like empathy, right? You have to be kind of both, right? So if like if you hire if you hire someone, they have to be able to do the job, right?
Absolutely. They got to do the job plus 10x more.
Yeah. But then again, they have to do the job, but like what's the background, right? What
Correct.
they bring to the table, what extracurricular stuff they bring, right? I mean, obviously, like, to me, I mean, talk about diversity, you need to hire the best person, right?
I'm going to always hire the best person, but I'm going to take my time to make sure I hire the best person.
But let's suppose you have like, I'll make this up. Suppose your company has 10 Asian females, right? And then you hire someone and it's a tie between an Asian female and Hispanic male.
Mm-hmm.
So Asian female, the Asian female is like, they put you just on score. Asian female scores 91, Hispanic male scores 90. Maybe you hire the Hispanic male, right?
Okay, based off of data. Okay.
Yeah, because it's fucking pretty close, right?
Right. I think
Like HR to me, HR is like complicated, right? Like I tell people, HR like if you're a company, if you're a company,
like let's break it down. HR, human resources. In your opinion, what are human resources versus when AI comes in? Is it IR? Is it AR?
damn. So
Is it AI resources at this point
maybe
because there's more AI than humans?
yeah, maybe it is.
But who is talking about this?
Actually, that's one of my plan in the future, right? My plan in the future, right? I'm not there yet. Is a company comes on the app. Two examples.
So I'll I'll stop you right there.
Okay.
The way that Cavness HR gets acquired by Tesla is you get into AI resource, human resource.
I mean, that's plan, right? Be AI powered or something. So the plan in the future is like someone gets on the app, like two examples. They click on it. They say, "Hey, Cabinet HR, I'm gonna open up a restaurant in Dallas, Texas. What's the minimum wage?" The bot AI whatever say 7.25. Some more complicated. Hey, Cabinet HR, man, this guy Jason, I messed up. He's a piece of shit. I need to fire him. What I do? The AI bot would say, "Hey, this is outside my scope. Here's some time to meet with their dedicated business partner." Right.
Right. I think that's good. That's transparency. Like it's like letting them know XYZ. But I think at the end of the day, people like to see things unfold in front of their face rather than be able to predict what's going to happen. Because if you predict what's going to happen, it causes a level of uncertainty. And if you cause a level of uncertainty, then it's no trust.
Yeah.
If you have no trust, then you have no loyalty. And in business, excuse me, loyalty is everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, you should look into the current companies that are launching humanoid robots, like Hyundai that just acquired Boston Dynamics. Understanding the relationships between robotics and humans, and understanding how robotics can help humans, understand how humans can help robots. You can create a full cycle HR robotics company. You'll be $1 trillion company, Jason.
Yeah. A lot of steps to get there, though.
It's a lot of steps, but I wouldn't say and waste my breath and my time if it wasn't worth it.
Yeah. No, I got you.
I mean, at the end of the day, like there are decisions, there's actions, there's time commitments, but it's like you only want to do with the things that you feel like reap the most benefits, but you only know what reaps the most benefits within the quick action time. Nobody knows what reaps the benefits within the long-term time. The people that have been long-term investors like Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway has seen crazy returns because he's just been heavily invested into Apple.
Here's one for you. Let's suppose either some kind of way you give me $500 million. Either lottery or you said like $500 million. Are you still doing all this, or you're like fucking like disappearing and buying an island, so to speak?
$500 million is way different than 10 million. It's way different than 100 million. $500 million is more than GDPs of countries. If a person like myself was able to like cultivate $500 million, it would be more about the impact of society and not selfish reasons. I just need about honestly $200,000 to survive
Yeah.
happily for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
With the situations and the locations that I put myself in. A lot of people, they get greedy and they put themselves in uncomfortable environments where they need to put themselves out of pocket to be able to withstand the sustainability of society, what they put them in. But if you're able to overcome that mindset and think about a higher level of differentiation and authenticity, then you will always be golden. But how many people are jeopardized by other people's opinions on how they should perform?
So, is there anything else you want to talk about, right? See,
I think Ricey will be at $1 billion valuation within the next 2 years. Whether we be acquired or not will be unnoticed. I am fully comfortable in talking about this company at the end. I'll give my shirt off the bat at the end. I put so much time and energy at the company at the end. Like, I love the leadership of the company. I love the people that work there. I love the people that trust and believe in me to be the VP of sustainability without any sales background, but a background in sustainability. I think more sustainability professionals should look at this podcast and rise up the occasion of understanding sales, because the top people that live in the world are business professionals and sales professionals.
so next, anything else you want to talk about as far as like from the culture?
If you know about the come up series or you know about from the culture, then you're already golden. My breath is not wasted. My voice is not wasted. At the end of the day, if you're listening to this podcast and you know who I am, if you know who I believe, if you know Chase, and if you know our roots, then you're on the right track. Keep following us, subscribe, click that notification button, click that like button. Like, at the end of the day, like, you want to surround yourself with equal mindfully high level individuals that will spur the development of innovation in your modern day life. I think a lot of society and technology will deter that. But as long as you stay the course, you'll be golden.
So next, is there anything else I asked you that I didn't, or anything else you want to talk about?
Fuck. You didn't really ask me that much about sustainable infrastructure in America or the world.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about that then. So, why do you think sustainability is even important? Why should people care about it?
So there's something called Envision. There's something called Lead Building certifications. There's something called Well Found like certifications. If you're a sustainability professional looking into this interview, cheers. Secondly, is that you're in the right place. At the end of the day, sustainability professionals are underrepresented. They're represent. They're underrepresentative. They're uppers. They're underrepresented. That's crazy. I'm like literally drinking, but I have a high tolerance, so we can continue this. But at the end of the day, I think people gravitate towards energy. Naturally, our heartbeat beats at a certain vibration, right? So, if you can gravitate to the people that beats to your heart's vibration, you should be forever good.
What's that little band on your left arm or right arm?
This is called the Raksha Bandham, and only Brahmins and people of the Hindu caste system can wear it. You wear it because you believe in what the life gives to you and the blessings that the life can give you.
Okay.
It also is supposed to signify that you don't eat beef or pork or meat, but we're in America and I live beyond that level. And when I did my dad's year and a half dead work to honor his soul and send him off to great beyond after traveling after a year of astral projection, I kept it on.
Nice.
I won't lose. I won't lose this until it disintegrates from my hand.
That's very personal to you then.
It is.
Okay. Um,
Jason, what are you looking forward to Cavness HR?
um, I'm looking forward like helping small business owners like stay in business, helping looking for them to save money.
Bigger. Small businesses will not get you enterprise level contracts.
So, okay, good point. So right now the focus is right now I do HR for companies of 49 for your people, right? Like the big dream version is like do HR for everyone, like recruiting, benefits, everything HR related, right?
Yes.
Right now it's only companies for 49 for your people because I want to kind of validate
The companies that you have they raised investment rounds?
all small business.
So they have not. They can't even, whoa. They can't even fathom venture capital.
No, and that's the mistake I made.
So then your go to market strategy is shit.
No.
So you need to go to startups. Specifically, wait. You need to go to accelerator companies that should care about HR.
I'm just agree with you. So one time in Connecticut, I spent too much time trying to focus on startups. Most startups don't make it, right?
Because they don't have no fucking money.
I know. Exactly.
So why don't you go to a Series D company? Why don't you go to a Series E company and be able to give your resources? Is it because of the lack of information of accessibility to these companies? Then you need to get on LinkedIn. You need to get on LinkedIn Pro. You need to link. You'd like
I have all that.
like that's what I'm saying. But like that's why I'm so glad we're having this conversation because as a sales professional, I love to grow people's businesses. Like that is my dream. No matter where you put me, if you fire me from the startup that I helped co-found, whatever you want to do, as long as I'm helping build the greater good of society, I'm happy. I don't care how much money you give me because I learned how to invest in stock options for the past 9 years. I will never be I will never be at the hands of somebody that pays me a paycheck. I will leave that person
That's a good place to be.
the day this episode leaves.
That's a good place to be.
The day this episode leaves or airs, Jason, the person that I'm with, the leadership that I'm with, the company that I'm with, the standards I'm with, if it does not fit who I am as a person, because without this whole podcast, you asked me high level questions at a high level tier, at an executive tier, because I'm a C suite level individual that talks to $100 million CEOs, $1 billion CEOs. Nobody else will touch this mic that talks to the amount of CEOs of job boards or talent market industries or talent aggregation industries as myself.
So, next question.
Let's go.
How about mental health? Will you do take care of yourself? Like, how do you do your schedule, right? Like, is based on calendar? Do you wake up and wing it? Do you like someone else does your schedule for you?
No, shout out to Amik and Amala. They keep me in check. My older sisters, they always remind me that my mental health is super important. My family is super important. My mom is super important. It's just me, my two sisters, and my mom. Like my dad's gone. My dad said
I know you're only somebody you're the oldest.
I'm the youngest.
Youngest, okay.
The opposite.
Okay.
I'm the youngest. My sister, she's a doctor. She works at a very reputable healthcare company. My other sister, she's the oldest. She works at a social media advertisement agency company. Streaming. Me, HR tech. But at the end of the day, no matter what, just no matter what disparity that you're at, if you're a true immigrant, if you're a true person that values, excuse me, the output of society, I have the hiccups. You gotta scare me. It's the greater good of society. Like that's why I love the commissary. That's why I love from the culture. It's because we're all minority founders with the greater purpose.
All right, last question. And this should be a personal.
Nah, it's not the last question. We're gonna keep going.
Oh, we gotta stop, yo. Last question. Talk about what your mother means to you.
My mom means the world to me, even though she infantilizes me. That's crazy that she came full circle and asked me this question. I'm gonna pour a drink to this because she hates when I drink alcohol. She hates when I drink alcohol because she doesn't believe I can hold it because my Guyanese roots.
Hmm.
Because Guyanese people are notorious for abusing women, taking advantage of money allocation or resources, just in general.
Mhm.
But where I'm at in society is that I love my mom. I will always love my mom unconditionally. At the end of the day, you're only as good. Excuse me, I'm like hiccuping. Like this is crazy. At the end of the day, you're only as good as the people that make you. Jason, you're only as good as the people that make the concept of who you are as a person. You're only as good as the people that make up the construct of your mind. You're only as good as the people that create the foundation.
How the fuck you have hiccups, dude?
I don't even know. I need water, but I'm gonna keep on going because fuck it.
Let me get some water fast.
Yes. Look at me. Send me one. Send me one. I appreciate you.
This is the first on my podcast. A dude fucking hiccup attacks.
Hey, moral of the story is if you have hiccups, that means you're growing.
Yeah.
Whether if you're growing physically or if you're growing spiritually, you're growing. So I wish you had hiccups right now, Jason. Hopefully you get hiccups, brother.
So next question, another deep question, right? Man, this stuff really deep, right? So, do you think your father's proud of you right now?
No.
Why not? I mean, if the answer is no, what else you got to do to make him proud of you?
I think I need to shift my mindset of who has my best interest. I'm not gonna lie, when he passed away, he was proud of me. But I'm saying from the time that he passed away to where I'm at right now, publicly speaking, like I'm cognizant, like I have a very high alcohol tolerance that I don't think that he would be proud of me with the decisions that I made and the people that I kept around just because of the return on investment
So,
spiritually
so you don't think you're grown enough since then?
with the people that I put myself out to. I think I grew astronomically. But the people that I'm with right now, foundationally, that he knew I was with, I don't think he'd be proud of me.
So, what are you gonna do to change that?
Damn. I think I just need to change my circle. I think I need to self evaluate who I am as a person and self evaluate who is in my circle. How many people really care about me? Like, I raised 2.5 million. By the time this podcast airs, we probably raised 3 million. 3.5, 5.5 million, like, is nothing. If I move to Seattle, I raise a pre seed of 5 million. Then I can go raise a seed round of 10 million. Then go to a Series A round of 25 million, right? It just depends on the proximity and who the people that you're with. And although I was with people that knew me from the ground up, I just don't believe that they have the personal investment in me, not to name any names, of where I'm going to go because of egotistical behavior and jealousy. And when this episode airs, it may get me fired. Even though I own equity in the company, you can never get fired. You can be ostracized, but at the end of the day, if you have foundational skills, I don't care if Apple wants me. I don't care if Google wants me. I don't care if Amazon wants me. I don't care if Tesla wants me. I don't care if Nvidia wants me. I don't care if AMD wants me. I don't care if Palo Alto Networks wants me.
So,
Society has always built off of capitalistic structures, and I want to end that because of the upbringing of Guyana.
so you have a good time so far?
This has been the best podcast and the most meaningful podcast and the most game I've ever dropped on the podcast to this day. And I haven't even dropped my investment thesis in the next 5 years.
Oh shit. Um, man. What does someone have to do for you to let them go?
For someone to have to break my trust for me to let them go is that they have to break my trust. They have to be able to prove that they're undeserving of my time. This whole conversation has been wrapped about time. Whether if you're listening to this, you heard the 6 times I mentioned time and the caliber of the equation of how time influences my life. Like astral projection, alien projection, whatever you want, time is still here. We all die out to this day. There is a gravity that the world produces that produces time.
You know, it's crazy. Like, obviously, I have a lot of people on the podcast, right? To me, it's crazy. Like, how many people on the podcast are like you, like high level people, smart people doing
I
great
appreciate.
things.
Thank you so much.
How,
I appreciate you calling me high level.
how many of these people like believe in aliens? They believe in something else out there, right?
You know, it's like technology. As technology continues to build, it blows your mind. As humans continue to evolve, it'll blow your mind until what's next. It's until something is unveiled to you that changes your perspective. It's like back in the day when iPod changed to iPhone.
Yeah.
It changed the perspective that we no longer have iPod, right?
Yeah.
It's like humans. It's humans to aliens. Are we no longer going to have humans? Do humans become aliens because we're able to transcend within different timelines? Because we're able to change consciousness? Because we're able to foresee the 5% of energy that we're using in our brains to 100%? At the end of the day, like even with AI, we're not cracking 10% of the intellectual mindset that the
No,
brain
we're
can
not.
consume.
Here's one for you. Let's talk about human intelligence. Has human intelligence gotten better? Like, for example, can someone like from the Roman Empire, a Roman Empire, Empire Emperor, Marcus Aurelius, um, fucking Plato, what's that guy's name? Da Vinci,
Socrates.
Socrates. Will they come today and still be as smart?
I think the way that if we were to turn back the time and bring back the old change agents of society, they wouldn't be happy to where we're at because of the fact that we lost our humanistic touch on lifting as we climb. It's only a certain amount of people that lift while we climb, and it's very sad. People are more concerned about greed, lust, envy, jealousy. These are all the 7 deadly sins that have plagued the society for so long that it's like, how do we transition and how do we forget?
So, would you rather stay right now, 500 years in the future, or 500 years in the past?
Yeah. 5 years in the future,
500,
5 years in
500.
the 500.
500 years in the past, you could just stay now. Like, let me phrase that. Go back in the past 500 years, stay a month, or go 500 years in the future, stay a month, and then you come back to the present day, or just stay in the present day?
I'd rather do the future. Always do the future. The past is the past. There's nothing that we can change. Slavery was done less than 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So why the fuck would I go back 500 years for more slavery? For more just dominance? No.
So I saw this question from somebody, this black person said, "You know I'm black, right? Why the fuck would I go in the fucking 5 years of the fucking past?"
It don't make no sense.
You know
But
I'm black, right?
I will say that I will do 500 years in the future simply because of the fact that I want to see, is what I'm saying in this podcast
Yeah.
going to continue to revelate.
So I have a different story, not to go in the past. My thing is like 500 years of past. There's no running water. There's no showers.
No irrigation, no
electricity.
hydroponics, no solar
Disease is
energy.
fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like
The Black Plague,
it's
everything.
fucking gross as fuck, you know. And I would say no to 500 years of future because is the future even fucking here? Having to fucking destroy ourselves, or you 500 years if you come right here, there's a sign, we're all moved to Mars.
So the future is defined as what you do in the current present, right? Like your future will not happen if you don't do actionable results in the present. Like for instance, if I make a lemonade stand and I decide to decentralize the technology and create lemonade stands for everyone with lemonade stands, right? Like who else is gravitating towards that white label technology where I'm able to provide lemonade stands for everybody, right? Nobody, because of lack of information. But if you're able to provide people with information and tell them, hey, I'm building this lemonade stand, even though you're not going to be able to leverage your brand. No, like you're able to leverage your brand, but you're not going to be able to leverage me. It's still going to be more profitable. People will never understand that because the tech stack was never available for them to even have the case in point. People move in the direction of cause and effect. If you don't cause anything, then you have no effect.
Yeah. How often do you update your product roadmap?
That's up to my product team. From a sales capacity, I listen to a lot of customers. If you're watching this and you have a startup, listen to your customers all the time. Like build your products based off for your customers. Don't build your product based off of AI or the technical market or the people that are buying, or the people that are leading your team. Base your technical expertise of the people that are buying your shit.
So how does it work as far as like, you're talking to customers, your customers say they need 1, 2, 3. You go to the product team and you tell them you need 1, 2, 3, and they like, that's impossible, or that's like 6 months down the road. How's that work?
Yeah, when you go to your product team versus when you have like your own thing, it's like you got to put your ego aside and believe in your product team. You hired these people for a reason, so trust and believe in them. If not, fire those motherfuckers. Because then it's a lack of trust. And if you have a lack of trust in a business, then you're not going to go as far as you want. Because if you have a lack of trust, and you're always going to look back and be like, hey, can I really believe that this person will deliver on this type of problem by the time my earnings report happens? If my earnings report happens and all my investors are there and he doesn't perform, then it's going to cause a sell-off. It causes a sell-off in my company, then I'm fucked. My long-term option contracts personally are fucked, but also my retail option investment contracts, like all the hedge funds that backed me, are messed up.
What's fun about being in Tulsa?
Oh, pivot. What a pivot, Jason. The fun thing about Tulsa, I believe, would be the fact that everybody wants to pour into each other no matter what you look like.
So is Tulsa like a cow town, country town, hick town?
I would say it's definitely very more country. There's a lot of people wearing country hats and shit like
Yeehaw.
that. Yeehaw. But at the end of the day,
Have you learned how to line dance yet?
no.
Have
But I did line dance.
you rode a bull yet?
Did I learn how to do it? No. But I did it. Did I learn how to do it? That's a totally different thing. Did I want to learn how to ride a bull? Absolutely. I do want to go to Spain and do the riding of the bulls. Is that time now? No. But eventually, as I continue to grow, as I continue to scale, honestly, dating back to this podcast, 5 years from now, I'll probably have an exit and I'll probably be a billionaire.
So how can people reach out to you?
People can reach out to me from my Instagram at tag Amit. So we said this offline about how do I pronounce my name. But let's say I'm playing game of tag and I tag you, Jason. Who's it?
Amit.
Amit. AMIT. Super simple. You can follow me at tag_Amit.
And you're only on what? You're on Instagram. What else are you on?
I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. I'm on TikTok. I'm on everything and everything because that the simple fact that if you have a company, if you're not making a media company, then you're failing because right now, short form content and media is the digital age of monopoly in today's civilization.
I'm a believer in that. Big believer. You have a favorite social media platform?
Honestly, I like Instagram. I was actually approached to purchase shares of Instagram before they were bought out by Facebook when I was in college, and I wish I did that.
Yeah. Here's a question for you. So I should be a big fan of Snapchat, right? I said like Snapchat you to do filters. Like
Snapchat is only as valuable as the audience, and right now a lot of young people are going to Snapchat. I think Snapchat was very strategic with grabbing the Gen Zers and everybody, betas, alphas, whatever the fuck you
because
want to
back in
call
the
it.
day, like back in the day, but you like supposed to do this podcast, right? Back in the day, you do a Snapchat filter and invite everyone to the mob ready to watch your stuff, right? If for some reason they changed, I can't figure out no more, right?
Yeah, like at the end of the day, I think Snapchat is grown by algorithms and the partnerships that they're with. If any tech platform doesn't have any partnerships or any way of lead generation, then they're dead. For instance, Clubhouse. I invited billionaires to Clubhouse. I invited millionaires to Clubhouse. Clubhouse helped Clubhouse get $1 billion valuation. But if you're a company and you get resources and you don't credit those resources, they're gonna leave. And that's exactly what happened to Clubhouse. They got $1 billion valuation by black people, and they fucking didn't credit black people, and then they left, and now here they are in the shitter. The person that did the recent UX UI design of Clubhouse hit me up because you're gonna need a job because you fucked up.
Is that fucking bad?
It's horrible.
I haven't seen it recently. I haven't been in Clubhouse for so long.
Go to it. It's horrible.
So do you think anyone will ever compete with LinkedIn? Do you think there'll be like a LinkedIn replacement? Like back in the day, you had MySpace, Facebook took over MySpace. Do you think anyone can ever compete with LinkedIn?
Okay, so do you know who owns LinkedIn?
Microsoft.
Microsoft owns LinkedIn. You know who's backing OpenAI?
Microsoft.
Microsoft. You know who's also backing OpenAI?
I don't know.
Apple.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I should have known that. Yeah.
The next iPhone hardware wise is going to be the first ever AI hardware.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm giving so many gems on this podcast and I didn't take any money. It's crazy. But I really love you, Jason. Like you're really a stand-up guy. Like I know genuinity when I feel the vibrations of it. Hopefully my voice resonates and vibrates within everyone's earlobe that's listening to this podcast because this is a forever green
Yeah,
podcast.
you definitely get a lot of value.
That's what I take pride in is the value. And I think at the end of the day, you know, when it comes to the top tech companies, they're gonna fall. Who's gonna replace them?
Yeah.
It's not that they're gonna fall, but who are they gonna acquire? If they acquire people, then the equity gets diluted. So the day one investors, their equity gets diluted.
Every company eventually fails, right? Like someone said in the tech conference, you know, back in the day, Sears was Amazon of the 1900s, right? Sears is nowhere now. Eventually, someone's taking Amazon, someone's replacing Microsoft.
Yes.
All these companies are going to eventually fail.
Yes, but the most people with the most institutional investment will never fail.
Yeah.
So I encourage you to look at whale wisdom. I encourage people to look at the 13 Fs, 10 Qs, because at the end of the day, within this whole podcast spiel that we did, I prided myself off of data. I didn't speak any bullshit off of fallacy.
No, just fake logic.
Everything has been off of data, and so have you. So has everybody that has been on this podcast. They spoke data. Nobody in this podcast will talk bullshit because we're jeopardizing ourselves and we're jeopardizing your image. And I would never put that in jeopardy. Cheers. So at the end of the day, it's about the value and also how many people value. What is the benchmark of saying, hey, this is valuable? Who is coming to podcasts, giving benchmarks? This may be an idea. Going to podcasts, giving evaluations off of transcripts and saying, hey, this was valuable. Hey, this reached XYZ amount of audience. Who is coming out? Because podcasts are fairly new.
Yeah.
Spotify just did a crazy deal with Joe Rogan. Who knows? Spotify might do a deal with you. But at the end of the day, who is going to these streaming platforms? Who is going to these technology outlets and saying, hey, I value XYZ amount of people. I'll pay you for the copyrights of XYZ people for what they said. Like, look at Michael Jackson. He's still in court for the royalties of all of his albums. It's about $400 million.
He's been dead for decades.
Dead for decades, and people are still fighting over it. If I die, God forbid, right? I don't want anybody to fight over anything.
So here's something crazy. So I don't believe in podcast stats, right? I think that's too flaky, right? But supposedly this is a top 2 to 5% podcast in the world and the number 82 tech podcast in the world. And like, it's not a fucking tech podcast, you know?
Yeah.
Fucking insane.
I think there needs to be a new category of podcast called impact.
Good point.
Fuck monetization. Fuck virality. How many people are impacting other people?
Yeah.
Is there a category of it?
It's not.
Why not?
It's business.
Why not?
It's not.
Why hasn't Apple adopted the category of impact? Why hasn't Spotify adapted to the category of impact? Why hasn't Tidal adapted category of impact? Why don't you create that?
I know it's a category of getting drunk and drinking bourbon. I'll be the fucking number one.
There's Drink Champs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about them. Yeah.
When I came on here, I told all my friends I'm going on a podcast and it's like Drink Champs. And they were like, oh my God, it's amazing. Like, congrats.
Yeah.
And I was like, does Jason know the caliber of a person that he's bringing on to his podcast? Not to be egotistical, not to be cocky or anything, but like, I know my value in the astral plane, not my physical plane, but my astral plane. Because your life is reincarnated in Hinduism. And this is not my first life.
Yeah, one thing I'm proud of, I bring on some pretty high value people on here, right?
I appreciate you for bringing me on and taking a shot at me. I hope I lived up to the expectations.
It's been a lot of fucking fun. So anything else you want to talk about before we get out of here?
I want to talk about the value of you being in the room.
Oh shit. Okay.
Because
no, that's before you start. That's one thing I suck at, right? Like I always give value, always like do stuff, but I suck at like asking for stuff. I suck at like
no, you're amazing at asking at stuff, but what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, not podcast, yes, but I felt like asking for like like real stuff, right?
Deliverabilities.
Yes.
What you need is you need to launch an automated email sequence that you can take real feedback from everyone that you interview, and I'll help you create that.
Okay. Like I need to create a fucking podcast mastermind group, you know?
It's a trigger. When somebody is done with the podcast, you just check a box and it sends an automated email campaign until they finish filling out the survey. Because most motherfuckers will come on your campaign or come on your podcast for the clout, which I won't, but they'll come on for the clout because they'll know you blow up.
Yeah, a lot of people do that, yeah.
They'll know you blow up.
No, it's fucking...
Oh, no, I'm not done. I'm here because I value you. People will come on here because I know they'll blow up, but what impact will they leave after? So if you set a recurring Zapier automation email campaign that's ESP with MailChimp that you send out on a weekly basis until somebody fills it out. Once they fill it out, they're out of the campaign. I'll help you set this up that at the end of the day, you're gathering information. So when you go to investors, you say, out of everyone that went to my podcast, out of everyone that's seen this podcast, out of all the visitors that have seen the podcast, this is the value that the interview got. This is the value that the interviewee got. This is the value that the people, the audience got. This is the value that the institutions got because they're not close to their customers. Institutions lack the information of how their customers relate to their product.
You know, something's so crazy, right? So, I do this podcast, right? Like for example, you after this is done, right? I'm gonna send you all the data, right? The fucking Zoom video, the audio, and also I use a thing called Opus Clips, right? I'm gonna send you like 70, 30 to 60 minute video clips, right? I send to everyone. Maybe only 1% of them repost it, right? Like
That's sad.
Like,
if you were, I didn't even know you were grabbing metadata and creating like micro content.
yeah.
Because I know you're doing this right now, my best interest as a creator on your podcast is to help you go viral.
It's crazy, right? So I'll send it I'll send the people, right? No one fucking shares it. Like I'll tag people. It's like
Sad.
90% of people that
Sad.
like don't do shit with it, right?
Sad.
And it's fucking like it's so disappointing, right? Like damn, I give you all this shit. I tag you on Instagram. I tag you on LinkedIn. I tag you on stuff, and like they made no comments. It's like fucking like damn, dude. Like I'm trying to add value to you, right?
It's the ROI and time commitment. Because at the end of the day, these are all business people. That you bring in reputable people on here, they're probably millionaires, right? They're millionaires if it's a person like you that has less than 10,000 people that are actively engaging in this. Like, what is the value that brings to the table? But it takes a greater level of individual that steps up on their that steps above their egotistical behavior that says, "Hey, fuck it. If Jason is making this content, if he's taking the time to microclip this metadata, then it's my best interest to make sure that because he gave me the grace of stage to not charge me on this podcast, I should make his shit go viral."
My God, like I swear after we got off this, I had so much fucking content, dude. I had so much fucking content. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. I can fucking post a video like pretty much every minute of the day for next fucking year, yo. It's fucking insane.
It's how do you sell that content?
Yeah.
It's how do you sell that content and who do you sell that content to? And no one will tell you that because they don't want you to be great.
And my thing is too, like people, it's crazy. Like, people say I'm doing a good job posting content, but like
doing an amazing job.
Like my thing is like, yes,
but that's why I'm here, because I met you. Wait, let's take a step back. I met you. We jumped on a Zoom call. We did XYZ. Yeah. I'm out here in Seattle. I met you at the Come Up Series event. I'm a partner in the event. I hit you up. I said, "Hey, can I get in your podcast?" You didn't flinch. You said, "Fuck yeah, Amit. Let's do it."
Yeah.
So I will forever be grateful for you, and I will forever load your pipeline of high-level people that are in Seattle.
Yeah, my mind is like,
everybody in my portfolio of from the culture is getting an interview at Cavness HR. I swear to God.
Thanks. So my mind, like everything I do, I'm like 4 out of 10, right? Like I'm doing a decent job, but I'm not. I gotta go to the next level, right? Like YouTube, Twitch, LinkedIn, all this kind of stuff. I go to the next level, right?
You know, social media will always create a rat race for you to always engage in. It's like, what do you do to create a platform that's outside of it, that's exclusivity?
Yeah.
And no one has done it because they're afraid to go against the big giant.
Yeah. I think my social media too is kind of crazy. Like, I can't remember where I heard this at. I might be making this up again, but like there's someone put it somewhere, like they actually did like an educational post, right? Like deep level, like all in like I mean adding value for like a podcast, like content, right? Like a minute long, right? Like pretty much like no one looked at it, right? The same person took a picture of a fucking cupcake and still got a fucking million views. Yeah. I mean, you just never know what's gonna hit, right? Now, don't get me wrong, the cupcake was fucking beautiful, it's pretty, right? Talk about how she made the cupcake, right?
It's the algorithms.
Yeah.
At this point, if you're creating premium content on a consistent level and your shit's not getting hit, it's the algorithms. Yeah. So you should restart, create something else, and then just restart from a blank slate on the algorithms, because Facebook was bought by Facebook bought Instagram. Instagram was probably going to be sold to Twitter, but Instagram was bought by Facebook. Yeah. Facebook realized the value in it. Yeah. So shout out to Facebook. What is the next level of social media? I'll tell you what it is. It's swiping for job opportunities. because it's short form content. And one of the companies that we have in our incubator,
Culture forward.
I don't want to say it. I'm glad you said it.
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate right real fast. Like I love Sabrina. I don't remember over the weekend. She's a great person. My thing's like, man, like how many more companies you got to have? Like I think there's so many companies like solving this job search thing are failing, right? Like
It's about the way that they go about it, and it's about the experience they have underneath their belt.
Mhm.
The thing I like about Sabrina is that she's already been about Notivate.
yeah,
She's already been about Black founders.
yeah,
She's
I don't
already
even
been about
I'm a big fan.
minorities. You know what I mean? So I fully believe that she can take this company to an acquisition, and I believe I can help her take it to that way too. If she wants to believe in me or not, I'm gonna always forever pour value into her, whether she likes it or not. And that's how I am about people that I'm passionately about. And you can kill me, but I will still write a letter after I die about how I can improve your business because I've always been a businessman. And I will always forever be a businessman. And I will always put sustainability first and I always put people in front of corporate.
So I've said this probably 20,000 times, but last question. How the fuck do you get so smart?
I'll pour it to my dad. It's a forever stain because I'll pay you for this carpet if you want a new carpet. But my dad really humbled me throughout my life. He was hit by a train when I was 5 years old, and I've been with him ever since. And at a point, I became his caretaker. But I would give off my shirt off my back to get him back. But things don't happen like that, so I have to live within his legacy. So the fuel that drives me to continuously strive for education is that I have a saying that if you're not learning, and then you're dead. Right now, with this rise of AI, I mean, when he was passing, like he knew that AI was coming about and he knew that I was on the forefront of it. So it's just a matter of time until I take over. And, I just love the people that are in my corner. Shout out Jason, shout out Amala, shout out Mika, shout out Zach, shout out, my mom, shout out myself, shout out Justin, shout out Donique, shout out Chris, shout out Angel, shout out Omesh, my cousin. Like I can give shout outs to probably until I pass out, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like I'm always gonna be a person that pays it forward. I know, Jason, that you're always gonna create evergreen content. I'm so happy I was able to grace the stage tonight because I've never done a podcast to this caliber, to this level, and I can't wait for the micro content to produce.
So man, thanks for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Jason, you are on the precipice of an exponential, of an exceptional, exponential growth, right? And you only come across people like this very, very small, very small. There's not many people that are on this level of track. Like, you are 50 years plus. Most of the viewers don't know that. Me, I'm 28. I'm literally half of your fucking age. The fact that you were able to bring me as your youngest speaker and to give me the free will of drinking your alcohol, your whiskey, your bourbon, and to give pure game, I'm forever indebted to you. So whatever way I can do to pay it forward, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you. And to our listeners, thank you for your time as well. And remember to be great every day.